Super50 Cup is here again. 8 teams battle for the crown of regional champions.
And the bonus point system is back, and it's bigger and better.
And batters, this is all you need to know about how to score bonus points. If a team can score at 6 runs and over in the first power play, overs 1 to 10,
while losing less than 2 wickets, or score at 8 runs and over while losing less than 3 wickets, they've got a bonus point. Let's move on to power play 2, between overs 11 and 40, the middle overs. For a team to get the bonus point, it would need to score at more than 5 runs and over while losing no more than 3 wickets by the end of the 40th over.
But what about the last 10 overs of the inning?
For my team to secure that extra bonus point, it would need to score above 8 runs and over in the last 10 whilst not getting bowled out. But hold on, batters, there are a few other ways to get bonus points.
A bonus point can be secured for every 300 plus total, chasing targets in 90% of the overs or less, or
in every innings if you keep your dot ball percentage to below 50%.
Teams will earn not only 1, but 2 bonus points.
And what about individual performances? Teams can get bonus points for every 100 scored in the tournament that comes at a strike rate of 90 or above. And for batters in positions 6 to 11, if you can score a half century in 40 balls or less, you will earn your team a much needed bonus point. So batters, hit the nets, because the bonus point system has provided several opportunities for you to help your team win this year's tournament.
Thanks, Nikhil. So Nikhil said it. You're going to have it now. Just explain in words for you across the power plays. We're looking at, how many runs can these teams get without losing wickets, because the wickets column is very important. So it doesn't make sense getting off to 60 in the first 10 and being 4 down, because you still won't get that point. So it really places that emphasis in terms of how teams calculate their innings, how much risk they take, when they take those risks. Looking at 300 plus, only one team this tournament so far has been able to get 300 plus. That was at this venue a couple days ago. Also, that dot ball percentage, can it be less than 50% of the innings? And you see the priority it's given, that's 2 points. And that's the batting side of things, but there are points as well for the bowlers. It's time to understand and learn a bit more about that.
The pace of O'Shane Thomas.
Good, short, quick delivery from O'Shane Thomas.
The swing of Kyle Mears.
That's the wicket they needed, and Kyle Mears delivers.
Or what about the exuberance of Thorne and Pittman? Just a few of the bowling superstars featuring in this year's Regional Super 50 Cup. And bowlers, the bonus point system is back. This is all you need to know on how to secure bonus points for your teams. In Power Play 1, overs 1 to 10, if a team can take 3 or more wickets, instantly that's a bonus point. Whilst in Power Play 2, overs 11 to 40, if a team can take 5 or more wickets in the phase, they will secure another bonus point. But in the last 10 overs, Power Play 3 is where things get really interesting. Teams, you can get a bonus point if you can contain your opposition to less than 6 runs and over in the last 10. And another bonus point will come if you can take all 10 wickets at any point of the innings. But wait, it gets better. Bowlers, you can get bonus points for every 4-wicket haul taken at an economy of less than 6 runs and over, or every 5-wicket haul taken at an economy of 7 runs and over or less.
And that is 5 for Yannick Carrier. He is having it.
And lastly, every time a team inflicts 2 or more runouts, they will get a bonus point. So buckle up and get ready to see acrobatic fielding,
out your cameras, man,
entertaining celebrations, and fiery pace in this year's Super 50 Cup.
Thanks once again, Nikhil. Bowling, very important as well. And we've seen quite a few teams pick up a bit more bowling points than they have in terms of batting points. Only one team so far has picked up that fielding point for defecting 2 runouts. I believe that was the Windwards a couple games ago. The first team and the only team so far in this competition. Can we see more of that? But yeah, placing the emphasis on how bowlers go about bowling across their spells as well. So all in all, a system designed to improve the cricket that we're seeing here at the first class level, or rather at the List A level here in the Caribbean. And certainly we've seen how it has shaped innings. We've seen how planning has changed. These guys have planned for everything except the cricket, because they're eating now. Oh, to have a plate of that right now. It's time though to learn a bit more about one of the sides on offer today. It's the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Yeah, so far so good. Think we have a little bit of up and down season. We win one, we lose one, but most of all, I think the guys are doing really well. Conditions here, it's kind of tricky at times, so we just have to make the best of it. Yeah, he's good. I lead the team before. I'm a senior man in the team, so I just have to take responsibility. Majority of our senior guys are away playing international cricket, so I just have to take up the role and try to lead the youngsters in the right path. I think that is something special. Our guy that scored 3 back-to-back centuries. He also give us a lot of bonus points. He give us set up the tournament in the early stages, so we have a platform going forward. And I think it's very special for someone to come and score 3 centuries and put his team in a winning position. Yeah, I think Joel have a very bright future. He's a young kid that have a lot of talent. I think he's one for the future, especially once he stay on this spot. I think Kofi James also have a bright future ahead of him. He's just for these guys to nail along their talent and come into the tournament and show the world what they have. I think we have a very good bowling attack, a mixture of spin and pace. I think O'Shane Thomas is doing very well for us, especially with the new ball in the power play. We control in the power play. And then we have quality spinners. We have Hayden Wells Jr. come back. We have Daniel Durham, we have myself. I still have young guys that can come and bowl some overs to us. I think we as a bowling group, we are very tight, and I think that is very good for us in the tournament. Yeah, it's always good to get wickets, especially in white ball cricket. I really cherish that 5-wicket haul, and I'm looking forward to more. It's just, for me, it's just more mentoring the young players. For me, it's just basically play and enjoying each other's success, enjoy young people when they perform. And just once our team do well, I'm happy with that. I think my performance will come along the way to help the team in whatever way needed. It's just for us to take one step further than last year and win the championship this year. Well, we take each game very serious. We play one game at a time. So we have Jamaica tomorrow. We just have to go and do the right things consistently. And what we practice, we have to go and do them. We can't take nobody for granted.
Yeah, it's been going well. I think we had a few blips. I wouldn't say nothing too major, but one thing we have been doing thus far this season is just making sure we leave what's in the past, just having good conversations around where we want to go as a team, and then we move on from it. But just having said that, I think the season has been going well so far. I think Justin is a player who is very, very clear on his game, and it was very pleasing for us as a group to see him getting 3 consecutive centuries, the first person in West Indies cricket to do that. And it's quite sad to leave him, but like I said to him just before he left, it's always good for a player to leave from our franchise and go on to greater heights. But with regards to the bonus point system, it's a good thing. So you're not just looking to win games, but you have to be strategic of how you go about it. Getting those bonus points, as you can see with the Guyana Happy Eagles, they actually use that, albeit they didn't get over, but they use that to their advantage, having won one game at one time, and they were in the top 4. But I think the bonus point is a really good system, and teams just can't come out to play. You have to be a bit strategic in how you're going to go about what you want to do. We have a well-rounded squad. One thing I mentioned to the guys on the bench, just when you get your chance, just grab it with both hands. The guys have been working extremely hard, and I think they're really, really hungry and eager to go out and prove their point. I said to them, when you get opportunity, prove me as the coach, wrong for leaving you on the bench. And it's a good thing to have guys competing for spots. It's always good amongst team, and like I said, the team has been gelling really, really well throughout the season. And one of the things I said to them at the start of this journey is just enjoy each other's company. Be happy for your teammates' successes, because you don't know when it's going to be your time for your teammates to be happy for you. So I think we have been gelling really, really well. We've been having really, really good conversations as a group, informally and formally. And yeah, as you mentioned, the guys have really good smiles on their face. And as you can see, it rained a bit today, and the guys still got their fielding work in, even though it was raining. You don't look at anyone, although they are senior players, you see them spending time with the junior guys, just giving them tidbits on how to go about the game. Joel Andrew, who has played international cricket, but he's still a youngster in this team, and he came back from the senior team and just gelled right back into the team, sharing his experiences amongst the younger and older guys. So the guys have been gelling really well. We have a good mix of senior and junior players, and everyone feels at home in this team. Jimbo has been really good amongst the group. He's very, very clear on his plans as a captain, and he gives information really good to the guys, and communication has been really, really well amongst me and him. So as a leader, he's been leading from the front, taking wickets. Has not had much opportunities to bat, which is sort of a good thing. That means the batters has been doing really, really well. But Jimbo is really good as a leader. His personality as well off the field, very welcoming, open to having conversations with anyone in the team, has been really good for this unit. Everyone knows Jimbo's quality. Seasoned campaigner, really, really good off-spin bowler in whatever format he plays, and he's a very vital part of this group. Pleasing to see him getting that 6 wickets, giving us an extra bonus point as we spoke about earlier, and it was really, really good for us as a team. I think I can speak for the Leeward Islands franchise. One of the things we have established since I took over is just integrating those fringe players, having more programs amongst just to get guys who are on the fringe coming through, and just wider as CWI. I know there would have been talks from the director of cricket to have an under 23 men program and an under 16 girls program. So I think over the next coming years you'll see West Indies cricket start to blossom to where it was back in the 90s and 80s. What we have been doing really well as a group is just taking one game at a time and focusing on what we want to do. I think that was the message. Well, that was the message at the start of the tournament. Just we focus on what we can just control, what we can control, and that's the way we play cricket. So for us, it's to go out tomorrow against Jamaica and ensure that we have victory. Again, putting our strategies into place and just ensuring we come up with the W. So we are very much focused on what we want to do and the way we want to play cricket.
Well, good news, the rain is no longer falling here, and it means that very soon we should hopefully have a time to start this match. The hardest working person out there, well, it's those men, the groundsmen and the super stopper. We take a break here though, and when we come back, hopefully we have some very good news for you with an update. This is where we are, the south of Trinidad and Tobago at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Covers, they should soon be making their way off based on my personal prediction because of what I'm seeing overhead. No more rain is what I can tell you, and very soon, hopefully, the Hurricanes will finally be taking on the Scorpions. Third and fourth is where these two sides sit. I mentioned a little earlier that the Scorpions not necessarily safe just yet, but a couple points will do it for them with the bat. Can they pick up those very important bonus points? Can Leewards, though, when they get a chance with the bat, show us that they can bat without the likes of Justin Graves and Mikel Louis at the top? So very interesting questions to be asked across today's matchup. While we're waiting, though, to get live cricket action, let's tell you a little bit more about the Jamaica Scorpions.
It's a pleasure to be involved once more in West Indies cricket and Jamaica cricket, you know, and to be here at one of our most talented and famous batter, Brian Lara Stadium. It's really an honor and a pleasure. I am really looking forward to this tournament, and I know the guys with me, and they will be not just trying to win a tournament, but also having fun in terms of playing good cricket, cricket that it will entertain the spectators. It's very important because right now we are not doing too well in white ball cricket in terms of 50 overs. And I think this is a platform where players need to come and show the selectors, the coaches, that they are capable and ready. There's a lot of things that we have discussed in terms of what we need to do to have a brand, a West Indian brand. And I think that over the years we have seen cricket where the T20 have dominated. But I honestly believe that once you play cricket at the highest level, test cricket or 50 over cricket, and you learn to bat properly, you will always score runs. And for us in world cricket, we are way behind the ball in terms of our run rate in the first power play. And we are trying to put a stop to this by having guys understanding the importance, not just to hit boundaries, but also to look at the ones and twos, because this will help in terms of your run rate. If we can start scoring over 5 runs and over to 6 runs and over in our power play, that will put us in line with what is happening in world cricket. First of all, I must commend the Jamaica selectors. They did an excellent job. We picked a very balanced squad, 14 players who anyone is capable of going out there and perform. When you look at our setup, at the top of the order, we have the captain, John Campbell. We have a young man, O'Dane McCarthy, who have played for CCC before, and unfortunately didn't really get a chance to bat early at times for them. But in our trial games in Jamaica, he did very well, and for his club in Jamaica, did very well. You have Kirk McKenzie, test cricketer, who went to England and Australia, batting at number 3, very talented young man. You know, it's up to Kirk now to get his act together in terms of that concentration level where you know that he's focused and ready to go, because Kirk's job is not just to perform for Jamaica, it's to get back into West Indies cricket. And to do that, you have to make runs. You have to have runs on the board. We have also Blackwood, vice captain for the West Indies a couple of months ago. He has been dropped. He's looking back to get back into West Indies cricket. But first of all, he has to do it here. He has to show the coaches and the selectors that he's ready and rearing to go again. At number 5, you will have Carlos Brown, who very talented young man. You know, played youth cricket when I was a coach a couple of years ago, and he has been outstanding in our first class cricket in Jamaica. And Carlos is somebody that I'm excited to see in our cricket. He did well in the 4-day tournament for Jamaica this year, and he has a lot of runs behind him. He's very confident, and he's a young man that he's always saying to me, "Coach, sky's the limit." He's always ready to go out there and perform. So that is also excellent in terms of his approach. We have young Glenn, who played in a couple franchise cricket in terms of T20. I haven't seen him for a while. Saw him in the trials after coming back from England, and he was exceptional. He did very well in our trial game, left-handed batsman. He is also a game changer. Glenn is about 6'4", very powerful individual, and I'm expecting good things from him. You have our keeper, Morris. This young man is like an X-factor player. I've seen him in club cricket in Jamaica. I've seen him in 4-day cricket for Jamaica. Whenever you think that you're getting into Jamaica batting and Morris is to come, I know that we still have a lot of batting to come. He's a type of player that could change any game. He's short in structure and things like that, but people think that because he's a small man, he might not be as powerful or dangerous, but he's a good cricketer. Good eyesight, you know, in terms of his thinking. He's one that I've always tried to accumulate runs, but he's also very explosive. So that is always a plus for us. And then we have this X-factor player who have done well for West Indies over the years in white ball cricket, O'Dane Smith. This is a young man who I think also is not just looking to do well that Jamaica will win, but he's looking to do well for himself in terms of where he wants to go. Played in the T20 that just concluded, didn't really have a great tournament. Now he's eager to go, he's ready to go, he's working hard, he's always doing extra. And that is pleasing to me as a coach, where you have players who want to do extra. And I must commend the team for that, because everybody, I know it's very hot today, we have a game at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, and these guys still wanted to practice. I had to tell them to get out the sun because they need to get that rest. But overall, when you look at the depth of our cricket, we have Royal, left-arm spinner, capable of making 40s and 50s at number 9 or 10. And we have Gordon Bryan, experienced fast bowler, 30, 31, who has been around for the last 4 or 5 years for Jamaica. Very, very capable, not just of getting wickets, but also making a vital 30 or 40 runs. And I must come to a very young man, first time for Jamaica, Tamari Redwood, leg spinner, excited prospect. I had the opportunity to pick him in West Indies under-19 squad. He's from Kensington Cricket Club, the club that I'm from, Wave Lions. And this is a young man who I think has a very bright future. You know, he's still learning his heart, but he's always willing to learn. He will always put things into play, never afraid to ask questions. And this is a good sign in terms of his development. So having him with me and having our assistant coach, Terence Cork, who loads of experience, who have worked with Tamari for the last 3-4 years at under-19 cricket for Jamaica, where he has been outstanding, is a major plus. We have other players in Shields, or Jay Shields. This young man, I say young man, he's 28. I think right now he's bowling at 90, 94 miles an hour. Very quick. What we are trying to do is to get him to be more focused in terms of his areas that he wants to pitch the ball. In first-class cricket, 4-day cricket, this year he's done very well for Jamaica. Excellent pace, X-factor player, somebody who could just bowl in short bursts and change the whole scenario in terms of getting wickets early, putting the baton under pressure. And this is a young man that I'm looking at, and I'm expecting great things from him. Anything that we discuss in team meeting or so forth, we still have to go in the middle and apply, and also make sure that what we discuss, we implement it outside in the middle, because the game doesn't play in the dressing room. It plays on the field. And at the end of the day, these young men have to realize that you must be relaxed and enjoy your game, because you have 7 games to play and then you have a semi-finals and a finals, which when we set out from Jamaica, our thing is to play 9 games. So we are playing to reach finals, we're playing to win. We're not coming here to just sit back and relax. We want the lads to understand that this is a game of entertainment. We will enjoy, we will entertain, but we will play proper cricket. And for us to play proper cricket, it means that in terms of your batting, you have to bat deep. You have to make sure that you bat with wickets in hand. You have to make sure that when you're batting, you're always in control of the cricket. And to do that is to play sensible and smart cricket. In the bowling department, also, is very crucial in terms of the areas you bowl. If you can't get wicket, you need to keep it tight. You need to make sure that the batsmen are struggling in terms of picking up runs. Bad balls is something that we're trying to eliminate, but something that is very critical in how we play, that is going to be very important in what we do in terms of batting. Singles are important. West Indian cricket has been such where in terms of singles, we are at 60% every game. We need to lower that to middle 50s or below 50s. And the West Indies board have introduced a system where you have points for all of this. You have points in terms of how you score your runs, points in terms of how you bowl. And this is good for the cricket, because what it does, it enhances the game in terms of giving you a sense of purpose, where you're looking extra points, and also at the same time, you have to be very careful in what you're doing.
A new head coach embracing a new role. We take a break here though, and we come back with more from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Very soon, we're listening out to the guys in the middle, those guys on the screen in pink, because they'll be giving us that important information on when we can get action underway here in this game at the Burnlar Cricket Academy. They're laughing, which means that there's something to smile about out there. If you're supporting the Red Force, you're certainly smiling. Barbados Pride as well. Those two teams have really pulled together some very nice seasons here, some very close encounters for the Barbados Pride. If you head down the table towards the Eagles, they'll look back on this season and say we definitely weren't where we want to be. Volcanoes as well, you know, somewhat short of where they would hope to be, but just that outsider's chance for them mathematically based on what happens here with the Scorpions. Leewards though, Keswick, faced with a very interesting proposition. If you look at those results, 1 loss, 1 loss, 1. They come here today, no back-to-back wins for them. You just wonder if the trend continues or if they can break that. If they are to break that though, they will have to do it without their leading run scorer being Justin Graves. They're going to have to do it without his opening partner, who was also Mikel Louis. This man has stood tall, Keswick, 401 runs. First of all, talk to me about what you enjoyed from Justin in this year's competition.
Oh, you asked me that question and I'm smiling, Manning, because what I like is the song, first of all. The song of the bat. Seems like everything that he's been doing, everything has been coming out of the middle of the bat. Justin Graves, I must be happy for him, because last year we saw that from him. 401 runs. Look at the average. Not sure if I'll ever get an average like that. But I mean, you must be happy with someone like that who is always performing. You know, we talk about someone being consistent, and he's one of those guys. We look at Tevin Imlach as well. Don't want to go too low, but when you look at Tevin Imlach and what he has done for Guyana in this year's tournament, scoring 3 half centuries, and as a skipper as well, knowing what it's like being a young skipper in a team with experienced guys, you have to like what he's doing. How he has played as well is very important. But Justin Graves, so far, I mean, he's not here, but I'm pretty sure that whatever Leeward is doing, they have to do it without him, and that's important.
I think he actually ended up with 401 runs last season as well, Keswick, so it appears as if that's the number that they want him to be on, because he's not here, and it's almost disappointing in a way, because in the form that he was in, and yeah, you look at the last 2 games, he had 2 lower scores there in them, because obviously coming up 100, 2 low scores, but you just wonder, you know, what he could have done on this stage had he played here today, had Leewards then gone on to that semi-final and possibly made that final. Could we have seen the first man to cross 600? Could we have seen the first man across 700 runs in this tournament? But what's going through that Leewards camp at the moment in terms of, okay, we're going to have 2 guys who have not opened the batting for us all season at the top, because it's been Louis and Justin Graves. What are they telling those guys out there right now?
And to be honest with you, Manning, I like the fact that you mentioned that, because Leeward's probably is the most consistent in terms of their opening pair, in terms of Jeremiah Louis and Justin Graves. A lot of teams have changed opening stands at the top, but these 2, they have been sticking together. Now we're going to see 2 different openers today for Leeward's. Can they withstand that pressure? Can they continue what these 2 guys have done over the tournament? It's left to be seen, but they have to do it.
Yeah, they certainly have to do it, because any day cricket must go on, and what it presents is an opportunity. And I remember listening to that interview there from the head coach, being Steve Leeward, and he talked about the fact that, you know, you must take advantage of the opportunities presented to you. There are going to be a lot of young guys coming in to the fold, and as such, you know, you got to make sure that you're concerned with, whenever you get that opportunity, what can I do with that? So an opportunity for 2 young guys to be at the top of the order today for the Leewards. But let's look across now to the other side of the coin, Keswick. Let's talk now about Jamaica's Scorpions. That man on screen there, their captain, John Campbell, he's come back in on the back of a break. He was forced to step away from the game. He's had some time to think, he's had some time to practice, but how much of a challenge would it have been for him to come back into the middle and, 1, be the captain of this side, and 2, also lead them with the bat?
Well, definitely, him coming back in and then giving captain is something that will give him a lot of confidence. It shows that Jamaica cricket still look at John Campbell as somebody that could lead, somebody that they have a lot of confidence in. So right away, being captain after a couple of years out of the game is showing, look, we have confidence in you to lead, we have confidence in you as a batter, so that should do a world of good for him. The hard thing about it is that he's coming in as a skipper after losing 7 games last year, and the first game this year is an 8th game on a trot. But after that, it was a complete turnaround for Jamaica. As you see here right now, the position that they're in. Well, sorry, this is last year's table. Last year they lost 7 games on a trot. But this year it was a complete turnaround. So you like what you're seeing from them. And as I mentioned, they have batters that are scoring runs. They have bowlers that are taking wickets. New coach, new skipper. I like what I'm seeing from Jamaica this year.
You know what's so interesting as we even looked at those points just now? It's the bonus points that stood out for me as well from a Jamaica Scorpions perspective. So 5 bonus points for them last year, 16 this year for them. So you're really seeing the improvement across the Jamaica Scorpions side. Yeah, in that table last year, Kez, 5 bonus points for them. And, you know, obviously there were a lot of teams who kind of got surprised by the bonus point system last year, weren't able to put plans in place for it, but you're seeing quite a stark difference for them now. So 5 last year in terms of bonus points, 16 this year for them. It speaks to what you're talking about, that improvement factor. You're looking at the fact that I'm not sure if they had a batter who scored 100 last year either, so there's that for them as well this year. And Carlos Brown got 121 in that last match. He's going to bring a lot of confidence into this one. So you look at that and you say that from a coaching perspective, okay, we've ticked some boxes. We might not have played the caliber of cricket that we wanted to play across all of the games, but we're seeing an improvement. And when they come to this game here today, they're going to want to see improvement as well, because they're facing that challenge of going against the odds, going against the results, because they have to bat first in this one, Kesrick. When you look at the results, they favor teams who are chasing. So from a Jamaica perspective, how do they look to approach this innings here today? Because they're not out of the woods just yet in terms of securing that spot for the semi-finals. A couple more points to do that for them. So how do they approach this one today?
Well, it's a ticklish situation, and when you look at it, only team bowl second here and win is Windward Islands. But when you look at it, they have to come out here and they have to be very positive. They have to bat well, but then they have to think about their bowling, because on this surface, bowlers, especially spinners, have to be very meticulous in terms of their line, their length, and also the pace in which they bowl on this surface, because spinners that come and just really just put the ball in the wicket, it comes on like a medium pace, so it gets a bit easier. So it's very difficult for spinners here according to the pace in which they bowl. And as you said, it gets easier here at Brian Lara in the night. So for them, they're not out of the woods yet mathematically, but few points here, give them a clear chance.
You mentioned bowlers, Kesrick, and you know, I'm thinking about one bowler that can come to the fore for the Scorpions under the lights, and it's this man here on screen. He's picked up 11 wickets already, Marquino Minley. You know him very well. He's been in cricket circles for many years. He's had chances to be amongst the top flight. So Kesrick, first of all, give me your thoughts on Minley and potentially how dangerous can he be tonight?
Somebody that can pick up early wickets. He can swing the ball. He have a bit of international experience. He has been around the Jamaica setup for a while, and someone that he could use in the middle and in the back end. He has a good Yorker, and he has lately he have been developing that change of pace. So this is something good for him. As you can see, 11 wickets here, and this is something good. And if you look at the bowlers that we see here, Jediah Blades, fast bowler, Jamel Warrican, and the only other fast bowler in this is Marquino Minley. So this is something good for him coming back into the team this year. He just needs to continue and take his team where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, so that's bowling, that's batting, but there's a name that we haven't necessarily talked about, but he actually stands at the top of the runs for the Scorpions, and I guess there's a bit of expectation for it. That's Blackwood. You know, when we think about that name and what he brings to a side, how important is he as that experienced man in this Jamaica setup?
A lot to play for. You heard it a while ago that he was vice captain for West Indies test team. So he has a lot to play for, and he's the type of person that I know that works really hard. Usually you see he posts his videos on Instagram with him training, him and Andrew Russell. So with this sort of thing playing in the back of his mind that he needs to get back into the West Indies colours, I think this platform that he's setting is something that he would really need to propel him to go forward to make back that West Indies team.
Well, a couple seconds ago you saw a conversation between the umpires and the captains. I saw some smiles, and it's telling me that potentially you know, we could be getting some very good news soon. I mentioned the fact that I look towards the heavens and they're all smiling on us at the moment in the same way that they're smiling under those tents. So we're going to take a break, and when we come back, I hope you'll be smiling at home as well, because it means that we might be very close to live action. Players slowly emerging, and we've been told it is a 2 p.m. start here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, so that's just a couple minutes away, 13 minutes to be exact. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, the team to beat in this one, and you can probably say it's because they've had a mentor in that dressing room, and that mentor was Sunil Narain. Let's hear some more from him.
It's not genuinely mentor. I think it's just being able to give back as soon as possible. I think we don't have much senior guys, and knowing that I'm free, I thought it'll be nice to give back and try to give some knowledge and some game awareness to the young guys who haven't been playing consistently. It has been going good. I think guys have been bouncing information off, and I think the little information I'm giving, they're taking it in and trying to get it onto the cricket field. I think it's definitely easy as a player. I think when you watch cricket, you have no control really. You could only ask guys to do certain things, and obviously it's up to them to try to execute it. So
to me, it's easier playing. You have full control. You have the ability to do whatever you could do on the field, but off the field, the most you could do is give guidance. I think it's always important, I think, to be able to play outside of West Indies cricket. You need to try to dominate or try to perform for West Indies and extension Trinidad. I think this is where you get the confidence, this is where you get the game time, and I think focusing on this helps you in the shorter format. So I think if you could concentrate on this, it gives you batting knowledge, bowling knowledge, different scenarios where it could benefit to you in the shorter format. My first time Super 50 was in Guyana. I think that year they had where one guy could bowl 11 or 12 overs or something like that. And I think I was the one bowling. So I think that's probably why I remember it. I think we lost in the final to Jamaica. So my first time playing for Trinidad in 50 over cricket for me, I think was enjoyable and was a success for me. I think probably my last year, which was last year, I think the team, supporters, family, it was memorable, especially the last game, and actually going out there playing the last game for Trinidad in a final, winning the tournament, so at least you could leave on a high. I think the support from the players, support staff, I think everything that particular season was great. But I think just the way the guys went out and played, knowing the day I said it would have been my last, everyone was more or less thinking about trying to finish on a high, and everyone was at that level of thinking about, okay, let's try and let him go on winning a champion. I think this tournament, I would say Django. Django is one who kept asking questions, thinking, trying to how to break down the game, different scenarios, what do you do, what you come up with. I think just having a chat with him and seeing him trying to go out there and do what he's talking, I think that was my key aspect of it, in asking players what they want from this tournament, what are their goals and their mindset. So when they go there and deliver, at least you know it's not something that's happening just this season. It's something they have been thinking about, and they were trying to make it in a particular way where they set out their targets and try to make it. Just having a conversation with him, I think the way he's thinking, it's very good. I think Utley is someone who has been doing great for the last maybe 3-4 years. He's very close in carrying on. I think he has the right head on his shoulders. So another one is obviously Karipe, his work ethic, the way he goes about his business, the way he looks at cricket is not just like a normal cricketer. He's more like a senior person now, so he takes responsibility. Me and Riyadh go back way, even before playing for Trinidad. We played softball cricket together, and he represented Trinidad before me. And I think getting picked on the senior team, he more or less showed me how things are, how it is 4-day, 50 over, looked after me, making the team. And he's always someone who has cricket at heart. And I think maybe the easier part is him, maybe coming back guys will be a little more conscious about cricket, talk more cricket, and try to focus on their training and focus on things that they want to do on the field. They put it into perspective here. But I think he's someone who has given cricket a lot and is continuing doing that by being the coach of Trinidad. And I think he has the right mentality of a coach and trying to get the best out of coaches. To be honest, you would think it's an advantage playing at home, but we don't really play much club cricket in Lara and Newey. And obviously, the Queen's Park Oval is a ground where only Queen's Park play majority of the game. So it's not generally home advantage. Yes, the conditions, you're home, you could relax on your day off, so you could go home, spend time with family, or whatever the case is. But when it comes to the conditions, yes, we have played here regular, but during the cricketing season, we don't generally play much games here as a team. I think trying to be a champion team, you have to give credit to the other teams. Know that if they play good cricket, you could lose. I think once you allow yourself to come up with that where you need to play good cricket to win a tournament, I think you never take any team or any game lightly. So I think being able to dig deep, knowing even self you might be playing a weaker team, to go there and still give that energy, still give that vibe like you're playing the top team in the tournament. I think that's one key thing you have to continue doing and be comfortable and have that mindset of whichever game you're playing, you have to play to your best ability. No, I think it's in good hands. I think we have some guys coming up. Even Jaden Seals we are missing, who is playing for West Indies. You have Joshua, who's playing test cricket, who's going to leave the team. And I think the guys that are coming in, we have so much changes that it just shows that Trinidad has the volume of good cricketers to be replacing. Terence Hine just make West Indies or gone off, and he'll probably join us back after that, hopefully for the semi-final and final. But in saying that, I think our team is good. We have good guys close on making it. So that sets something for us, that the guys that get picked, you have to give your all, perform to be able to hold your spot. Obviously, Guyana is always a powerhouse in 50 over cricket. They struggled this season, but there's a team that don't just sit back and they always keep fighting. And obviously, you have Barbados and Jamaica that are powerhouse as well. We still have to play those two teams, so hopefully we continue playing good cricket. And again, Leeward Islands is playing very good cricket. They have been playing like that probably last 3-4 years, and they're a team that you can't take lightly. So to be honest, it's when you reach in the top 4, I think you just have to play good cricket, because on the quality of the tournament, everyone is a good team. Jamaica, I think they came off a win, so they are pumped as well. We are playing good cricket, but I think the quality in our spin attack, I think that's where we'll have to try to make inroads, and I think that is the key factor of the game. So hopefully our spinners could show up and continue what they are doing, all 3 of them, and even the part-time. I wouldn't want to say part-timers, because Jeddah has been doing good. Jason Mohammed has been picking up a lot of wickets for us. So I think when it comes to the spinning department, we are good. Andy is also getting in gear, and obviously we have Shannon coming in the team who with extra pace. So I think our bowling lineup has gotten stronger and stronger. So it's just to continue, and I think the main threat will be our spinners in that game.
Well, it is time to get play underway. We're at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for this matchup between the Hurricanes and the Scorpions. We had to wait a little while, but oh, how lovely it is to be out there in the middle. Romain Morris, the big keeper, he's been elevated to the top of the order. Somebody next to me that truly enjoys how he goes about his innings. Can he make him proud today? And it's going to be Kofi James with ball. He's been trusted with the new ball at the top of things for the Hurricanes. Let's see how he goes. Very interesting. We've seen the spinners do quite well with new ball in hand. Let's play. Left on the pad early. Oh, wow. What a start it would have been after that rain. Kesrick, you like Morrison, you might have been disappointed there.
A bit, but you have to like that delivery from Kofi. Really sure what went wrong there, but it was a good delivery to get first up.
Yeah, that big question is, what is wrong with that one? That's the big one. I heard those next door to us in our commentary breakout room ask, wow, that is looking...
Is it height? Is it that it's just a bit too much, Manning?
Kesrick, that has a date with middle and leg.
Tell you what, that's the reason why we're here sitting and they're out there standing, because that's their job. Pretty sure he can do a little bit better job than me, but maybe height.
You're begging there. You're begging. Well, he survives. Would have said he survives a date with destiny, because that was destined. In my mind, to go on to hit that one, though, is destined to find its way towards the boundary. Trickles in now.
Not the best of deliveries from Kofi James. Hamilton couldn't do anything to stop that one. It's down the leg side. And that's the thing about Kofi James. He doesn't really spin the ball. He jifts the ball. It's hard luck to Kofi James, I would say. Kind of missed the glove of Hamilton.
It was an interesting effort as well. I think about what I saw O'Shane Thomas do from the start. I figured as if the manner in which it trickled into the boundary, he probably could have gotten close to it. Can't get off the mark. Coming here on the back of what was a good 100 in that last game for Brown. A couple low scores preceding that one, but made a statement. Can he double down on it? Well, James has doubled down on the wide of the ball previously. This time, though, Hamilton up to the task. That should be signaled wide again. So a little sloppy here from James in this opening over in terms of getting that line wrong. He's working his keeper very hard. Gets it right. Dot ball to close, 8 without loss. Revised playing conditions for this one. 49 overs aside, 4 can bowl 10, 1 can bowl 9. There's no adjustment to that first power play. Overs 1 to 10. Second, 11 to 39, and the third, 40 to 49. So no adjustment as well to the bonus point system as well. I mentioned the fact that 3 or 4 bonus points potentially could be enough for Jamaica. At the top, they'll have to contend with the pace and bunks of O'Shane Thomas.
And how good was he last year with his skipper at that time, Alzari Joseph? Picked up a lot of bowling points in the first power play last year with his skipper. Starts with a full one. I think that is something with O'Shane Thomas that I realized over the years. He usually starts with a full one, a Yorker length delivery. Don't really get it at times, so whenever he do, it can be very challenging. The sun is out, but we're seeing blue again. And when you say blue, I mean those covers, they're being lifted.
Well, you said the sun is out, Keswick, and I looked out and I saw a few drizzles coming across us, and I had a big sigh because you just don't want this here. Don't want to have that stop-start. You want to get a bit of rhythm, a bit of momentum, even for us up here in the commentary box. So things not looking good, and the umpire says, let's go. So that's it, only one ball for O'Shane Thomas. He probably has to be disappointed. And it's going to be a break here in play for us, and that rain truly setting in now. Going to be a lot of work for the ground staff today. It's looking like cover's a bit heavy as well because of just a bit of rain on them from the previous shower. It's going to take all that muscle and all that might to ensure that we can get this game played in the day and in the night. Ooh, I like to rhyme occasionally, but yeah, not what you want to see here, folks. Oh, Keswick, just as soon as we thought we would have ourselves no more interruptions, we said it's blue skies, and all of a sudden the weatherman has said nope.
I was getting excited, Manning, because I want to see some cricket. We started to see the blue skies, and we're seeing a different blue here, not the blue that we want to see, which is the covers. But rain is falling, and it's a bit sad for us here now that we have to sit back and look at the blue on the ground.
Well, it's rain here. We've just had 1.1 overs in this one. First over being delivered by Kofi James. Very interesting one. A couple wides in it. Getting the line wrong. Just one delivery for O'Shane Thomas, and he truly looked disappointed. You know, as a fast bowler, you get the warmth into the legs. You get, you know, ready to go to bustle into bowl and then have to stop. Well, only 1.1 overs means absolutely no change in this points table. We take a break, and we hope the rain takes a break as well. Somebody get the rain boots and somebody get the raincoats. It's pouring down here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and it's brought in a halt to play after 1.1 overs. Well, this is where things stand. Top 4 teams will advance to the semi-finals, and we're thinking maybe we might know who those top 4 are. However, there's still that chance for the Volcanoes based on the math. So they've got one left to come, and can they do the absolute best in that one to see if they can sneak in against the odds? Well, the rain here means that we've got to show you something, and we're going to show you a very exciting matchup, some highlights from a game which featured Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
An action-packed thriller is before you. It's CG United Super 50 Cup time. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, the defending champions, will take on Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 2 teams that met in the 2023 final. Of course, both sides, the Red Force on change for the Hurricanes. 1 change from their last game. Primagore gets a chance, replacing Javier Spencer. So a little tweak for the Hurricanes. They've been batting well as a team. Maybe that bowling department needs a little more work against a consistent Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Both teams in the top 4 of the points table. The Red Force unbeaten so far. Keon Otley opening the batting for the Red Force alongside a man who picked up the CG United Player of the Match award in the last game, Tion Webster, with his career best 95.
It's a scorching day at the moment here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
We've been talking about him and his ability to penetrate opposition batters. Well, here is evidence of it.
That's exactly the start that Raheem Cornwall and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes were looking for. An early breakthrough, and that man O'Shane Thomas. Castle Keon Otley, full pitch delivery, missed it completely. And the sound of timber in the background is always a dreaded sound, DG Ganga.
Heard it often enough. Otley goes for 1, it's 1 for 1. Mark straight away. Good balance. Punched brilliantly through that point region. The form from Tion Webster continues to show.
Certainly was a good shot. That is a shot of a man in form. All timing and placement as well.
Nicely worked through the onside. He should get 4. Neatly played by Django. Boundary to the Red Force.
Over pitch delivery from O'Shane Thomas. And that was easily dispatched by Amir Django.
Just over the top. Quite intentional from Tion Webster. You can see that back leg dipping to get under the ball. It was a clean strike for 4.
That's exactly what I was talking about a few moments ago. Tend to bowl a little bit too full, Jeremiah Louis. There he goes again, over pitch, and this time right up mid on, 4 more. Not good bowling by Jeremiah Louis.
A little too straight, and this surface is such a good one. You could even hit on the up, so speaks to your point, Sir Kirtley, about the length being a little more on the shorter side. Webster primarily a front foot player, so this is a walk in the park for the in-form right-hander. Upish, but in the gap. Another relatively full delivery. Little or no lateral movement, a little bit of swing inward, but it's right in that hitting arc of Tion Webster.
He is in such good form. He's not going to miss on those half volleys.
Short and down the leg side, so 4 more to Tion Webster. He takes the attack to Shane Thomas.
Badly lined delivery that time from Thomas. Was hit down to short fine.
That's 4 more. Just enough bat or possibly glove on that occasion.
Ill-directed from Justin Graves. Wasn't the best of deliveries, and the kind of form that Tion Webster is in, that's very easy for him.
That's in the gap. Terrific stroke once more from Webster. 50 partnership comes up. That's his 7-4. And he's timing the ball nicely.
Just a little bit too wide from Graves that time. And we're still into the first power play.
Two is the call. And he gets 4 instead, so the dive came out quite late from Durham. He's 6 for 1 now. This partnership growing in stature. Made it a full toss. Amir Django clipped it into the gap. What can the Hurricanes do to get wickets in this situation as we see another 4 being conceded?
Just a quick single from Webster. And that's his 50. Another 50 for Webster. We saw it here a couple of days ago. He's in form, as the legend said earlier, and you want him to continue.
Fumble in the field allows for the century partnership between Django and Webster. First boundary in 47 balls, and it's a rare blemish in the field.
And we saw in the one-day international a half century now for Amir Django, his 7th listy 50.
Clean him up. We just spoke about it a few seconds ago, young Badri. And the lapse in concentration, the downfall of the informed Webster.
Wonderful bowling from Rakeem Cornwall. The previous delivery tried to heave it across the leg side. This one was a defensive prod inside the line of the ball and just clipping the outside portion of the off stump. Rakeem Cornwall is never far away from the wickets. Webster, though, consecutive half centuries for him. He goes for 60, 113 for 2.
swept away. That's a poor delivery from Gore. Pitched on the leg stump. Easy pickings for Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, that was a gift really for him to get off the mark, angling down the leg side. No protection, backward of square.
That's a beautiful stroke. Flew extra cover. Jason Mohammed, the fielder at long off, had no chance.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries now for Jason Mohammed. A little bit uppish, but in the gap importantly.
Down the leg side, swept away by Mohammed. 4 more. Badly lined delivery that time from Kofi James. Not good bowling that time.
And with the ball, 31 overs all. That's 4 more. Nice punch through that offside. There is another boundary. So run scoring coming quite easily now for the Red Force.
Yeah, since Raheem Cornwall has chosen to come out the attack after taking that wicket, run scoring has become a lot easier.
Lofted drive, goes all the way for 6, so the confidence growing from Amir Django.
Yeah, he continues to look very comfortable against the spinners, or at least the slower bowlers.
Pulled fiercely leg side. That's commanding from Django. 50 partnership comes up too. That's short again, but away from the fielder in that mid-wicket region. Justin Graves didn't have a catching opportunity, but it's Django again with his ferocious pull.
Yeah, there was a low shot for catch, but Django really picked up that length quickly, deposited it way in front of Justin Graves, who's positioned just in front of square. Never got high enough to really threaten him.
That's 4 more. Real gift from Durham. Full toss, leg side. Allows Mohammed to pick his gap and to execute well. So this partnership moves to 66. Mohammed 34.
Hurricanes bowlers and fielders losing the plot at this stage.
Nicely cut away by Mohammed. Hits it late enough to beat the 2 fielders behind point. And there is another boundary in the over.
What a shot. Short again, and he's been pouncing on anything that length. Moves into the 90s now.
He loves it there, Badri. Anything that's a bit too short, he punts on it. He's striking the ball pretty well. I love his innings so far. Anything that is short and too straight, even to the spinners.
In the air, there is some protection out there. Another boundary though, so he finds the gap, moves quickly on to 95. 13 so far from this Jeremiah Louis over. Very expensive.
Well, he did make mention that it's far-fetched to get to that score where they can get an extra bonus point. But so far, sometimes you just never know. But it's a good shot. Really well played. He looks like he's in control now. Speaking about work, Speaking about work, Durham, he has been listening to me, I guess, and he has picked up his first wicket into this game.
Nervous 90s and crestfallen is Amir Django. He worked hard, he dominated this batting innings, and just when he was about to reap the reward, he presented a gift to Durham. Just a chip back, very, very soft dismissal. And you can see the heartbreak in the background and jubilation from Durham. Nervous 90s in full effect. Django goes 4 short of what would have been a maiden list day 100. Not to be, not today anyway, 206 for 3. You can hear Mohammed saying push, push, push. They want to, and they get to another milestone for Jason Mohammed, his 23rd list day half century. This is in the gap, and it will be 4. So as I was suggesting, the favorable matchup for the left-handed batter, and he's putting him to the sword. 8 from the over so far.
Exactly what we're expecting from the Trinidad team.
Full toss, clubber down the ground, will beat the field lane long off.
Catch it! Catch it!
With a full toss, and he will pick up a wicket. So miscued shot from Jet Gully. It produces another wicket for the Hurricanes, so they'll break in this partnership.
He was looking dangerous, Gooley. Full toss from Kofi James. Didn't get a hold of it and was easily taken at extra cover by Chesney Hughes. The dangerous Gooley's gone for 20. TNT Red Force 239 for 4.
Leg side, and struck firmly enough to fly for 6. That's real muscle from Terence Hines, and 8 already in the over.
Poor delivery from Kofi James. Another full toss. Got the wicket with a full toss from his first delivery, but not this time.
Full toss again. He was searching for that Yorker, and the catch is completed. So a full toss brings another wicket for the Hurricanes.
Full toss from Jeremiah Louis. Hines couldn't get the distance, and an easy catch in the end to Kofi James at long off.
So Hines departs for 8. It's 249 for 5. Whacked away. That's a mean strike from Joshua James. Punishes Jeremiah Louis for a maximum.
Just like I mentioned a few moments ago, he's a good striker of the cricket ball, Joshua James. Another full toss from Jeremiah Louis, and was clobbered.
And cut away. Couple bounces into the boundary line. Always risky with a pace on delivery outside the off stump with this type of field.
Got it this time, all the way for 6. That's what he was looking for all along. And he finally connects. More pressure for Jeremiah Louis.
That was in the slot. Was aiming for the attacking Yorker. Just came into that hitting arc. And 6 more. Picked up sweetly and deposited wide of long on. So 18 coming from the over. 284 for 5. slapped, and it should be taken. Simple catch presented. O'Shane Thomas picks up a wicket, and that's the end of Joshua James.
Shortish delivery. Couldn't get the distance. Joshua James being comfortably caught by Henry, the substitute fielder. He's gone for 16. The Red Force 286 for 6.
That's struck to point, and that's a boundary. So a very good end to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force innings. They finish on 291 for 6, and a near perfect batting effort collectively from the defending champions. It's been a real collective effort. Half centuries to Tian Webster, to Amir Django, and to Jace Mohammed, who finished unbeaten on 79 from 72. Django missed out on a century. What would have been a maiden list A century for him. He's a left-handed batter. The Red Force will be very pleased ending 50 overs on 291 for 6.
With the exception of Graves and Cornwall, all the other bowlers really suffered. A wicket each to Louis, 2 to Thomas, and a wicket each for James and Durham and Cornwall. But it was a long, hard toil for the bowlers. Couldn't restrict the Red Force.
So 85 runs coming from the last 10. What that means is the Hurricanes, they'll need to score 292 if they are to win this one. It should be a very interesting run chase. Off the mark straight away. Michael Louis. Powerful through that extra cover region. A stand and deliver type of stroke. He got on top of the bounce. And it was a glorious stroke to get 4.
Yeah, he is the type of player that loves to hit balls through the offside. Justin Graves.
Gets the gap, and the timing is immaculate. Will receive 4-2. That's a high-class stroke to end the 5th, 20 without loss. As classical as you can get. We've spoken about Michael Louis' ability to drive the ball and play off the front foot. Well, it doesn't get better than this stroke.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's been waiting for, isn't it? Just too full on that occasion.
Timing to perfection. The sound of the bat was mellifluous.
Sometimes you just have to sit and enjoy Badri. The sound alone can tell you it's a good shot.
Will challenge the boundary again. Consecutive 4s through the offside and now through the leg side. Full range from Graves.
Well, he's scoring easily on both sides of the ground. Something that we have seen last year from him. Him being easy to place and find gaps on the field.
In there, but in the gap, Joshua James in pursuit, but he will be second in that race. Boundary for Michael Louis, and that brings up the 50 partnership. So this is a very good start in a historic chase.
Not really as convincing, but he found the gap, was in the air for a while. And that's a really good shot over the mid-wicket boundary, and 1 bounce for 4. Really, really good shot. 2 straight from Terrence Hines, and Mikel Louis taking full advantage.
Seems as though boundaries are coming in pairs. Power. That is dominance from Justin Graves. That is a man in a purple patch and just carrying on from strength to strength.
It's a really good shot. Anything short, he gets on top of it. And the sound of the bat alone, Badri, it makes you just want to sit and enjoy whatever he's doing, how he's going about his business. And it's like he's getting to the middle of the bat all the time.
That is class, pure class from Mikel Louis. He is a front foot player, aesthetically pleasing, brilliant to look at.
There's not much I can say, Badri. I just need to enjoy it.
Yeah, in the air, that would be another boundary. Expensive start from Joshua James. Just pulled his length back and clipped away for 4 from Mikel Louis. So he's found his groove.
Not with a lot of confidence, but it's a good bat. Just in front of square. Just a little flake. Again, short, pulling just in front of square, and this will go for 4. Really good shot here from Louis. Takes the score on to 80.
Yeah, authoritative. The best way to describe that shot, comfortably in front of square. No issues whatsoever. Make that 85. He seems to like that particular shot, Joshua James.
It's enough bat, and you will get 4. So the Hurricanes, they move to 91 now without loss.
Five overs, 5 bowlers, I beg your pardon, used. And this is only into the 16th over. 50 for Justin Graves.
Second listed 50 for Mikel Louis. He's supported his partner very well. He's played with maturity and control. That sounded really good. Enough muscle and power that brings the first 6 of the innings for the Hurricanes.
That was a good strike by Louis. Right in the hitting arc. And he didn't miss out. There's a feeler at long on, but all he could do was watch. Way into the stands. Good stroke. He's a tall man. Mikel Louis got to the pitch.
Is that a stumping? Clearly he was lured, Mikel Louis, from that delivery outside the off stump. A little more flight. Carrier looks like he's confident, but we'll need a replay to confirm.
Did he drag his back foot out of that crease? They all look comfortable. They look confident. Very, very good delivery to start with. Good flight, a bit of turn. Yes, that looks to be gone. Good work by De Silva, the wicketkeeper, and the skipper. Momentum taking Louis forward. Short of his gun, he's gone.
Still nothing behind the line. And that decision confirms that it's the first wicket for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. After a fine effort from Mikel Louis, he finally makes a mistake by dragging that back leg. He departs for a half century, 57 exactly, 124 for one.
Takes on Jason Mohammed. There is a fielder in the deep, but all he can do is watch it sail over his head. Good timing from Hughes, and a much needed boundary for him.
Yeah, you see Jason Mohammed hold his head immediately after, because he thought for a moment the fielder on the boundary, Keon Otley, was in with a chance, and he felt like they had built enough pressure to then take the wicket off Chesney Hughes.
Get it.
Taking a big chunk of the inside half of the bat. It's Hughes.
Get it.
Lofted straight back past the bowler in the gap, and he gets 4. So much better from Chesney Hughes. He didn't try to hit across the line. He went straight.
Advancing. Getting to the pitch.
And this is in the air and well taken. It seems to be Jid Gully in the deep, and that is what I was talking about, trying to break the shackles. Might want to have another look at the catch because it was so low down to the ground, but it seems to be the breakthrough, the first wicket for Carey Pierre, but we'll need confirmation secretly.
Looks like he's done some damage to his finger as well. It was a good catch. Quite comfortably in the end, but he's grimacing. Probably just clipped that finger. And the promising innings has come to an end. Chesney Hughes is going for 33. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes 184 for 2.
This should be at least a couple. Will challenge the boundary. Good batting. In fact, it goes for 4 for Gore.
Cleverly played by Corey Magoe. Just a fine paddle, and had enough pace on it to take it to the boundary ropes. That certainly will give Carey Pierce something to think about. Was beautifully played.
Smashed through the offside. Not a fielder moves. So first with a nice little paddle for 4, then down the ground, consecutive 4s for Gore. 200 up for the Hurricanes.
It was a good shot. Advanced down the track. I was dropped short by Carey Pierre.
3 in 3, and that is history. A remarkable feat for Justin Graves. It's been a brilliant streak from this young man, and he's just continuing to show his class and his dominion in Super 50 2024. Has protection down there, but can't get around. A loose delivery, very wayward from Yannick Carrier, and Justin Graves wouldn't miss out.
Drag it down, too short, and on the leg stump as well. That's a good shot. Up and over. And even at its late stage, he's still looking good, Justin Graves. Very good timer of the cricket ball as well.
Yeah, disappointing delivery with that field. You've got the mid-off in position, and you bowl that length. And for someone on 117, he's not going to miss out. And again, this time he bisects the 2 fielders leg side. So an adjustment in length from Terrence Hines, but the result identical, back-to-back fours.
A little bit too short. And even though there's the deep back was square and a deep mid-wicket, it bisected both of them.
What a stroke. That is absolute class. He's just oozing of confidence. Brilliance from Graves.
Exhausted or not, look at that for a stroke.
In the air, in the gap. Good batting from Justin Graves. The final over from Carrier. And he started off with consecutive boundaries.
Way too short.
Pulled him. So wicket comes. That of Kareem Agor. He stitched together a nice partnership with Justin Graves, 72. That is what both of them produced. He had a chance when he was on 12, but a little shift in proceedings in this run chase.
Full and straight. Maybe some tail back into the right-handed batter from Terrence Hines. But you have to think that Kareem Agor has done his job, brought into the team on this occasion, and he's gone, dismissed for 19, but he's left his team in the ascendancy. Hurricanes 256 for 3.
Catch it.
That's in the gap. And he will get 4. So Jamar Hamilton recognizing that it's important for him to get a move on and to help with this remaining runs needed. 267 for 3. That sounded really good. That's 6 more. Confidence from Hamilton. And they inch very close to a win against the Red Force.
Savage. Savage, that's the word. He pulled that off the front foot, well in front of square.
That's in the gap, struck firmly, sledgehammer-like from Hamilton. 4 more.
You heard Kreisov catch it, but he's hitting the ball much too firmly for any fielder to have a chance to react in time to catch the ball. Straight out the middle of the bat.
No.
I did say it's a learning experience. You expect that they'll get better. 150 comes up for Justin Graves. New standard for him. He just continues to motor on. Putting everything into that swing, and he gets a boundary. So Jamar Hamilton is in a no-nonsense mood. He's raced to 24 from 15, and he gets his team within 1 run of a win. And there it is. A record-breaking run chase by the Hurricanes. They become a team that has achieved the 4th highest successful run chase in Super 50 history. Add to the highest successful run chase in Super 50 at this venue, at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. Now this scorecard will be looked at for a long time to come because of that record-breaking feat achieved by the Hurricanes in the chase, and 2, the highest individual score for the Leeward Islands in 50-over cricket achieved by Justin Graves. Remained unbeaten at the end.
Yeah, tough score carry to look at, bowling carry to look at for Red Force. 1 wicket for Carrier, who was good until his last over. Unfortunately, could not get more than that 1 wicket. 1 for Pierre, 1 for Hines. Joshua James put to the stick. 2 overs for 24 runs. The others found it tough going. Ran in to the force. That was Justin Graves.
So as we reflect on this match summary, Red Force with a solid batting effort first up, 291 for 6, and really find the enterprise with their bowling to get the better of the Hurricanes. But you'll see too, the excellence with the bat trumping everything, leading the Hurricanes to a 7-wicket win.
The Brian Lara Cricket Academy, good news is that we are about to resume proceedings, and Ocean Thomas continues from the northern end. A wayward start that would result in 5 wides. Usually it is the batting team and the batters who are in a disadvantageous position with these starts and stops. Some seam movement going down the leg. Not much the wicket keeper can do there. Carlos Brown, a best of 121 scored this season. They'll expect him to continue or to build on that. Semi-final spot still up for grabs. Right, so we are now into a 43 overs a side affair, so truncated again. 3 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 9, 2 can bowl 8. And there the power plays 1 to 9, power play 1, 10 to 35, and then 36 to 43. And with those adjustments will come adjustments in the bonus points allocation as well. And again, this time some bat on it. And that's all you need with that line. And Brown is off the mark. Good afternoon, Sir Kitley.
Hey, good afternoon, young Badri. Wayward delivery that time from O'Shane Thomas. And was tickled down to fine leg for 4. And immediately the short fine has gone back onto the boundary. Not the line you want to bowl with 2 slips in place.
Thought about a single momentarily. So important that these two get them off to a good start. I spoke about the importance of getting your key players in prime form as we head towards the semi-finals and perhaps a challenge for the final. Good areas. That's the sort of areas that he should be looking for, isn't it, Secretly?
Always asking questions. Once you get it consistently in that area, even if the batter decides to leave the delivery alone, it's okay. It's a dot ball. Certainly good area.
Closing the face of the bat a little bit too early. 10 from that over, 18 without loss. The revised playing conditions in this truncated affair. It's 43 overs aside. We had a delayed start, which meant a 49 overs aside affair, and then we had a rain interruption, which further decreased the overs. That's a good bit of timing from Morris, but straight to the fielder, Joel Andrew. Just one batting point for the Jamaica Scorpions in power play 1. West Indies Academy doesn't have any in that phase as we look at Romain Morris and his stats in List A cricket. Finds the gap, perhaps fortuitously, but gets a boundary nonetheless.
Catch it was the call, but well away from that fielder at the backward point. Not even close. Sped away for 4. Good delivery from Kofi James. Bounced a bit. Could have gone anywhere.
That's a much better line and length, certainly. Bringing the batter on the front foot. Has a slip-in position for both the right-handers and the left-handers. Rakeem Cornwall, the captain, position himself there. And with the new ball, there might be an opportunity for the right-hander in particular for that edge, the one that just slides on.
It's a solid start so far from Morris and Brown.
Oh. 24 for none. That is the baton to come. Captain John Campbell in that pivotal number 3 position. Down the leg side again from Thomas. Not for the first time. We've seen a couple in the previous over. 5 wides and 1 tickled for 4. So just getting his radar wrong at the moment. Has tasted international cricket before, secretly for someone like Ocean Thomas at this stage of his career, you'd expect him to be a little bit more advanced than he is now, isn't it?
I have to agree with you there, young Badri, because a few years ago when I saw him first, obviously much younger, raw, but hot pace. And I've always believed that with the right guidance, and if he's willing to put in the work, should have been a little more ahead of where he is now in terms of international cricket. Don't know what his training routine is, who he's working with when he's back in Jamaica. but he's still someone you can work with and try to refine.
It is something that a few commentators have spoken about and coaches in terms of his approach to the crease. His hands going across his body as opposed to the side of the body. So that not everything is in alignment with the target. And what you have when that happens is a leakage of energy. So he's not as efficient as he can be, those hands going across his body there. I am no fast bowling expert. This is good running by any stretch of the imagination, secretly. But what you want is a good athletic approach. These right and left hand going across, and that is where you have some leakage of energy.
Certainly. He's like fighting on his approach. He's a big man, obviously. He's not the most athletic, as you will have seen. But it certainly does take a lot of energy out of you when you had to really fight in your approach. The smoother you are in your approach, the less energy used. So you try to conserve that energy for your delivery point, where you get maximum out of your action.
And that's where we talk about efficiency. He is the only West Indian to take 5 wickets in the power play in T20 internationals. He did that in the series against Sri Lanka pre-pandemic in 2020. 5 wickets in overs 1 to 6 in a T20I, 28 without loss. Yeah, batters these days are quite used to facing spin with the new ball. So you have fast bowler in Thomas on one end and then Kofi James and off spin on the other. That's the area he wants to be. Kofi James just tempting the batter. If he wants to lift it over the infield, or if he wants to drive on the up, can present opportunities. But they're more used to batting against spin with the new ball, aren't they? Opening batters these days, secretly.
Has become the norm in recent time. The very first time I've seen a spinner use a new ball was in the 1992 World Cup, New Zealand. Patel, I think his name was. And it was very strange. Many of us was like, what is going on here? But it proved to be very effective. But nowadays, it's a rarity with spinners using a new ball, sometimes from both ends. I did say a rarity. Let me correct that. It's very common to see spinner using a new ball sometimes on both ends. When I said a rarity, my good friend Young Badger looked at me. That's why I knew I made a mistake.
Yeah, you're right. It's so common now to see spinners using that new ball. Less so in 50-over cricket, but certainly in T20 cricket. And it presents a different challenge for an opening batter whose muscle memory and whose practice sessions are filled with balls coming onto the bat quite quickly. Huge shot, really huge shot. Not out. Unscathed, 30 without loss.
Pitched in line. Was there a bit of bat on it? Umpire not impressed.
A couple of huge shouts for LBW so far in the innings, none given. So they have been unaffected from a batting standpoint. The Jamaica Scorpions, 30 without loss, represents a decent start. Good areas to start the over against the left-hander. This was the last ball of the previous over. Just wonder if there was a bit of an inside edge on that one. Umpire Shannon Crawford, whatever reason he saw, and decided it was not out. It might have been an inside edge. Not too much dissent from the bowler. So still searching for their first, not for the first time this season. Captains have won the toss in these day-night matches and opted to bowl first. Only one game going in the way of the chasing team, against the chasing team. So generally, the team that bats first have found themselves a little bit short, and so the Jamaica Scorpions will be cognizant of that and looking to get a few more runs on the board. They'll have their work cut out for them.
John Campbell, the skipper for the Jamaica Scorpions. Raheem Cornwall, the skipper for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, standing at first slip. Good work in the outfield and good running as well. Slightly over pitch. Hayden Walsh Jr. at backward point. He's a good fielder. Did well. Could have gone for 4. Applauded by O'Shane Thomas. Strong offside field. 6 players in the offside field. 3 on the leg. Full toss. Punch down the ground quite convincingly by Morris. And that's the treatment he should get when the ball lose deliveries like that.
Yeah, a gift from one Jamaican to the other. Thomas to Morris, a gentle full toss. And the full face of the bat. And that's all he needed to do. Time it and straight back past the bowler. Really friendly full toss from O'Shane Thomas. I was mentioning that 2020 performance against Sri Lanka, 5 for 28 in the power play in a T20I. Hostile, aggressive stuff. The Sri Lankans had absolutely no answer to him. And from that point, you expected him to be a senior member. Another full toss. This time he gets away. You expect him to, by now, be a senior member of the West Indies senior team. It hasn't quite transpired that way. Been in and around the system for some time, but can't seem to be consistent enough to be in the upper echelon.
Wide called. Hasn't been on song today so far. O'Shane Thomas just about to finish his third over. Look at that, extremely wide. Could have gone straight to first slip. Cast our mind back to 2019 World Cup. West Indies against Pakistan at Trent Bridge over in England. Picked up 4 for 27. Bowled very quick. Stunned the Pakistanis batters. 105 all out. Beautiful stroke. Over pitch delivery. And was creamed away by Mouse once more. 6 overs gone. 4-1 without loss.
The over pitch this time close enough to Morris, and he made absolutely no mistake. So a couple gifts in that over. And well, this is quite a healthy start now. Couple West Indies senior players in the middle order. 3 of them actually, Campbell, Mackenzie, Blackwood, to bolster this batting of the Scorpions. Good running. I like the busyness between the wickets for these two. O'Shane Thomas makes his way out of the field. That is something that I just wanted to mention briefly as well. It has been an area of concern for him, his fitness level. Not this season only, but prior to that as well. Not saying that he isn't fit. It might just be a washroom break or something like that. Last ball of the last over. Just look at the balance in that shot from Morris. He's rushed. He looked up very late there to see Kofi James almost in his delivery stride. And just look at that shot. Perhaps a glimpse into the talent of this young man. Yeah, disappointed. So 54 is where the Scorpions need to be after 9 overs. Power play 1 is 9 overs, and so that's the run rate they need to achieve, 6 and over. Good bit of timing again. 9 by 6, 54, and they are allowed to lose a maximum of 1 wicket. So they are on course for that. Yeah, he's rushing the batters, Kofi James. That's a strategy that spinners sometimes use. Some turn. 43 without loss. Those are the revised playing conditions because we had some rainfall a little bit earlier. 43 overs aside. As I look towards the east, and as you are looking towards the east there, it looks quite clear and fair. Fingers crossed it remains like that for the rest of this contest. And some interruptions in the games previously. Jeremiah Louis into the attack for the first time. His younger brother, Mikael Louis, no longer part of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. We understand that he has gone on with the West Indies senior team. So it means that others in this setup will have to step up. By that void, the other one, the even bigger void, the absence of Justin Graves. So Louis from the northern end.
I would love to see a slip in place for Jeremiah Louis, especially to the left-handed batter. Here, the Walsh, that man on screen. Coming into attack a little bit later with his leggies. But they got to put a first slip in. Louis generally take the ball away from the left-hander. That's his strength. And at the same time, you're looking to break this partnership. I think Raheem Cornwall, the skipper, is a little bit defensive at this time. Having that short third, to me, is a bit dangerous for the left-hander against Louis.
Right on point, secretly, almost finding the edge. And if he found the edge, unless it goes to the wicketkeeper, there isn't anyone in that slip cordon to take that catch. And as you so rightly pointed out, this is what he generally does to the left-hander. So it might be prudent to have someone there in a catching position looking to make early inroads. Good length, good line. Almost a perfect delivery. I say almost because he didn't get the edge. Smash straight back past him. That is a belligerent stroke from Morris.
Brought a smile to the face of Jeremiah Louis. Got his fingers to it, but couldn't hold on. It was smacked quite ferociously. All the way down to the boundary line for 4. He looks good, Morris. It wasn't a bad delivery by any means. He just played it well.
Yeah, perhaps thinking about that 54 for the batting point. Or maybe he just feels that he's gotten the measure of Jeremiah Louis, looking to take him on. Young Kirk McKenzie. Highest score this season for Morris, previous best of 15, so he's done all of the hard work. Now for him to really buckle down and make this start count. That's what you want from your top order batters. Wide signal, much to the chagrin of Jeremiah Louis. 15 extras in the innings already, and we're only into the 8th over.
I still believe that Raheem Cornwall, the skipper, needs to put a slip in. He could rue the chance.
.48 without loss. .48 without loss, which means 6 needed in this over for that batting point. Does that bring an opportunity? Ocean Thomas seems relaxed in the dugout. Kofi James continues. The slip comes out to reinforce the offside. Rakeem Cornwall himself, short extra cover catching. Right, so are they looking for these 6?
Go!
Was that a discussion during the rain break by the coaches and the captain and the players themselves?
Catch! Come on, boys.
James into his 5th over.
All along the ground for 4. So that makes it easier and achievable. Brings up the 52 required to get to that batting point.
Slightly short on that occasion. And Brown had enough time to hit it square on the offside for 4. Right in the gap, a bemused looking Kofi James.
2 is the call. A very quick Hayden Walsh Jr., but even he can't prevent the 2, and that is the score needed to achieve that batting point. If they don't lose 2 wickets in the next 2 balls, that's the caveat. You allow the maximum of 1 wicket. So you can just, for all intents and purposes, just see these 2 deliveries off.
Get ready.
One of the best fielders in the region, Hayden Walsh Jr. Lots of debate between him and Fabian Allen as to who holds that crown. So he does what was needed. He got the 6 runs in the over. Power play 1 done and dusted. Batting point, Jamaica 54 without loss. A confirmation of the Scorpions and a very good start to their innings sent in. And also confirmation that we're into power play 2. Just await the signal from the umpire Nigel Duguid. It's a all Guyana affair out in the middle. Shannon Crawford, the other on-field umpire. Firefighter, former firefighter with the fire service across there, Shannon Crawford. And the television umpire, Candice Laborde. We saw her on field in an earlier match. Nice to see the female umpires coming through the system as well. We saw Jacqueline Williams, who is on that international panel in World Cup matches. They look very comfortable out in the middle now, these two. This is the stage, though, the phase that you really want to see them continue to be busy, continue to look to push and extend themselves as a batting unit by running hard between the wickets, by looking to score, to convert the ones into twos, and to try to rotate the strike as often as possible. Big single. Very good running. He wanted it immediately. The response was there, and in the end, safely home.
A little bit of history between these two teams, the Scorpions and the Hurricanes, in terms of Super 50 head-to-head. 32 games. Jamaica leading. They've won 19, and Leeward Islands 12. One no result. But interestingly, the last 5 matches between these two teams, Jamaica have won 2, Leeward 3. So that's some history for our viewers.
Scorpions last won this tournament in the 22-23 season, so recent enough from their perspective. Then the next season, though, it was forgettable for them, which was last season. So they're improving. We heard the head coach, Robert Haynes, speak about what this tournament means to them and cricket on the island of Jamaica. Good delivery. And secondly, we talked about it previously, about the importance of Jamaica as a cricketing nation in the West Indies, the most populated island, and we want them to come back strongly to help buttress West Indies cricket.
Certainly has been disappointing over the last few years in terms of cricket in Jamaica, or lack thereof. It's good to see them back in. A single to finish the over. 5 from it. After 10, 59 without loss.
Solid start for Jamaica Scorpions in this very important fixture. Of course, a win for either team will secure more than likely a semi-final spot in the CG United Super 50 Cup 2024. For the Scorpions, it will be a significant contrast to what we saw from them in 2023. For the Hurricanes, of course, beaten finalists last year. And another solid season unfolding. Raheem Cornwall at the helm. We will see him with the ball. So, fourth bowler to be used. Alongside me, Shakira Selman. Looks like an intense contest.
Good afternoon, Darren. Good afternoon, viewers. Yeah, it is set up for a very good contest between these two sides. Jamaica Scorpions have started well, laid the platform. They will know batting first. They have to score around 270 to 80 in this truncated game to really put pressure on the Leeward Islands batters when it's their chance, of course.
But straight away, I like a few things that I'm seeing from Raheem Cornwall, the captain of this Hurricanes team. He's applying a little extra pressure on the batting team. That's sweeping across the line, and the finger goes up. Shannon Crawford, the umpire, believes it's adjacent, and he makes the decision in favor of the Hurricanes. First wicket now.
Yeah, 6 wickets in his last outing, Raheem Cornwall. Just threw 4 balls into this spell, and he has a wicket. Yeah, got a bit of turn as well. That would be crashing in to the off stump. Well bowled, Cornwall. Good start by Romain Morris, promoted to the top of the order. 27 for him. Scorpions lose their first at 59.
He's been amongst the runs, Cook McKenzie, batting in the pivotal number 3 position. Player with international experience in the Scorpions side. They've had a collective effort with the bat this season. Carlos Brown, the only player with a century. He's still there, lost his opening partner. Just enough turn to beat the bat and to go on to hit the stumps. Just 1 run on the wicket to Raheem Cornwall, 60 for 1. Raheem Cornwall with that wicket, now joint second on 13 with Jamel Warrican. Another spinner on that top 5 list of most wickets in this year's CG United Super 50 Cup. To see a couple of fast bowlers in there. Shakira Selman. Now here's a genuine wicket taker. Hayden Walsh Jr. made an impact in this Hurricanes side in his previous match. With the ball, so Raheem Cornwall thinks there's more value in his spin options than his seam.
he's already utilized 2 seam bowlers in O'Shane Thomas and Jeremiah Louis. Now he wants to take wickets. I think this is a very good move. Hayden Walsh Jr. took 20 wickets last season for already in the 1 game he's played.
Right on there. Oh, come in, Johnny. Come in, Johnny. Come, boys, come, boys, come, boys.
Would have missed the start of this year's competition being on international duty. Certainly would have been disappointed with his performances for that West Indies side, especially in Sri Lanka when the ball was turning. Now he's come back down to regional level and he wants to put in performances to get back into that West Indies side.
Still trying to work out the right field with his captain, one that will allow him to secure wickets for his side. Hold himself in that first slip position. Shikari, I like to keep my eye on activities in and around a venue. My time as captain, I always felt it gave me a little bit of an added advantage. And of course we had a delayed start and then there was another rain interruption in the second over. I looked at the ground staff. There wasn't a pitch cover applied before the tops were pulled on. Oftentimes you see a cover to sort of protect the pitch. Just short of the fielder in that extra cover region. And usually you do that to prevent condensation. So as a captain on the resumption, if I was fielding, I'll be curious to see how the pitch responded. If there was moisture, that will give me an advantage. 12-61 for 1. The openers for the Hurricanes, they put on 59. And Rakeem Cornwall picked up that wicket of Morris. Yeah, just staying with that conversation, usually you see Hesson covers being used for the 22 yards to prevent condensation when there's a rain interruption, so the bowling side doesn't have an unfair advantage.
Oh my!
Astern. And yeah, that's why I feel there's something extra on the surface following that rain interruption the second time. Little more grip maybe. Turn on offer.
Oh, no.
So it's not a bad move for Rakeem Cornwall to deploy 2 spinners at this phase of the innings.
Tell you what, Darren, immediately after the resumption, it didn't look as though the bowling side had any unfair advantage. The batters seemed quite comfortable. Ball seemed to have been sliding onto the back a bit more. I just wonder if perhaps Rakeem Cornwall could have introduced himself, at least himself, a bit earlier after that break to see what he could exploit.
It's a blue top used to cover the 22 yards, the square, the run-up. Only there's a matin type Hesson cover that is used for the actual playing surface. The team going 63 for 1. Last 5 overs have been very good for the Hurricanes. Only 15 runs conceded. They got that wickets of Morris. Just saying, with that attention to detail on peripheral matters, you can say. Often captains and players, they analyze the type of roller that they deploy on the 22 yards. Heavy rollers usually flatten the surface. Lighter rollers maintain the character and quality of the pitch. So you need to be specific. You need to understand the impact of a roller and a particular type so that you can influence conditions in your favor. And that's one option here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. Getting this one to slide through, maybe keeping a little bit lower. There's a variety of deliveries in Walsh Jr. Brilliant. He is a gun fielder. He is usually very efficient with his catching, and here is evidence of that.
Yeah, excellent for Hayden Walsh Jr. He has his 5th wicket of this season so far. Only into game 2, Hayden Walsh Jr. But really good catch by him. Good awareness. Wearing the shades. Maybe they helped on that occasion. But yeah, just coming off the inner half of the bat of Carlos Brown. Certainly did not intend for it to go back straight to the bowler. Gone for 19, Carlos Brown. Scorpions 65 for 2.
Now here's a man with experience, Jermaine Blackwood, leading run scorer for the Scorpions in the CG United Super 50 Cup 2024. Has a wealth of experience playing red ball cricket and can certainly add immense value in white ball cricket with his style of batting. An attacking batter by nature, loves to score runs freely. At times hits the ball in the air, way too often in that mid-off, mid-on region. Both those fielders are back, so straight away, Rakeem Cornwall using historical data and adjusting his field.
Oh, Johnny!
What a beauty. What a beauty. First up for Blackwood.
Yeah, he did well not to edge it. Look at that. Good pace, turn, and bounce.
Oh, yes, Johnny. Catch you want to. If you want to, give him to.
Another successful over for the Hurricanes, 66 for 2. This was the second wicket to fall. Bowling caught. Some would say caught and bowled. After looking so good with that opening partnership, they've lost 2 wickets in quick time. Both openers back in the pavilion.
Just a reminder to viewers that in that last game that the Hurricanes played against Volcanoes, Cornwall and Hayden Walsh Jr. accounted for all 10 wickets. Overthrow with a low, the batters to cross for an additional run. Kareem Agor not getting into position. Spun and threw it immediately way off target. Kareem Agor should have been backing up. But yeah, Raheem Cornwall took 6 in that game here, and Walsh Jr. took 4. Certainly, Scorpions will be aware of that, aware of the impact of these 2 bowlers. There's Carlos Brown being dismissed again. Batface just seemed to have turned a bit, just closed at the very last minute upon that point of contact. That's the reason he ended up drilling it back to Hayden Walsh Jr.
Come boys, let me stand it, right, let me stand it, come fellas. Come boys, can't hear us, flat out here. Nandia, chance!
Good work in that straight mid-on position. Justin Hughes, the fielder. Mentioned earlier, Raheem Cornwall set in unorthodox fields. Bowling to those fielding positions, 68 for 2. Wicket apiece for Cornwall and Walsh, so spin doing the trick for the Hurricanes. A little bit of turn on offer for Hayden Walsh Jr. Today is, of course, a proud moment for Kadeem Henry on debut. Picked up his first cap for the Hurricanes. Of course, he hails from Antigua and Barbuda. That was the moment he received that cap from Hayden Walsh Jr. Kadeem Henry. And an excellent Leeward Islands Cricket Board Senior Men's 50 over tournament. That was played in St. Kitts in October. 10 wickets, scored 155 runs. Just away from that fielder in short extra cover. So by virtue of his efforts and his development as a young player, he's found himself in this Hurricanes side, also with a Leeward Islands player contract, which should aid his further development as a young player. Credits his former coach, Ijani Frederick, a man who's influenced him positively along the way. Looking forward to seeing him bat. And we may also get the chance to see him bowl Shakira Selman. He's ambidextrous. He can bowl right arm off spin, left arm orthodox. That's a handful.
Yeah, it will be exciting to see him bowl if he's given the opportunity to see him do it with both hands.
Windies from Sri Lanka has a similar talent of being able to bowl with both arms. Just enough bat on that occasion. So another tidy over from Hayden Walsh Jr. 71 for 2. And time for a little rest for the players and umpires with the Blue Waters drinks break.
I'm enjoying coming to you guys in the water break because it gives me a chance to tell you all about where we currently are, where the Super 50 is happening this year in beautiful Trinidad and Tobago, a land known for its food, a land known for its music, a land known for its people, as well. I've been enjoying the last 2 weeks and a half right here in this beautiful Twin Island Republic, and you can as well, you can come over and catch remaining matches here in this year's CG United Super 50. Oh, all to play for and all to see right here. Make sure to visit beautiful Trinidad. There's also some action happening over in St. Lucia. Now, I know that results, if we're going to look at them, aren't necessarily favouring the home side, the West Indies, at the moment, but 2 T20s still to go, and they kick off on the 16th and 17th at the Darren Sammy National Stadium. Those tickets start at $7 US, so head on to Windies Cricket, or rather to tickets.windiescricket.com, and you can be a part of that action, be a part of the excitement, and cheer on the boys, because they need it in these final two. Talking about need it, well, out in the middle, Jamaica, they're looking for some bonus points to secure their spot in the semi-finals, and things are looking good for them out there in the middle. How much more can they do it? Well, they've got the likes of Blackwood out there, the experience. He certainly has a big part to play as well, the captain to come Leewards. They're looking for wickets, so let's take you back to the action.
Very much Joel Manning. As we look at the Scorpions batting scorecard, 2 openers already dismissed. Did mention the results of the first 3 T20 internationals between the West Indies and England. West Indies T20 international team struggling to put up competitive totals. Batting first, Shakira Salman. A preferred option is to chase. And very similar at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy for teams winning the toss in this CG United Super 50 Cup. More success in chasing at this venue.
Yeah, it was pitch side at the toss and closer to the Jamaicans who were warming up. When they heard that Leewards had won the toss, they heard the disappointment. They were all disappointed. They wanted the opportunity to chase. But they can take some confidence from that last encounter here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Say batting first in that last game. The Volcanoes got to 300 and defended it.
Did he get hold of this one? Went under it. And just enough to get 6. So first 6 of the innings for the Scorpions.
You can hear Jamar Hamilton saying he doesn't mind it. And the reason he doesn't mind it is because Kurt McKenzie is going against the turn. Kurt McKenzie already dismissed in this competition, going against the turn, called a slip. Off and off spinner as well. On that occasion, it was Mikel Govia, rather.
Was covered any degree of turn that was on offer from that delivery. High risk stroke, you would say. The result was a good one for McKenzie and the Scorpions. I agree with what you said about the Hurricanes. There's a big but. But how would they fare without the services of Mario Graves and Mikel Louis at the top? Justin Graves, I beg your pardon. Seven from the over, 78 for 2. Left of screen, does that surprise you? Scorpions with the most 6s. That last one just going past Guyana. Guyana with that additional game, already completing 7 matches in the league stage. Beauty from Hayden Walsh Jr. McKenzie expecting turn coming into him. This one running on straight. I did talk about the absence of Mikel Louis, Justin Graves. Which players you think are going to be filling that void at the top of the innings for the Hurricanes, Shakira?
Just talking about the debutant and over Cole, we do suspect that he will be sent straight to the top of the order. Big shoes to fill, of course. Do expect Kofi James to be promoted as well. Does have some familiarity batting at the top of the order. Did it in CPL for the Falcons. He's done it before in this competition as well. Last season, we saw him at the top of the order.
Yeah, just saying with opening partnerships, Jamaica Scorpions, for the first time in this tournament, getting an opening partnership of over 50. We've tried a couple players at the top.
Oh, Johnny! This is good. This is good.
It's very interesting because their captain John Campbell was at the top every other game. Carlos Brown came into this side to bat up number 5. Then McCarthy partnered him for the first 2 games. 18 gone, 80 for 2.
Good opening partnership for the Scorpions, worth 59, but then they lost too quickly. That is thumped by Jermaine Blackwood very quickly on the back foot, uses the depth of the crease and deposits it for 4. Just pulling down on this one, Raheem Cornwall, but he is fleet-footed and quite aggressive. Jermaine Blackwood, very familiar as well with Raheem Cornwall. They've played together for quite some time. And he's faced him a lot, no doubt. Still have that deep mid-wicket open.
Your tappers, your tappers.
Really likes to score, Jermaine Blackwood. Even in red ball cricket, he is one of those batters who likes to feel ball on bat.
Oh, yeah, got him out, Johnny.
Some turn. Raheem Cornwall will prove to be a handful. Good afternoon, Kesrick Williams.
Good afternoon to you, young Badger.
Oh.
Legend Kirtley would say.
Yeah, yeah.
Start to like that name.
You do know that you are younger than me, right?
It's just a name, I love it, Badgery. Just have to follow in the legend's footstep, you know? And it's a name that we all love here in the combox. The legend Badgery, or the young Badgery.
Oh my goodness.
What a delivery. You heard Jamal Hamilton. Oh my goodness. Yep, and that reaction says it all. Not much the batter could do there. Angling in, drifting in, bouncing, turning away. Look at that, folks. Did well to hold the line of the delivery. Mackenzie didn't follow it. That one, running one with the arm. So good skills here from Cornwall, 85 for 2.
Why? Tell me why.
This is the innings breakdown so far for the Scorpions.
Yeah.
So the Volcanoes breach 300 in a truncated affair.
Hold on, not. Come in, Johnny.
Yeah, these 2 deliveries from Cornwall. Look at that, some turn, angling in, and then the other one, very next delivery, just going straight on with the arm ball. And as a left-handed batter in particular from around the wicket, you aren't sure if it's coming in or if it's leaving. And that's the challenge for Mackenzie.
We mentioned a couple of games ago, someone like a Raheem Cornwall would understand how to bowl on these sort of pitches. We know here at Brian Lara, especially when it comes to the pace that you put on the ball, it's very important.
Taken, that should be the first wicket in this over for Hayden Walsh Jr. Might have been the googly. Brilliant bowling and all smiles.
We saw that he was having a bit of problems earlier, Kurt Mackenzie. The pitch started spinning and bouncing. We know as long as this starts to happen, then he looks very uncomfortable. But he's gone for 16. The score is now 86 for 3.
John Campbell, very experienced player, back in the fold after a period of absence. 10 half centuries and a century in list A cricket.
Let's go, boys. Come, boys.
I'm hearing Jam Hamilton just welcoming him to the crease. It's brilliant bowling though from Hayden Walsh Jr. Picked up 4 wickets in his first game, a couple already into his 5th over, slip in position. He's wrong the wicket though, but that googly has been off the mark straight away, and that should go for 4. So using the angle of Hayden Walsh Jr. just to get off the mark quite comfortably.
Really good shot to get off the mark there, Badri. Showing some confidence. You don't usually find batters coming out and playing these sort of strokes, but showing a lot of confidence there. It was full, got under it very early, picking up a boundary on his first delivery.
Almost a second in the over. 90 for 3.
He was really in no position there, Badri, to play that shotty. Pulling away from a googly. Look at that back, look at that back leg. It's not going straight and it's going away from him. So he's pulling himself away from a googly. It's not the position you want to be in playing that shot.
Here's the spin. 3 wickets for the 2 spinners in operation, Cornwall and Walsh. Really getting into the thick of things against this Scorpions batting lineup. Just making an adjustment and feel that square leg goes closer to mid-wicket. So just giving Blackwood something to think about. Yeah, his googly in the recent past has been quite a productive delivery for him in terms of getting wickets. His control has been exceptional and he's been able to extract some turn. Joint leading wicket taker last season with 20 scalps along with Sunil Narine. And he started off this tournament with a bang. That sweep will bring him more runs. It might bring him another 4. It dribbles towards the boundary. Now it gets there. So productive sweep shot for Campbell.
He's doing it so easy, Badri. It's getting done pretty early. This is showing a lot of confidence from the skipper, John Campbell. Really well played. Picked up the angle pretty early as well, realizing that it was going down the line of leg stump. Just a little dab.
Yeah, that has brought about a change in field. Short, fine leg now to take that shot away from him. These two are very good friends, John Campbell and Rakeem Cornwall. When they play together for the West Indies, they're almost inseparable. That is good. There wasn't really a call. He just looked up, their eyes met, and they ran through. So communication, non-verbal.
A bit of grimacing there from John Campbell. Not sure what that is. Hope it's nothing serious. Good single. Corner ball in hand. Did the job in the last game against the Volcanoes. There you see it, a little bit of a limp, Badri. Let's hope it's nothing serious.
A dot there, 96 for 3. some batting to come. A couple all-rounders in there. But a lot will depend on these two senior-most members. That will land safely. Short delivery that time from Hayden Walsh Jr. Might have been the googly again, but pulling down.
I was asked a question earlier, Badri, that I want to ask you as well. John Campbell, after being out for a couple of years, coming back into the team.
Come boys, come boys. This is good here, lads. This is good here, lads.
Sitting in the bottom half of the bat. Really getting the full connection.
Boy. Hey, get it! Get!
Sweep again. Could pick up 2. He's running fine, Badger, so I guess that little smirk that he had earlier was nothing. But the 100 is up for Jamaica.
Yeah, that first half century coming in quick time, the second one much longer. So it's been a deceleration from the Scorpions. And that last stroke from John Campbell was a full-fledged sweep.
Oh, yes, Danny.
So we've seen him with the little paddle, but he's also gotten that full-blooded sweep. And they've plugged the gap at short fine leg, but there are free areas at deep backward square. Now he goes the other way. Gets him a single because of the misfield. A slight fumble from O'Shane Thomas.
Good skills shown here from John Campbell. Showing his class.
Come boys, come boys, come boys.
Conventional sweep and then the reverse sweep. O'Shane Thomas couldn't get down in time. Another single. 1 to finish, but the score is 102 for 3. Cornwall and Walsh. Bit too short here. Blackwood just punting that one. You can't bowl too short to Blackwood. He's one that likes to play on the leg side. So that is just giving him new opportunities.
Yeah, there's a certain energy that has increased since the arrival of John Campbell, and intensity from these two looking to score. Campbell to 13 from 9. And a couple boundaries in the last few overs for Blackwood. And then they're running between the wickets as well. So these two know each other well, so that communication is there. But they're also looking to pounce on anything. Sometimes even looking to manufacture scoring opportunities. So putting the bowlers under pressure. But you just have to be calculated
Oh my God.
and intelligent about the way you go. There's protection there. So he's used that sweep shot with a lot of success so far, John Campbell.
Something that we haven't really seen a lot in this tournament from a lot of players. He's doing it pretty nicely. He's very confident doing it as well. There's a question I wanted to ask you can answer in the next over, is that John Campbell was out for a couple of years. Now he's back as captain. What do you think that can do for his confidence going forward?
Nice and flighted, tempting, teasing from Cornwall. 108 for 3. 20 overs remaining in the innings. Where will they end up? We've seen before in all but one game, the team batting first has fallen short. Doesn't appear that we might have any interruption due to weather again. Hopefully that is the case. Hayden Walsh Jr. will continue. 6 wickets in the tournament for him, and this is just his second game back into the Hurricanes team after his international assignment. And those are the options used by Rakeem Cornwall. Success for him and Walsh. So he's still opting to go round the wicket. And I think that he's using that googly with a lot more regularity now. Outside the line of off stump. There again, it appears to be another one.
That time a little bit too early. Hayden Walsh bowling a little shorter. It's kind of hard to play those shots when the ball is back pitch into the wicket.
Yeah, that's too easy from Durham. Really should not have been a single. And as a bowler, you want to bowl as many deliveries as possible to the same batter. And in this case, that's even more accentuated because it's a right-left combination. So the bowler now has to adjust his line and his length. Yeah, googly again. I just wonder if he's using it a little bit too often now. It's something that he's been criticized for in the past, of not using it often enough. And now perhaps he's gone in the other direction, maybe using it too frequently.
When you really look at things, but a lot of batters haven't been able to really pick his googly. So I would say, why not? But I fully understand what you mean in terms of overusing deliveries.
I almost forgot about your question from the previous over in terms of the confidence the captaincy will do for John Campbell, just back into the Jamaican setup and given the captaincy straight away. I just wonder if that is because of the paucity of options in that setup more than anything else. Perhaps some of the other players didn't necessarily want to take on that responsibility, and he's accepted it. We'll talk a little bit more about it later. 113 for 3. Rovman Powell was the captain before, and you look at the list of possible options, you think immediately to someone like Jermaine Blackwood, who was in a leadership position with the Test team, albeit in the vice captaincy position. Kirk McKenzie, a youngster coming through the system, and there really aren't too many other options there. So it speaks, I suppose, to the confidence that the selectors have in John Campbell and his leadership ability. And you're right, given that position straight away would boost his confidence, knowing that they think so highly of him, that he's highly regarded. That is a shot of class. It was flighted. Cornwall expected him to hit it down the ground, but because of his fleet-footedness and his use of the crease, he was able to get that through the offside.
Really well played. Something that I've seen him do a lot in practice. Getting on the front foot and pressing off that front foot to punch the ball through covers. He's really well played. He's showing why he has the most runs here for Jamaica.
Really quick feet from Blackwood. That should not be a single, really shouldn't. Hayden Walsh Jr. is very quick. He's in the inner circle there to cut a single, but they still managed to steal one. I wonder if a direct hit would have had him in trouble though.
And this is understanding each other as well. As you rightfully mentioned, it's soft hands though. But John Campbell was there quickly as well. So it's understanding your batting partner. John Campbell and Blackwood having a good understanding with each other.
Yeah, this is good, really good. A tip and run. That's what we're seeing here. So the fielders are forced to come closer. And then when they do that, you can hit it past them. So smart bit of batting, good batsmanship. As I heard one commentator say, good battership from these two. 35, the partnership, and growing. 121 for 3. Yeah, look at that partnership at the start, 59, then just 6 and 21. This one here, 35, but they'll want to carry this for a lot longer. Mentioned before the experience of these two senior statesmen for Jamaica. Gastric Circuitly and I were talking a little bit earlier as we see the introduction of Durham for the first time to the left unorthodox. Tall man, high release point. And you see him in warm-ups and in practice, you might think that he's a fast bowler and you'd be forgiven for thinking so. Good fielding. Still come through for a single.
You must understand your partner really well to hit the ball somewhat directly to the fielder cover and take a run. I'm very impressed with what they're doing, as long as they continue to do it safe. Both batters who was at the crease now, I'm pretty sure the conversation is let's get the singles, and as soon as they get closer, get it over. Something bad you mentioned a couple of balls ago, and they're doing just that. Soft touch, and as soon as they want to get a boundary, they hit it hard to the right or left of these fielders.
No short fine leg. He goes over through the offside, all along the carpet. Exceptional batting from Campbell.
And for some reason, he's playing that shot knowing who's at point, knowing as long as you go to the right or left of O'Shane Thomas, it's a possibility that it might be a 4. And he's doing it to perfection, John Campbell. Easy days here, it looks like.
Yeah, it will be a challenge for the left unorthodox bowler bowling to John Campbell. They make a change in field. There's a sweeper now. I'm not entirely sure that will stop John Campbell from playing that reverse sweep. And the deep backward square comes into short fine leg. Let's see what he does now. Finer this time. It will challenge the boundary. Thomas in pursuit. Blackwood wanted 3. Good decision not to take him on.
Such a difficult thing to do, especially when you're not having the tournament that you had probably the year before in Durham. John Campbell, especially as skillful as he is, the power sweep and the reverse sweep. As soon as he come too much on the off stump of John Campbell, he reverse sweep. Just a single down the ground. So it's always difficult to bowl to batters like this, especially when they're dinking and they're reverse sweeping and can play that full-blooded conventional sweep.
Yeah, and what we've seen from John Campbell before, though, is that brain fade, and he gives his wicket away once he's very well set as he is here. So I just want to see him convert this start now into something substantial. Durham picked up 7 for 29 against this opposition last season. So he has that memory in his bank. And as a player, you rely on that to inspire you next time around. 129 for 3.
Six bowlers being used here from Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Only Cornwall and Walsh managed to pick up wickets. The other bowlers haven't really been pressuring these batters. Skipper Raheem Cornwall is operating again. At Kirk McKenzie, a couple of overs ago in a little bit of a drama. Just want to see if you have that sort of power over someone like a John Campbell, who is paddle sweeping, reverse sweeping, and sweeping the ball full-bloodedly through the leg side.
Get! Oh my! Jim, I'm not Jim. I have 4 balls, Connie.
Yeah, I just want to remind our viewers about that opening partnership that John Campbell was involved in, along with Shea Hope. John Campbell made 179, 365. The opening partnership, the highest in the history of ODIs for any country, for any wicket. Shea Hope scored a century in that game as well. 365 opening partnership. John Campbell 179. That was against Ireland. In the air, there is protection in the deep.
Lovely, get up! Get up!
Joel Andrew, the man doing the tidying down there. That partnership of 365 was in 2019, just before the 2019 ODI World Cup. I saw that partnership on television and it was breathtaking to look at. Joel Andrew is a wicket keeper by profession, but increasingly he's found himself in the outfield and he's acquitting himself quite well. Really excited to see him batting a little bit later on, Kesrick. Another single. Partnership of 47 now, 1-3-3 for 3.
Nice solid piece of work from these two out in the middle, Campbell and Blackwood. 31 runs in the last 5 overs. Not allowing the Hurricanes to penetrate further after securing 3 wickets. 2 very senior batters out in the middle for the Scorpions. Senior gentleman alongside me, Sir Curtly Ambrose. Evening to you, sir.
Hello, DG Ganga, and good afternoon to you. Big smile on the face. I wonder why.
Friday evening here in South Trinidad, we had a few rain interruptions throughout the course of the day. Nice sunshine as we go into the twilight here in Trinidad and Tobago. Deft touch. Very good from Blackwood, showing his experience. It's not only about muscle.
And that 4 brings up the 50 partnership between John Campbell, the skipper, and Jermaine Blackwood. 47 deliveries. So they are doing a wonderful job for the team. Let's play some delightful strokes, Jermaine Blackwood.
It is 4th boundary of his innings. Working the ball nicely into the gaps, these two. Remember the Scorpions in their last game didn't get a chance to play because of the rain. That was against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, where the match was abandoned. Previous to that game, they got the better of combined campuses and colleges. That's superbly played. He opened up sufficiently to beat short extra cover and that deep fielder at point. 4 to end the over, 11 coming from it, 144 for 3. Another 50-run partnership in the innings for the Scorpions. Few improvements for them as a batting unit. Of course, a 50-plus opening partnership, the first time achieved this season. We're seeing John Campbell, the skipper, at number 5 for the first time this season too. Already 31 from 24. So Curtly, what do you make of this move? He's known as an opening batter, now playing a different role for his side.
I can't recollect if I've ever seen him bat at number 5 before. Maybe he has, but I just can't remember seeing him. Get a couple of youngsters in the lineup in that first 4. Well, excluding Jermaine Blackwood, who has been around for a while. I reckon as a senior player, he wanted to come down in the middle to sort of stabilize that middle, as opposed to giving the youngsters that responsibility. Hence he's batting at 5.
That should be 4. Swung fiercely at this one. It was over pitch. It was wide. Had to make good contact, and that he did. Blackwood with a boundary.
Over pitch delivery from Kofi James. Good timing, good placement. There's a fielder at extra cover, had no chance. Blackwood is looking good. He's 40 from 47. We know him to be a bit of a dasher, DG Ganga, but in this instance, he's playing the conditions and the situation very well.
Kofi James replacing his skipper, Hakeem Cornwall, from that southern end. Already 5 runs from his first 3 deliveries. You look at Kofi James and you think his role is really to build pressure, to support the bowler from the other end, and you expect that with him being a finger spinner, he'll show more control with his lengths, his lines. His economy at the moment, just over 5. We will have to bowl to the left-handed John Campbell. Match up in his favor as an off-spinner. Yeah, I asked you that question so quickly about him batting at number 5 in this team, John Campbell. As we see the 150 coming up. Because I know some coaches and selectors, they like your international role to be aligned with your regional role. And of course, we've seen John Campbell open the batting for the West Indies, so one will naturally expect that he will do the same for Jamaica. Then there's that other school of thought that says, as a player, you see where you're most required within your team and play that role. Talk more about that. 150 for 3 after 29. Exactly 100 dots in 29 overs. Of course, it's 43 overs per innings, this contest, because there was a delay in the start, then there was an interruption into the second over. Few spectators at the ground. And just to continue that conversation about players and the respective roles, of course, role clarity is important, but you could have players who can play multiple roles. How do you mesh players who are capable of playing multiple roles and mesh all the players within your complement of 11 to make yourself a winning unit, a competitive unit? That's something that will be uppermost in the minds of Robert Haynes, leading this Jamaica Scorpions side into the 6th game. The Scorpions are now with a different combination with their batting order.
I reckon it's all about stability in that middle order. I mean, when you look at someone like a Shea Hope, for instance, opens the batting and sometimes he bats at 4. Just depends on what's happening. John Campbell is no different. Top of the order, or if a team requires him to bat in the middle, he can do that as well. Justin Graves is another one who can open the batting and can also bat in the middle. As we see Karim Agor getting set to come into the attack. 40 list matches to his name. Good start.
I also look at this batting lineup and I notice a number of left-handers, so maybe there is a move to spread the left-handed batters in the Scorpions team out a little bit more. Morris, a left-hander, already dismissed. Kirk McKenzie, also a left-handed batter. That's an odd-looking stroke.
Premeditated, which isn't the way to go about it.
Secretly, coaches often say as well that the middle phase of a 50-over innings is the most critical of the three, whether with bat or ball. And as a batting unit, you want to win that phase with the run scoring and a little loss of wickets. So an argument maybe is to have their most senior batters bat in that phase, lead the charge, win the phase, and hopefully win the game.
It's extremely hot at the moment, as you can see from beads of perspiration. Jermaine Blackwood's forehead and his face. And that has been one of the problems mostly for most teams in this competition and generally in the Caribbean. Get back to the discussion in next over. 30 overs gone, 153 for 3.
For this game, power play 2. Monster over number 10 to over number 35. Maximum of 9 overs per bowler. Hakeem Cornwall completing his quota of 9, 1 for 41. Bat will be an additional run.
Clearly sliding down the leg side. Keeper Jamal Hamilton.
Yeah, he got excited. Now he's directing things from behind the stumps in an ideal position to make changes. Subtle changes to the positioning of fielders. He's done a good job for the Hurricanes with bat behind the stumps as a senior player.
Was very close to 100 a couple of games ago. Not out 96. Last batter was dismissed. Run out, backing up.
Go, Corey.
Swept in the gap.
Yeah, Corey. Let it go. Let it go. Wait!
If you go at 5+ in power play 2 and lose a maximum of 3 wickets, you can secure yourself a batting point. Scorpions already with a batting point in that first power play.
Oh!
Swept across the line. John Campbell wanting to get a move on things. 157 for 3. Keep your eyes on power play 2. 5 runs over or more. Less than 4 wickets, so maximum of 3 wickets. There is a point on offer. Scorpions were good in power play 1. They secured a point when they put on a partnership of 59 for that first wicket. They finished on 54 for 1. No chance with a second batting point.
The running between the wicket has been very, very good from the Scorpions batters, keeping the pressure on the fielders. I was making a point the previous over about this middle phase of the innings. Couldn't hold on, Karim Agor. Got his hand to it, but couldn't hold on, and John Campbell survives. We've seen too often where whether you get a good start or a slow start in the first power play, that middle phase from overs 11 to 40, too often we've seen a slower over rate, scoring rate, I beg your pardon. And then guys try to make up at the back end that last 10 overs. Just need to improve during that middle period.
Come boys.
Should be an area of greater focus, more so with the bat.
Judy!
And this is one way of achieving that outcome in terms of a higher scoring rate, taking out the deft touches, the softer skills, as they say with batters, not necessarily hitting boundaries, but working the gaps.
Too often you hear batters talking about making up at the back end. That's something I totally agree with.
Oi!
I reckon they get a chance to score consistently throughout the 50 overs. There's no telling if they can make up at the back end. End of 32, 163 for 3.
Yeah, so this partnership continues to blossom, and we'll take a Blue Waters drinks break. As the players and umpires hydrate themselves, we reflect on the innings so far with the Scorpions. Morris and Brown were very good. Their best effort as an opening pair. And in terms of partnership at the top, they produced 59. Mackenzie had a start and then he misjudged one. He was stumped. Now, Blackwood and Campbell time, a partnership of 77, leading the way in their batting effort. These two, they've brought their experience to the fore with deft touches, the ability to put away bad deliveries. They've really shown good chemistry with their running between the wickets, the way they've managed risks individually. So good to watch. Bowling wise, 7 bowlers used by Rakeem Cornwall. Cornwall himself picked up the first wicket, and then Hayden Wall Jr. He's looked exceptional with his guile, his control. 2 for 25 so far, and they rely on the other bowlers to carry them through the remaining overs. If you missed it, this was the first wicket. Romain Morris sweeping across the line. Cornwall slowing the pace, getting a little bit of turn, and the umpire Shannon Crawford judging that LBW. Then excellence from Hayden Walsh Jr. Great reaction from him. Fabulous hands, completing a caught and bowled. Once more, he outfoxed Kirk Mackenzie with one that ran on straight. Mackenzie leaving his ground, not being able to get back in time. A nifty work behind the stumps from Jamal Hamilton. So where will the Scorpions end up in this batting effort? They can get to 260. They'll have to go at 9s. Of course, it is a 43 over per innings match. Cornwall himself already completing his quota of 9 overs, 1 for 41. He will have the chance of taking 4 of his other bowlers to a maximum of 8 overs. Now we're into the back end of power play 2 with power play 3 remaining. So a few discussions around bowling options available. What fielders they'll have in certain positions. They'll need to break this partnership because they're looking ominous at this point in time. John Campbell, the captain, dropping himself to number 5, and straight away that proving to be a solid move. Very good production of runs from himself. Jermaine Blackwood also showing that he can play white ball cricket. He's still value added to this Jamaican Scorpions team, and he's putting the bowlers under pressure. Haven't seen a seamer since the 10th over in this innings, so maybe it's time for that option to be used.
Lots of spin in this Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Moore, Durham, Walsh, Cornwall, James. That's 5 of the 7 bowlers used, all spinners.
I say no with excitement so quickly.
sloppy by Kofi James. Giving away an easy single, we shouldn't have been. But that's the norm, really. You know, especially here in the Caribbean. Every team loaded with spinners. Big contrast to when I played DG Ganga.
It's not going to reflect on that. Catch him is the call. And it goes straight into the fielder's hands in that long off position. So Kofi James breaks the partnership. And it's the debutant who completes his first catch in List A cricket. Kadeem Henry with success.
Immediately after the drink break, slightly floated up from Kofi James. And John Campbell, the skipper, is gone. Look at that for a catch. Very, very, very comfortable by the debutant. Made no mistake. Campbell, the skipper, is gone for 42. The Scorpions, 165 for 4.
Javel Glenn, 26-year-old, left-handed batter, bowls a bit of leg spin as well. Kim Cornwall bringing the long on into mid-on. Just two fielders deep. So applying pressure on the new batter, Cornwall. In the gap, that's 4 more. Nicely timed, nicely whipped away from Glenn.
Good way to get off the mark. Gentle full toss from Kofi James. There's a field at short mid-wicket. But couldn't get anywhere close. This single down the ground, sloppy once again from Kofi James. End of 33, 170 for 4.
.46 for Blackwood. Top scorer so far, Campbell. Well, he was looking really good. 42 from 38. But not for the first time. Giving his wicket away this season. Taking on the fielder in the deep. Not getting the connection he was after. So that has brought or restored some parity in the contest. Walsh Jr. continues. And that would also impact the running between the wickets as well. They were communicating well. They were hustling ones and twos. Shakira Selman alongside me. That partnership was looking really promising until he decided to do that. The fielder didn't have to move a muscle. Debutant Henry. How impressive was that partnership until that moment?
That was really good. The two batters complemented each other. Partnership that started in the 20th over. From the time John Campbell joined Blackwood, everything just seemed to flow. Blackwood himself got into a rhythm. And you're right, particularly because they were able to run well between the wickets. Play with soft hands and run, and then they hit the boundaries. Partnership eventually were 79 before Campbell gave it away.
Yeah, you're so right. That partnership was flowing. It was rhythmic. It was seamless. They seem in control. That non-verbal communication, the run between the wickets, everything really snapped together perfectly, like a jigsaw puzzle. He has protection there. Does he do? Yes, he does. It seems to be Karima Gore down there. Very good fielder. Gets away with that one, Hayden Walsh. And so he'll have to restart and reset Blackwood in combination with Glenn. The running between the wickets would not be the same. Good work in the deep. In there, but just wide of the fielder. He's left-handed, but his weight was going to his right, and so he wasn't able to fling himself across. Brings up the 50 for Jermaine Blackwood. 9th in List A cricket to go along with 3 centuries. Most decorated of these Scorpion batters. 176 for 4. $176 for 4. They have 9 overs remaining, so they'll want to push. They can't get that batting point for power play 2 by virtue of them losing 4 wickets, despite what their run rate is. They did get 1 in power play 1, only the 2nd time this season for that opening partnership of 59. They got 54 in the first 9 without loss. James's last over.
Just what movie?
Shared the new ball with O'Shane Thomas. Kofi James has been a bit wayward at times. He did get that important wicket.
Oh, go, 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 go.
Yeah, those are the bowlers used. Just the 3 overs from O'Shane Thomas. We might see him a little bit later on. Haven't seen the debutant Kadeem Henry into the attack. We understand that he's an ambidextrous spinner.
Yeah, no, Jenny.
Was instrumental in the Leeward Islands tournament, helping Antigua and Barbuda to retain their crown and making a debut here today. Not yet in action with the ball.
No, not. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Bye, bye.
This is James's final delivery, 1 for 43. Remember, maximum of 9 overs allowed.
No.
For 3 bowlers. 179 for 4. Yeah, we're into the final phase of this innings, the first innings. Walsh Jr., the most successful of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes bowlers, the most successful last season as well. Umpire Nigel Duguid with the signal. Power play 3. 5 fielders outside, or allowed outside the inner circle. And they're opting for all 5 of them for the very well set Jermaine Blackwood. Still has a slip in position for Blackwood. The leg spinner, good running. He's very quick. Jamaicans usually are. But that slip in position for Hayden Walsh Jr. at this stage. Your thoughts, Shakira?
Yeah, it's quite surprising. Blackwood is on 58. Already faced 54 in fact. Already faced 68 deliveries. Does seem to be coming out now. A better feel in my opinion.
Clean them up. Might have been the googly again from Hayden Walsh Jr. And he just continues to pick wickets for the Hurricanes. 4 in his first game, and that's his 3rd now. 7 wickets so far in 2 games. Exceptional stuff.
Yeah, very disappointing shot from Jermaine Blackwood though. He is set, and perhaps he needed to go on a lot longer. Googly not picked perhaps a delivery here. Then Walsh Jr. bowled very well last season as well. Got him lots of wickets last season. It's gotten him 2 out of the 3 today. Blackwood gone for a very well played 54. Scorpions 181 for 5.
Hard-hitting Odin Smith makes his way out to the middle. Highest score this season of 45. We know of his power and his ability to clear the ropes. Hayden Walsh Jr. into his final over. Final 4 deliveries from him. There is a slip now, which is understandable. Too short. Yeah, they don't seem to be able to pick this delivery. The googly again, the length, the pace, the line, everything was perfect about that. Blackwood losing his shape. You can see from that shot there.
Oh.
That's the one that creates the wicket, the one that leaves the right-hander. Has absolutely no clue. Odin Smith. Final delivery from him tonight.
Get him! Oh.
Almost going through the gate. Good spell, 3 for 33. And for Hayden Walsh, 181 for 5. Head coach to the right, Steve Leeward, assistant coach. Wilden Cornwall, left of screen, looking on intently. Karima Gore into the attack now. Just a couple overs from him. Lots of options for Raheem Cornwall in this particular contest. Wonder who holds the balance of power at this stage. 181 for 5. A few overs remaining, 7 of them. That was struck with some power in the arc of Javel Glenn, and he shows his strength and his brute force. Starts off with a 6.
Yeah, first boundary, Saints 20 balls. Favorable matchup for Javel Glenn, left-handed batter facing the left arm spin of Karima Gore. That one just in the slot. Well hit beyond the boundaries. But you were just talking about who holds the power. I think Scorpions are very happy that neither of these two batters were dismissed in that last over to Hayden Walsh Jr. because these are the two batters who can hit lots of boundaries. Odin Smith has already hit 7 maximums this season. Javel Glenn, that was his 5th.
Well, yeah.
Glenn, of course, scored a half century already this season. At this very ground, we saw what Odin Smith is capable of in that first game against Barbados Pride when he almost took the game away.
A very good point. Hayden Walsh Jr. with his variations. Tricky. You can see what Karima Gore is trying to do. He's trying to go across the left-hander. So he's made the adjustment in line and length. Cannot afford to be too full at that pace. So he started off the over with a 6, Glenn, and followed up with 2 dot deliveries. But these two can hit a long ball. You might see the fast bowler call into action from the other end. And I quite suspect that it will be O'Shane Thomas from the northern end for the next over. Yeah, just finds the gap, squeezes that one backward of point. I just mentioned the pace at which he's bowling. So once it beats the infield, it's always going to be 4.
Yeah, you also mentioned the adjustment of line. That one wide outside the off stump, just opened the bat face, got it between that fielder at backward point and the widest short third.
Two boundaries, 2 dots in the over. So it's all or nothing. Yeah, there's an adjustment in field because of that line. He wants the deep point. Deep backward square comes into the inner circle. Does Glenn go across to the offside, predicting the line? What a take! That was hit back quite quickly to Karima Gore, but he's an exceptional fielder. And he's quite astounded, Javel Glenn, but he has to go.
Yeah, this one perhaps even better than the one that we saw earlier from Hayden Walsh Jr. Really quick reaction from Karima Gore on that occasion, getting the wicket of Javel Glenn after being struck for 2 boundaries already this over. Yeah, just look at that. Look at that reaction time. Low to his left. Really good grab, Karima Gore. Glenn goes for 18. Scorpions 191 for 6.
Right-handed Brad Barnes makes his way out to the middle, best of 22 this season. Harry Maguire around the wicket, might just be looking to fire it in at his pads, targeting the stumps. Goes wide and a little bit slow. So struck for a 6 and a 4, but recovered the over well to get the wicket. 191 for 6.
And it really was a good grab by Kareem Gore to dismiss Javel Glenn.
Represented the USA in one-day internationals, Kareem Gore. And so he has experience of international cricket. But the reaction time here is what is important. It was traveling. He had to get his feet out of the way and stuck that left hand out and then brought the other hand. Now you can see where it struck him. Low down to the left, close to that pinky finger. Right, so 4 deliveries for Odin Smith. Not yet off the mark. More spin. I thought perhaps that O'Shane Thomas would have been called into action. Durham it is, though. And an opportunity to the right for Durham. He dropped a sitter already earlier in the season. This was tougher. But he got there. Had to stick, didn't.
Yeah, that one did go to his weaker side, Durham, so very difficult. Had to dive away to his right.
Yeah, these either stay or they don't. You don't get a second opportunity. And if it hits the right spot in your hand, well, then you count yourself lucky. That's gone. The sound of the bat, melodious. And you knew exactly what the result would be. And that's the power of Smith.
Maximum number 8 this season for O'Neill Smith. Yeah, and that's exactly why perhaps we all felt that it should have been O'Shane Thomas as opposed to the spinner Daniel Durham. He hasn't been extracting much turn.
Yeah, confirmation of the most 6s this season, 32 and counting for the Scorpions. Guyana played 7 matches, so they're done and dusted. They can't add to that tally of 29. But Smith can, over extra cover now, showing the full range. So he just needed a few balls for a sighter, and now he's on the rampage. 200 up.
Yeah, ball from way behind the stumps by Durham, but it doesn't make a difference. Not enough to outfox O'Dean Smith. Well into the slot. Yeah, and lofted. The first one, slog swept over mid-wicket. Second one, even better, over extra cover.
And just look at the third 50 in 43 deliveries. They'll want this next one to be even quicker than all of the others. If they get to 243, they get a batting point for power play 3, scoring 8 runs or more and over in that phase. And today in this abbreviated affair, it's 8 overs, power play 3, 8 overs, so 8-8-64. And that's what they need, 243. And if this man is there to the end, that would be a cakewalk. Raheem Cornwall in the way.
Dean Smith probably thinks he missed out. Field was just changed. Fielder has been sent straight to at cover.
Retains the strike 15 from the over 206 for 6. Yeah, that last over, the most expensive of the innings so far, 15 coming from it. Lost a couple wickets quickly in that middle phase. And then the partnership of 79 between the captain and Blackwood saw them in a good position. And now they're looking to put an exclamation point in the innings with these two and the others to follow if needed. Bowling for the Leeward Islands, 3 wickets for Hayden Walsh Jr. He's completed. Cornwall picked up 1, he's done. James picked up 1, he's done. Ocean Thomas is back. I thought he was in from the opposite end, but here he is from the southern end. That was hit with a lot of power. He wants to strike, and quite wisely sent back. And this innings so far punctuated with 17 fours and 4 sixes, and no doubt they'll be looking to add to that.
Yeah, absolutely creamed, but hit straight to Jeremiah Louis. Slight misview. Perhaps it was intentional to get Dean Smith off straight.
What Brad Barnes needs to do then is to get Smith back on strike. If it's a decent enough delivery, if it's a wayward one, then by all means look to pounce as well. Third and fine leg in the circle. Well, he gets off strike, which is important.
Yeah, the best bowlers for Hurricanes have bowled already. Walsh and Cornwall. So too has Kofi James. I'm just looking at those options. They have O'Shane Thomas, but who will partner him from this northern end? It could be a problem with Dean Smith at the crease. Jeremiah Louis, he's only bowled 2 overs for the day so far, but he was very expensive at the back end, in particular against Barbados Pride. There's Jeremiah Louis on screen. They may have to resort to him. If not him, it has to be a part-time spinner, or Durham, who was just taken to the bleachers for 15 runs in his last over.
And that sound from the umpire, Shannon Crawford, no ball. It is an issue that has plagued Ocean Thomas in the past. And this is not the time, it's never the time, but not now, more so at the back end of an innings, when the batters are looking to smash you out of the park anyway. Now you give them a free license to do so. And that's a tight call though. First point of contact. Extras in this game, 16 of them, 15 wides, quite early in the plot. A few deliveries going down the leg side for 5 wide, so that sort of doesn't give a fair indication. Free hit. Misses the free hit. It was in the slot.
Yeah, certainly missed out on that occasion. There is a long off. He should have made contact. Just look at where his left foot goes. Yeah, he opens the back face, trying to hit that one a lot squarer.
Yeah, that should be wide number 16. You can ill afford extras in any format, but you don't want to give free runs at this stage of the innings. Short, yeah, easy decision for the umpire. Protestations from Thomas, surprisingly. Good delivery, really good. When he gets it right, he looks a gem, O'Shane Thomas. Problem is that he doesn't get it right often enough. Full and fast and straight. Two is the call. Could be another. Nope, just two. So good running from these two. I just want to reflect a little bit on John Campbell and his dismissal in that earlier game against the Pride. It was a similar sort of thing, trying to take on the fielder in the deep, and then today again, fielder didn't have to move. So twice this season, at least, he's sort of fallen for the trap and made it too easy for the opposition. Something that he'll reflect on, being a senior member of this team and wanting to return to the international level. Opportunity for O'Shane Thomas. Perhaps a little bit easier than some we've seen before. Not taken, 214 for 6.
Last 4 overs of this contest. Looks as if a bit of damage has been done to his hand there on that return chance for O'Shane Thomas. Yeah, just sticking out that right hand there, hoping to hang on and just split the fingers a bit. That's going to hurt him. Work for the physio to do. Physio and Tony Ann is going to have some repair work to do on that right hand. Painful blow for the big guy. So he retires alongside Raheem Cornwall as well. Cornwall decides a break for him as well. Naturally, it means that you believe that Hamilton will take control out there at the moment. I've got the long and tall, fast Sir Kirtley alongside of me. Sir Kirtley, how have you, I guess, interpreted this inning so far? What's your thoughts on it?
I reckon it's about even, because It's just over 5 runs and over for the Jamaica Scorpions. So that's not a bad effort on the part of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. 4 overs left. Remember, it's a 43 per innings over affair. So this last 4 overs could change the game one way or the other.
Yeah, it will be very interesting for Louis. He struggled at the back end of the innings. I think back to that game versus Barbados. Went slow, full and wide and disappeared. Goes wide and just short of Hayden Walsh, and they get 2 for it. He didn't execute well in a couple games bowling at the back end, and because of it, Leewards found themselves leaking runs. I mentioned he went slow, full and wide in that game versus Barbados a couple times. I remember Kevin Wickham. That game was played at Queen's Park. Oval sent a couple over the cover boundary. Can he improve on that here today? Makes the adjustment, just goes sky high. Can he get it? Tracks back, taken. Good catch by Jeremiah Louis. Barnes, well, he heads back to the barn.
That was a good catch. Over the head, had to run, look up into the night skies. Took it quite comfortably in the end, but it was a great catch. That was brilliant. Relief for Jeremiah Louis. Brad Barnes is gone for 7. The Jamaica Scorpions 216 for 7.
Royals a no batter, and that had a good sound off the bat. Sticking with that wide plan, and it's worked for him so curtly.
This is the reason why Royal is at the crease. Good catch from Jeremiah Louis. Really, really good catch. Those are never easy to take. Probably saying to John Hamilton, don't worry, I've got it. I don't mind the plan of bowling full and wide. My only concern is that short third. If you're going to bowl full and wide, Joel, I reckon you could bring that deep mid-wicket in and push your third back onto the boundary, just in case he peels off the outside edge.
Goes pace on, but it's a no ball. It's something that he didn't want. Hopefully it doesn't spoil his over, because he's bowled well so far. We're just going for that extra bit of energy, going for that extra bit of pace. Just goes over that front line. Just looking to give it his all. Ooh. In fact, harsh call there.
Look at the point of contact. I'm not so sure I am in agreement. Look at the first point of contact. There's just a bit behind that line. Not so sure if I'm in agreement with the umpire. Dogged this time.
And now a wide, and so Curtly, I know you want to talk about this, because how close was that for you?
Let's have a look at this wide that was called. Jermaine Lou is not impressed. But it is a wide. It's outside that guideline. But my point is, in terms of that, look how close the batter was to the delivery. So in a situation like that, where the batter is so close, should it still be called a wide?
Called a wide again. Louis is not happy at all.
He is frustrated, Jeremiah Louis. Yes, it's outside the guideline, but I'm just wondering where the batter is. So if the batter move across closer to the guideline and the ball is outside the guideline, should it still be called a wide?
Into that block hole, so does it pay the price, you would say, for a sin that he didn't commit because of the fact that it wasn't a no ball to begin with in terms of where that back foot, or rather, yeah, that back foot landed. Front foot, sorry, my apologies. But you just get the impression that Dougie didn't necessarily realize the slide that was incurred because of it.
That is the first point of impact.
Oh, that was hit like a bullet through the hands of Louis and to the boundary. Fingers are in danger here today.
Ferocious. Slow delivery. And Royer was equal to the task. And even though it hit the hand of Jeremiah Louis, it still rocketed, almost took him out. Though he also has a little bit of a finger issue here.
Got through the defenses there. Brings a long over to an end. 2-5 for 7. Jeremiah Louis isn't happy, and neither is Sir Curtly in terms of those wide calls. And you can understand, especially with that first one, because of the early initial adjustment from O'Dean Smith to get outside of that off stump. As a result, just pushed it a bit wider. Second one, could probably say fair call, but O'Shane Thomas is back, fingers repaired. It's that right hand as well that took the hit. Let's see if that has any impact on how he's able to hold that ball. Edged, but no ball. Oh, that would have been the wicket they wanted.
Jamal Hamilton not happy. That would have been a big wicket. We know how destructive O'Dean Smith can be. And O'Shane Thomas, that is clearly a no ball, no issues there. Good call by the umpire. He looked up in the air for a while, but that's a good call.
Free hit time. The free hit sails away to the boundary, and another no ball.
Now the balance have shifted to the Jamaica Scorpions. I mentioned these last 4 overs. Yes, no issues there for the umpire. Another good call. Look at the power of O'Dean Smith. Jamal Hamilton has gone down. have a word. And immediately under pressure, O'Shane Thomas. Couple of no balls, couple of free hits. Exactly what you don't want.
Went for that Yorker length and missed it. What does he go to here now? Oh, Mr. Moon looking beautiful as ever. Somewhere off in the distance. A bit of a change in the field, but you can't change the field. So that's looking very interesting there. Returns to how it was before now. Gets away with this one, but he wants that strike. Odean Smith, I like this. Good thinking cricket. Understands that he probably has the better chance of finding the boundary consistently.
Yeah, but there's still 2 overs after this. I mean, Royal faced 3 deliveries. He's 5, hit a boundary. So I reckon they should take as many runs as possible. If it was the last over, I could give and take. But we still got 2 overs after this. I reckon he should take every single one. Odean Smith, Royal, couple of deliveries, he looks good.
Yeah, I guess he probably also factored in looking to pull it. Wasn't necessarily aware where the ball went, would have been on his back foot. Would have been relatively risky. Misses this one again. So maybe he's not the man to be on strike, but hey, who knows? Prompts a change in the field now. So he wondered what he would go to, if it would be full. He says no, he's going into the surface. And well, it looks like a bit of confusion in fact. So square leg was originally going back to deep. Backward square leg. Instead, the man from mid-off goes to long off, so it tells you, okay, he's potentially going back to that full line. There's a man at a wide cover as well on the boundary. Goes into the surface. That man on the cover boundary comes around and he's put it down. Pushes it over as well. Jeremiah Louis, what have you done?
Looked to have misjudged it for a brief moment. Slow delivery into the surface, went high in the air. That should have been taken. Really made a meal of it, Jeremiah Louis. And to rub salt into the wound is gone into the boundary. O'Shane Thomas looks to the heaven. Hamilton not very happy. When a batter, Joel, is going on the all-out attack, the fielders on the boundary has to stay on the boundary ropes. It's easier to run in than to pedal back. And Jeremiah was caught a few yards inside the boundary ropes, hence couldn't effect the catch, even though he should have taken it. Now he's right on the boundary ropes. The horse already bolted.
How much further will the horse run? Cut off a no ball, dropped off a legal delivery. And still 3 balls left in this over. 10 already in it. Are there more to come? Crunched away. Thinking too. Pushing for it as well. Make that 12 in the over now. Very productive for them in the back end.
The pressure is on Thomas and the rest of the Hurricanes fielders. That man on screen, Odean Smith. Powerful striker. Can be very destructive when he gets going.
Oh, that is going to hurt. Disillusioned. Did he get back in?
Good bouncer from O'Shane Thomas. Hitting on the helmet of Odean Smith. And of course, the protocols say you have to go out. The physio has to go have a check. Concussion protocol, they call it. Huh. So they're a little closer than we thought, Joel. Looks to be in though. Yes, he's safe.
Yeah, just finds his way back in. O'Dean Smith. Scorpions will be happy for that. It's just so interesting that every time he's gone into the surface, he struggled to put it away. Whenever he's gone full, things have gotten interesting. Concussion protocols underway. Looks to be good. Just a bit of sweat. No damage.
There's a good bouncer. Caught. Didn't even know where the ball was. O'Dean Smith almost ran himself out.
It took his eyes off of that one quite early, O'Dean Smith as well. As I mentioned, every time he's gone into the surface, it's been a struggle for O'Dean Smith to come to grips either with the pace of it. That one pace on, previous deliveries were slightly pace off. The one that was dropped on the cover boundary was pace off. Last ball. Cracked away. Oh, the might and power of O'Dean Smith. 241 for 7. Some good construction in progress here for the Scorpions in the back end of this inning. Some towers are developing, making for a good skyline, you might say. 16 in that last over, 2 to go. Oh, speaking about sky, the moon is showing off tonight as well as our cameramen. So currently, not that I've seen the moon, you know, I always have to come with a very interesting question. I don't know if you are a fan of Sesame Street, but you know there's a song that says, I would like to visit the moon on a rocket ship high in the air.
Well, you're taking me so far back, Joel. I know about Sesame Street, yes.
That one hasn't gone to the moon, it's gone to the hands. Easy take at the end by Kareem Agor.
He's not very happy. Royal struck it well, but not enough height, and was easily taken a deep mid-wicket by Kareem Agor. He was well struck. Very, very comfortable in the end. He's gone for 5. The Scorpions, 242 for 8.
Mindley at the crease now. He's got a job to do with the ball. Good thinking, good cricket. Gets off straight, brings Mr. Destructo back into the middle. That wicket, Sir Kirtley.
He struck it well, Royal, but unfortunately for him, not enough height, and picked out Kareem Agor down at deep mid-wicket. Easy catch.
Yeah, just think back to when I mentioned that every time they've gone into the surface, they've not been able to truly capitalize on it. Smith missed a couple, got struck for one. Royal couldn't necessarily get the elevation that he was looking for. Just wonder if maybe that could be majority of the balls. He's gone full and he has disappeared. It's on a rocket and it's gone. Good night to that.
They appreciate it. That's the power of Odin Smith. He's a strong man, and that was right in the hitting arc, and he didn't miss out. Long, hard, and far. What a blow that was.
He went searching, Jeremiah Louis, and came up short. Pressure on with 3 deliveries left in the over. This is what happens when you don't take your chances. Odin Smith makes you pay. Eight runs in the over.
I'm not so sure if I agree with Smith. I reckon he should take every single run possible. I know he's only 1 over after this, but you got to trust your partner mainly to at least get back on ball.
You had a keen eye on that one, Sir Kirtley. Just inside that wide line.
I still have a little question mark over those couple of wides earlier.
When I think about a comparison between that one and 2 overs ago, not much difference between the two.
That's exactly my point. That's why I have question mark. Just pushing it for a single. Could have clevered that, I reckon, but he wanted a strike. 42 overs gone. Brings them to 250 for 8.
Odin Smith is the reason for that 5th 50 coming up within 30 deliveries. And he's got 6 balls left. O'Shane Thomas. What does he go to for ball number 1? Goes full wide and dot ball.
Good delivery. Very, very good delivery. Just need to finish out this over, Thomas, without giving up a boundary, if he can.
This one has gone. It has disappeared. Fetch that.
What power. Odin Smith, he's on fire here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. He's raced to 44. 29 deliveries faced. What a blow. High, hard, long.
You simply knew from the time it hit that bat, Sir Kirtley, it was going to disappear. This is what he does at the back end of an innings. We've seen it across several franchise tournaments. We've seen it for the West Indies. The only problem is that he struggles to do it consistently, but he's done it here tonight. And the Scorpions are happy. If he gets to that 50, collects another bonus point as well for the Scorpions. You just wonder, what would his total have been without that no ball? What would his total have been had Louis taken that catch on the boundary? It's currently 256 for 8. This will take some chasing for the Hurricanes, who are currently without their leading run scorer and his opening partner as well. Dot ball 6. What's next? Dean Smith. Oh, you beauty. You are entertaining all the seats here tonight. That brings up his third 50 in list day cricket. And a bonus point as well.
What a knock this has been. O'Shane Thomas can't get it right. Got the first delivery perfect, but then the second and third, back-to-back sixes. And O.D. Smith, the man of the hour. What a knock.
Simply phenomenal ball striking from him. Clueless at the moment, but he's missing his lengths. He's missing his lengths. Goes into the surface, rushes in for a bit of pace, but they can get back for 2 if they push. Applying good pressure to a bowler that he knows well also, so Kirtley.
Before the start of the last 4 overs, I did say game at that point was a bit even, and this last 4 overs will decide which way it's gonna go. And so far it has gone the Scorpions' way.
You just wonder, looking at it here, thinking back to what we said before, every time he's truly gone into that pitch, Dean Smith has struggled to put him away. He went full, hit his length in that first delivery, decided that he's going to go there again, missed the length on 2 occasions, go short, 2 on the dot. Last ball of the over, what is going through the mind?
Into the surface, pace off. O.D. Smith likes pace on the deliveries. Pace off.
Pace off, and he puts the pace on, but he's taken. So a quiet end to what was absolute destruction from the bat of Dean Smith. Thomas in the end gets 1, but damage done.
14 from this last over. Into the surface again. This time held out to that wide-ish long on. Good catch by Adams. And the destructive innings of Dean Smith for 52 of 33 deliveries. Jamaica Scorpions 264 for 9 after 43.
It's just so interesting. You think about how things have gone with the Hurricanes at the back end of a lot of these innings. They've simply leaked runs, unable to close out teams. 52 stands out there for Dean Smith, not simply because of it being a half stint. Foreign Blackwood contributed to 50 as well. A couple scores for them from Campbell, got set Morris at the start as well. But in the end, they will look at 264 and say we did a good job batting first. Spinners, they were on show for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Cornwall and Walsh, they strung together to pick up 4 wickets between them. Good economy rates. Louis, he's picked up 2. James Thomas, extremely expensive. Durham, expensive as well for his 3 on the back of what you thought could have been a tight spell from him. In the end, well, they've got a mountain to climb. And 65 is what they need. It was one fiery end to that innings. I almost ran out of adjectives to describe what O'Dean Smith did. Our required run rate of 6.16 when we come back. 265 is the target.
Bat dominated here for the Scorpions in this fixture against the Hurricanes. Of course, in that first power play, they picked up a point. They had a 50-run partnership too. And through the middle, they were able to score. It's a good tick. 125 runs in that phase. And they finished the innings with 85 runs to boot. We're back at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And alongside me, Shakira Salman, Samuel Badri. Let's just review that batting effort by the Scorpions, Samuel. That partnership, the first time a 50-run partnership achieved by the Scorpions this season. What made the difference?
Hello, Darren. Hello, Shakira. Hello, everyone. I think it's important that they understand that value of getting a good start. And they got a point, actually, a batting point for that opening partnership of 59. And that is what has really set the tone for the rest of this innings. Teams coming here for day-night fixtures and batting first will know that they need to do a little bit more given the recent results, but the teams chasing having that upper hand. So that platform laid, they got a point, which was important, but it allowed them to sort of carry on through the middle and then explode at the back end. So brilliant from those two.
Yeah, it was Morris and Brown and not John Campbell, the captain, who came in at number 5 and stitched together a nice 4th wicket partnership with the well-set Jermaine Blackwood. How was that different in terms of the style of approach, and how valuable was that partnership in the context of what they scored?
Yeah, I actually thought it was an interesting decision by Jamaica Scorpions to demote the captain to number 5 after he had already gotten so many starts for the season. So it was a very brave decision, but perhaps they wanted him to really shepherd the middle order and really guide the innings. And these two really battled well together. It seemed to really flow. It was very rhythmic, and they ran together really well together as well. You saw them just looking at each other and dropping with soft hands and being able to cross over for singles easily and then hit the boundaries.
Yeah, 79, the value of that partnership, the two most senior batters in the side putting their hands up. Of course, the Hurricanes, they needed something special to sort of penetrate this Scorpions batting lineup. And in comes Hayden Walsh Jr., Samuel Badger, as a leg spinner yourself. What did you like about this effort from him with the ball?
Yeah, no surprises from Hayden Walsh Jr. 4 wickets in the first game, and that googly. He's bowling that with a lot more control. We saw him last season. He was the joint leading wicket taker last season, DG and Shakira, 20 wickets along with Sul Narayan. But just the control that he's able to exhibit, he's bowling at good pace, and he's sort of bowling that googly with a lot more frequency. He realizes that that is a weapon. 2 of his dismissals today were from that type of delivery. So he is a wicket-taking threat. And like I said, 7 wickets in 2 matches represents a very good effort. And he also is very good in the field. He's a 3-dimensional player. He bats as well. So his inclusion in this team certainly bolsters the Hurricanes' chances. I know they've lost 2 of their senior batters, but with players like them coming in, they can fill that void.
Yeah, and as a senior player in this side, he was able to deliver once more with wickets. Talking about senior players, more of a senior all-rounder, Odin Smith. He excelled with the bat once more, bringing up his 3rd List A half-century. Shakira Salman, did you expect this type of innings once more and the consistency that we've seen from him?
Yeah, I did expect it because he looked really good in that first encounter right here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy against Barbados Pride. He almost won the game for Jamaica Scorpions, actually, and he seems so composed. He seems to be a different player this season in particular. Of course, he's found himself out of favor of that West Indies team, but he knows he has to put in really good performances if he's going to get back into contention and get him back into that team. And I think particularly he's striking the ball really well. Struck 7 sixes before this game. Struck 5 alone today. Of course, he was dropped on 21, but he really made the most of that opportunity.
Samuel, we don't often see teams bat and achieve goals all the way through the different phases. Was there any particular point in time that you felt the innings changed totally in favor of the Scorpions batting, maybe that 41st over?
I think, DG, after they got that good opening partnership, they lost a couple of wickets quite quickly, which sort of set them back. But then the captain, John Campbell and Blackwood, that partnership where they were quite busy, the running between the wickets was good. They were just tapping the ball and running. And then once the fielders came in a little bit tighter, they were able to hit those boundaries. And then Odin Smith at the back end of the innings, this over in particular, this is where they sort of will reflect on the Hurricanes, their discipline with the ball. We saw the extras that they bowled. They got a wicket with a no ball, then the free hits. And you don't want to give those types of opportunities to a player like Odin Smith. That should have been taken. Jeremiah Louis on the boundary grasping that opportunity. And then he made them pay. He made them pay a heavy price. So I thought that over was sort of the momentum changer. Even though they were heading in the right direction, that just sort of gave them an explosion at the end, which gives them now the momentum going into the second half.
Yeah, well, 265 is the target. Of course, you can't write off the Hurricanes because they showed that they can chase massive totals. This season, they chased 292 against the Red Force. So thank you, Samuel Badri. Thank you very much, Shakira Salman, for your thoughts. We'll hear after the break a little bit more about this Hurricane side. Of course, they were beaten finalists in 2023, so this is something that you don't want to miss. It's a team that might contend once more for the trophy because they got close to it in 2023. Maybe in 2024, they'll get the opportunity to lift the title once more.
Yeah, so far so good. Think we have a little bit of up and down season. We win one, we lose one, but most of all, I think the guys are doing really well. Conditions here, it's kind of tricky at times, so we just have to make the best of it. Yeah, he's good. I lead the team before. I'm a senior man in the team, so I just have to take responsibility. Majority of our senior guys are away playing international cricket, so I just have to take up the role and try to lead the youngsters in the right path. I think that is something special. Our guy that scored 3 back-to-back centuries. He also give us a lot of bonus points. He give us set up the tournament in the early stages, so we have a platform going forward. And I think it's very special for someone to come and score 3 centuries and put his team in a winning position. Yeah, I think Joel have a very bright future. He's a young kid that have a lot of talent. I think he's one for the future, especially once he stay on this spot. I think Kofi James also have a bright future ahead of him. He's just for these guys to nail down their talent and come into the tournament and show the world what they have. I think we have a very good bowling attack, a mixture of spin and pace. I think O'Shane Thomas is doing very well for us, especially with the new ball in the power play. We control in the power play. And then we have quality spinners. We have Hayden Walls Jr. come back. We have Daniel Durham, we have myself. I still have young guys that can come and bowl some overs to us. I think we as a bowling group, we are very tight, and I think that is very good for us in the tournament. Yeah, it's always good to get wickets, especially in white ball cricket. I really cherish that 5-wicket haul, and I'm looking forward to more. It's just, for me, it's just more mentoring the young players. For me, it's just basically play and enjoying each other's success, enjoy young people when they perform. And just once our team do well, I'm happy with that. I think my performance will come along the way to help the team in whatever way needed. It's just for us to take one step further than last year and win the championship this year. Well, we take each game very serious. We play one game at a time. So we have Jamaica tomorrow. We just have to go and do the right things consistently. And what we practice, we have to go and do them. We can't take nobody for granted.
Yeah, it's been going well. I think we had a few blips. I wouldn't say nothing too major, but one thing we have been doing thus far this season is just making sure we leave what's in the past, just having good conversations around where we want to go as a team, and then we move on from it. But just having said that, I think the season has been going well so far. I think Justin is a player who is very, very clear on his game, and it was very pleasing for us as a group to see him getting 3 consecutive centuries, the first person in West Indies cricket to do that. And it's quite sad to leave him, but like I said to him just before he left, it's always good for a player to leave from our franchise and go on to greater heights. But with regards to the bonus point system, it's a good thing. So you're not just looking to win games, but you have to be strategic of how you go about it. Getting those bonus points, as you can see with the Ghana Happy Eagles, they actually use that, albeit they didn't get older, but they use that to their advantage, having won one game at one time, and they were in the top 4. But I think the bonus point is a really good system, and teams just can't come out to play. You have to be a bit strategic in how you're going to go about what you want to do. We have a well-rounded squad. One thing I mentioned to the guys on the bench, just when you get your chance, just grab it with both hands. The guys have been working extremely hard, and I think they're really, really hungry and eager to go out and prove their point. I said to them, when you get opportunity, prove me as the coach, wrong for leaving you on the bench. And it's a good thing to have guys competing for spots. It's always good amongst team, and like I said, the team has been gelling really, really well throughout the season. And one of the things I said to them at the start of this journey is just enjoy each other's company. Be happy for your teammates' successes, because you don't know when it's going to be your time for your teammates to be happy for you. So I think we have been gelling really, really well. We've been having really, really good conversations as a group, informally and formally. And yeah, as you mentioned, the guys have really good smiles on their face. And as you can see, it rained a bit today, and the guys still got their fielding work in, even though it was raining. You don't look at anyone, although they are senior players, you see them spending time with the junior guys, just giving them tidbits on how to go about the game. Joel Andrew, who has played international cricket, but he's still a youngster in this team, and he came back from the senior team and just gelled right back into the team, sharing his experiences amongst the younger and older guys. So the guys have been gelling really well. We have a good mix of senior and junior players, and everyone feels at home in this team. Jimbo has been really good amongst the group. He's very, very clear on his plans as a captain, and he gives information really good to the guys, and communication has been really, really well amongst me and him. So as a leader, he's been leading from the front, taking wickets. Has not had much opportunities to bat, which is sort of a good thing. That means the batters has been doing really, really well. But Jimbo is really good as a leader. His personality as well off the field, very welcoming, open to having conversations with anyone in the team, has been really good for this unit. Everyone knows Jimbo's quality. Seasoned campaigner, really, really good off-spin bowler in whatever format he plays, and he's a very vital part of this group. Pleasing to see him getting that 6 wickets, giving us an extra bonus point as we spoke about earlier, and it was really, really good for us as a team. I think I can speak for the Leeward Islands franchise. One of the things we have established since I took over is just integrating those fringe players, having more programs amongst just to get guys who are on the fringe coming through, and just wider as CWI. I know there would have been talks from the director of cricket to have an under 23 men program and an under 16 girls program. So I think over the next coming years you will see West Indies cricket start to blossom to where it was back in the 90s and 80s. What we have been doing really well as a group is just taking one game at a time and focusing on what we want to do. I think that was the message. Well, that was the message at the start of the tournament. Just refocus on what we can just control, what we can control, and that's the way we play cricket. So for us, it's to go out tomorrow against Jamaica and ensure that we have victory. Again, putting our strategies into place and in just ensuring we come up with the W. So we are very much focused on what we want to do and the way we want to play cricket.
We get ready now for the chase under the lights here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 264 is what the Scorpions posted, thanks to some back-end energy from O'Dean Smith. The bowlers for the Hurricanes, they'll look back and say they could have probably done a better job, especially when you look at those last 6 overs or so. But that is out of the way. What can they do now with the bat? The clouds are high, and that target is relatively high for them as well. 265 is what they will need. Their new openers at the top for the Hurricanes. Their captain, or rather their coach, Coach Leeward, talked about being given opportunities and being ready for opportunities. This is an opportunity for Kadeem Henry at the top. He's on debut. He's out there under the lights. It is his night to shine. He's joined at the top by Kofi James. Opened in a couple T20 matches. Didn't necessarily set things afire there. Mindley with ball in hand. He's picked up 11 wickets so far. He's bowled with 1 slip. Point, a cover, a man at mid-off in the offside. Let's play. Goes back of a length into the surface. Good night, Shakira Selman. Let's first of all talk about that 265 that the Scorpions were able to put on the board. Reckon that good target for them, or rather good total for them.
Hello, Joel. I think the Scorpions will be relatively content with the fact that they managed to get it to 265 on the back of that O'Dean Smith burst.
Wrapped on the pad, is that one good? Maybe just sliding going down the leg side. He's got 11 wickets already. Was thinking maybe that could be 12. I like how you said hello, Joel Shakiri. It had a bit of a ring to it. Made me feel like you wanted to be next to me having this conversation. Let's talk though about how close maybe that LBW shot was.
You can hear all the Jamaicans saying it must have been close, Maybe just pitching outside leg. It did straighten though. Kadeem Henry will have to be very careful playing across the line of those deliveries.
Sliding down the leg side. First runs on the board, compliments of extras for the Hurricanes. It's going to be so interesting how they approach this innings, because in the face of somebody who's picked up a lot of wickets, they themselves have not scored a lot of runs outside of the 2 names that have called already. Graves, 401 runs. Mikel Louis appeared quite perfectly at the top. We then look down the order towards Jamar Hamilton, and he's next there in terms of runs. So quite a few happen short when it comes to what they've done with the bat. Before we look towards that semi-final stage, they've got 2 games this innings and 1 more game to come. What can this batting department do to give us signs of what we saw at the start of this tournament, to make us feel as if maybe they have what it takes to lift this title? Milne again, strays there. Been able to see a bit of Mindley over the years. Shakira, of course, had a chance to go up at that international level. Of course, didn't necessarily spend a lot of time there, but what are your thoughts on him as a bowler? He's off the mark, Henry. That will ease some of the nerves.
Yeah, I'm sure the youngster will be very relieved to have gotten his first run at this level. Yeah, Marquino mainly, there was a lot of talk about his pace when he first started, first burst onto the scene, but you're right, he didn't spend too much time at the top level, and that was because of the lack of consistency. He was able to get the wickets many expected. Started well this season though. Point. At least this season, he's impressed me with the way he started, because he's been able to keep that seam upright. He's gotten some lateral movement. He's asked questions, created opportunities early on for the Scorpions. But then he's also come back well in the middle. Of course, today the Scorpions will want early wickets though.
Oh, that one looks closer. Early wickets they want, and early wickets they get. Number 12 from Minley.
Yeah, we spoke about his ability to take early wickets. He's done that once again. There was a low show earlier in the over when Kadeem Henry was on strike. This time, it's Kofi James. He's only lasted 2 deliveries, Kofi James. And he's unable to survive. That seamer and really skidding on, beating him for pace, but he's played right across that. Not the type of shot you expect to see from a top order batter. Yeah, James goes without scoring. Hurricanes 3 for 1.
Well, he's probably most experienced when you look at matches played in this side, Chesney Hughes. But when you look at 107 runs coming into this one for him this season, you're going to say probably he's come up short for his side. He's got an opportunity today to come good. Full of energy, full of life. There's Javor Royal to open the bowling for the Scorpions. If he picks up one here, Shakira, there's going to be some music playing, because I guarantee you he's going to dance. Could be interesting here. Do expect 1 or 2 to slide on to him.
Yeah, just like this one really slid on to Kofi James, and that would have been crashing into the top of leg stump.
Oh, there we have it. Coming back in on the angle to Henry. Oh wow, nearly sneaked through. It's reminding me of 2 days ago when Kevin Hodge opened the bowling for the Windwards, was able to sneak one through that game versus CCC.
Get him now!
Reminds me of that wicket he picked up with Camille Pouran. Pouran was looking towards the offside, but was able to beat him between bat and pad. That is what Royal is looking for here. His left arm spinner looking to crash into those pads, looking to go towards those stumps. Testing times, troublesome waters.
Yes.
Henry though up to the test.
And I always sort of feel for opening batters to spinners with the new ball, because you never know if it's going to turn. So often you play for turn, when more often than not they're trying to bowl, you know, if the ball just sliding on.
Just a bit wide there. Spoils the over. Almost. He's on track for a maiden over. What does he do now with the extra delivery though? Oh, it was nearly a royal result for Javor. They get 2 though. 3 in the over, 6 for 1. Henry's walking with a bit of a limp at the moment. You just wonder if he maybe did a bit of damage to himself while looking to run that too. Kept it out nicely. Sets off, turns there. Looks a bit labored in the running. Just looks a bit labored in that running, but holes over there. Oh, can't be winded from that too. And a bit of discomfort. Back of that left leg posing some problems for him. It's not looking good at the top here for the Hurricanes. They need a partnership. Hughes to face his first delivery. Oh, good shape away from Minley. He's looking good. Just hanging over at that non-striker's end. I'm looking and I'm now seeing a signal from Hughes. Yeah, this is not good. On debut. Yeah, just that left calf. That left calf is not looking good for him. Man down. Do you know that song, Shakira?
I'm almost tempted to ask you to sing it for me.
A little earlier, when Royal came to bat, Sir Curtly actually sat next to me and sang "She's Royal, She's Royal." I wish we picked that up on the microphone. Work again though for the physio in Tony Ann Grant. A bit of a stretch on at the moment. Yeah, the young man definitely will not savor this moment. He's on debut. He's been asked to go to the top of the order. And now he's down after just 10 deliveries. Just wonder, I know that, you know, Shakira, this might take you a little wide of your scope, so to speak, but could you maybe offer a reason or two as to why this might be here at the moment? Just a simple case of crap, maybe? I don't know. Just asking you, the expert.
Yeah, we couldn't pick up anything when he tried to run these 2 runs. He actually looks to be limping from the start of that run. Gets worse as he turns for the second. I just wonder if it's an injury he came into the game with, or like you said, it could be cramp. He was in the field for 43 overs. His first game this season in very humid conditions. Whatever it is, he seems to be in excruciating pain.
You say pain, and I wonder, no, that liquid, was it containing maybe a bit of salt, some electrolytes down in there for him? You just hope that a young man can get back onto his feet. Because once again, I just go back to what Coach Leeward talked about. You know, opportunities don't necessarily come too easy, too quickly. And when you get one, you've got to grab it with both hands. He's got to grab it with both feet here now as well, because his feet are failing him at the moment. 3 from 10 for Henry. Kofi James, well, he didn't last too long at the top of the order. You mentioned, Shakira, that, you know, that's not necessarily how you would see an opening batter go about things, and that's because we're accustomed to seeing him come down the order. At the top, just a bit more movement, ball rushed onto him. Didn't get into the right position. Minley, I mentioned his wicket number 12 for him. Came into this one 11. And yeah, he's looked wonderful at the top for the Scorpions. We talked about the improvement that we've been seeing from them across the season. 5 bonus points last season. Came into this one with 16 bonus points, I believe. So you see the difference there already. Batting wise, they've picked up 100 already in this season from Brown. Batters have scored 50s for them as well. We saw that here today. So the Scorpions, they can have a smile on their face, and we're back to cricket. I mean, interesting. I guess we're going to pay attention to the running from this pair. Because if they are to capitalize on that bonus point in this period, I do believe that running has to be a good feature of this partnership. Can they rotate that strike, get those ones, get those twos in addition to the boundaries? Oh my! He's nearly chopped it on by a cat's whisker.
Yeah, he just dropped his hands at the last minute, maybe opting out of the shot. Yes, almost then chopped it onto the stumps. Fortunate for him. Perhaps it did come back into him a bit.
He got himself into an awkward position as well, was neither back fully for that one. Wasn't forward either, and just found himself in two minds, and it's a position that lacks confidence almost at the crease. Confidence in movement, confidence in decision making. You just wonder if maybe he's feeling a bit of pressure out there, because I mentioned the experience that he carries in terms of list day games, but that experience hasn't necessarily translated into runs this season for him.
Yeah, just 105 runs coming into this game, and he does have a 50, so it suggests to you, it tells you, actually it doesn't even suggest, gives you a clear picture of the fact that he's failed in all the other games.
All attention back onto this man, Henry, on debut. Got off the mark. Not the most convincing fashion, but he's off the mark, and that's what matters most. Picked up a 2. Slight injury on that left calf. And there's still so much batting to go. Oh, that nearly carried down to Blackwood. 8 for 1.
Yeah, he almost flicked that one straight to Jermaine Blackwood, who was stationed behind square. I wonder if he didn't come to that because of the trajectory. Hit very flat.
Had a tight first over, Royal. What's key here is that bat and pad very close together as he comes forward.
Yeah, just really using the crease as well, Royal. Going very wide of the crease to angle that ball into the right-hander. And I did mention before, very often batters tend to play the action. Completely forget that. It's a new ball. It's not likely to turn that much. It takes tremendous skill to turn this new ball as a spinner.
A new challenge here for Hughes. Oh, wow. That is shaped beautifully. Drifted away nicely from Hughes. Just playing inside the line of that one. Feels like he's in a business, Royal.
Oh, yes, Morris.
I talked about that confidence factor in the previous delivery, or rather the previous shot that he played to Marquino Mindley. And here now, just feeling for it, just reaching for it. He's playing a dangerous game here.
Catch him now. One.
Rotates the strike nicely. To win the over, 10 for 1. Something that we all know, results chasing here in the night. They favor teams who are batting second. Here's Mindley when he played versus Barbados. Down in the back end. Very effective. This went to changes of pace, varied his lengths as well. It was a good day in the sunshine for him. Jamaica, though, fell short in that one with the bat, but he stood tall. Uppish, and just away from the man at point. Not the most confident boundary, but it's 4 runs nonetheless.
Yeah, valiant effort at backward point by Jermaine Blackwood. Yeah, cut uppishly. Yeah, but just out of the reach of Blackwood. Results in the first boundary for Hughes.
Probably could be in business with how he's playing outside the off stump at the moment. Goes straight, clipped away. Was racking my mind, Shakira, because I just simply couldn't remember, but then it hit me thanks to yourself and Mazza. But Chesney Hughes, 2 left arm spinners have dismissed him here at this venue. Ashmead Ned was one, had him bowled very early. I remember that one after Justin Graves would have got him out early as well. And then Kerry Pierre as well dismissed him here. So based on that, Royal could be telling himself that he's in with something. Mindley though with ball.
I'm sure it'll also be in the back of Hughes' mind as well. And he will be disappointed that he did not counter those matchups. Left-arm spinners as a left-handed batter. He is expected to win that battle. Especially that one against Red Force. He was set, he was on 33 before he was dismissed by Kerry Pierre.
Probably expect that Royal might be given another one after this, given the start. So he might have to contend with that left-arm spinner again. Still hunting though for more early wickets. The Scorpions, they want to make or rather have a solid ending to this group stage. This is their final group stage match of this season. Can't get one there. Another good Mindley over. 15 for 1. two pacers on that leading wicket takers list, and one of them, the man they call Double M, not Marshall Montano, but Marquino Mindley. If you're a fan of soca, you definitely know that Double M name right here in Trinidad and Tobago. Well, it's more left arm spin for Hughes.
Get him!
So interesting that the rehearsed shot appeared as if maybe looking towards, going towards that cover region.
You almost start to feel for this Hurricane side, losing two of their better batters. Also think that they would have expected at least one of them to be selected. Michael Louis was always in the West Indies setup, so they would have already, or they should have made a plan.
Get him!
Catches the cry. Will left arm spin do it again? No, it won't. Sails over the ropes. First maximum of the innings.
Yeah, struck firmly with the perceived spin. Yeah, the length just allows him to get under it. He's able to lift it. No chance for Blackwood running around from deep mid wicket. It's gone a bit squarer now, Blackwood. Yeah, so I think they should have been prepared to replace at least one of the openers. I'm sure they're happy that Justin Grace has been selected.
Probably picked outside leg. 6 bowled, 21 for 1.
Just goes to lock this one here. Clearly pitching outside leg stump. Good decision by umpire Nigel Duguid.
Good bouncing off of there from Millie. Not the tallest character. Has to put a little more energy as he comes over that front leg. He's really putting in the effort here for his side.
Taking a look at Minnie's action. Nice smooth run up. Getting quite close to the stumps. And very slingy at the end. See, he gets the ball to move away from the right-handed batters and straight into the left-handed Chesney Hughes.
Flicked away off those hips from Hughes. It'll be interesting because you were mentioning something off comm, Shakira, about the possibility of maybe employing a gully. Don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about it.
John Campbell has actually gone a lot wider. He beat around about third slip. I think it's a good option. I was thinking gully, but this could work as well. Kadeem Henry just doesn't seem too comfortable with that extra bounce outside the off stump.
He was looking to go straight head in the air. Mid-on and mid-off up. Don't forget, we're still in the first power play. Felt as if maybe could have capitalized on that. Maybe lost his shape a bit on that one as well. But that pressure is building because I'm looking at 6 from 20. And he's probably feeling as if maybe he's letting down his side here at the top, a lot being weighed onto his shoulders. And looking for that one in that region, can't get it. Good work by the Scorpions to keep him on strike.
Yeah, really good movement by Carlos Brown, moving around to his left very quickly to prevent that easy single. But that's another reason for the gully, just to stop that easy single. Scored quite a few runs, just opening the back face and running the ball down to the third.
Still can't get one in that area. 23 for 1.
Boys!
23 for 1. After 7, a quiet start by the Hurricanes in this run chase.
Catch him!
Big single after a little bit of a hesitation. That spin and pace combination continues. Using the sweep shot to good effect. Nice clean pickup by Mindley.
Yes, young Kirk, yeah.
Of course, a different opening pair for the Hurricanes. Michael Louis, Justin Graves put on 1-5, 124, 134, and 25. Today, just 3. And Kesrick, evening to you. It will mean that the Hurricanes will have to dig deeper with their top order and middle order in this run chase. Can they do it?
Good day to you as well, DG. At this point in time, it's not a question of they can do it. They have to find a way to do it. Missing their 2 top order batters who have done pretty well throughout the season. Have 2 new batters at the top now. They have to find a way. The record here is teams batting second usually comes out victorious. In the last game we saw Windies Islands changing that. But they have an opportunity here, Leeward Islands, to continue it. Wide delivery from Royal. A lot of wide has been bowled today, DG.
Yeah, I'm sure Royal is trying to finish the ball on the stumps. He's trying to stay wicket to wicket in terms of his line. Generally runs wide of the crease to get the angle in. After 8, 25 for 1. Just under 7 runs per over required in this chase. That yellow worm needing a lift. Can't help but mention the absence of Justin Graves. 3 consecutive centuries. At one point in time, he was scoring about 45% of his team's runs. That's how significant a contribution he's made with the bat. No longer part of this side. Selected for that practice match against the touring Bangladesh team.
Change of bowling. OJ Shields is with ball in hand. We heard a lot about OJ Shields. We heard today as well, during that break, there was a bit of rain. The coach, Robert Hayes, spoke about him. He's one of those bowlers that I think have enough talent to go on. Bowls up to 90, I was told. Saw him operate as well in Jamaica in the 40 tournament. He do have some gas, but it's just that he's not really penetrative. I don't think so. I think he just needs to hit those areas a lot more. It's a wide delivery from him. Just think he needs to hit those areas a lot more, and it is something that he will develop over time. Not a lot of first-class games, not a lot of List A games, so he's pretty young to the game. But if he wants to make that step going forward into international cricket, he has to grow and grow fast. It's okay to have pace, DG, but if you can't control it, it's somewhat of a liability to a team. If he keeps it there, he's fine.
Karim Henry having to work really hard in his very first match in List A cricket, 6 from 27. He's showing fight, which is one good quality. Finding it tough to rotate strike and to score boundaries.
Just played down to the 3rd man boundary. Just wonder, but looking at Henry, you don't want that sort of stigma to build on you as a new player coming into your List A career. You want guys to look at you and say that you have a little bit of fluency in terms of your batting.
Yeah, you're right, but at the same time there will be nervous energy in and around him. He will have that expectation of doing well in his very first innings. He'll want to create an impression with a big score. Oftentimes players on debut, they have that fear of failure, which is like a noose around your neck as a player. How do you find that balance with believing in your ability, expressing yourself whilst managing that fear of failure? It exists, but it can't be uppermost in your mind when you're performing. That's a mental side of the game you need to have set right.
Just looking at him here, DG. He's not coming across comfortable. Sort of like a stick and move kind of action. It's not really fluent or with ease. Some batters come into their garden and looks really comfortable, smooth through getting into that point where you have to hit the ball. Let's find that he's moving, stopping. Don't really look fluent at that point.
to wide ball. Seems to be very solid in defense. That's a significant part of your game as a top order batter. Open stance. Sets himself with his bat up. Less time with his back lift when he has to play a stroke. Sample size too small for us to judge him as a batter. Of course, in his very first innings. On debut. It's that one nicely. That should be 4. His first boundary. So this will ease the pressure on Henry. 32 for 1. End of that first power play, 32 for 1, way below what was achieved by the Scorpions. Scorpions, they were 54 for 1 after 9. So already behind in this chase, the Hurricanes. Slight adjustment to the field. Short fine leg comes a little bit finer. That's close, that's close. And Nigel Duguid agrees with me. Maybe Chesney Hughes was thinking outside the off stump. But no, says the umpire. A second wicket now for the Scorpions.
Left arm spin again, DG. Doing the trick. Chesney is gone. Another left-hander taking his wicket. Royal celebrates. As a legend will say, jubilation for Jamaica. Chesney is gone for 16. The score is 32 for 2.
Now here's a special talent, Joel Andrew. Skillful young player. Ready with a century behind his name. He's got a mature head on his shoulders. Had the chance to debut in the Caribbean Premier League this year. Scored a 50 on debut. Youngest player to do so. Took the record from Nicholas Puran. Immediately off the mark, helped along with a little fumble.
Another left-hander doing the job here, DG. Chesney Hughes. I'm not sure, but I'm beginning to think that every time you see a left-hander, It's always doesn't look too comfortable. That's probably the 5th left-hander getting out this season.
Yeah, you're right. Kesrick Williams, Jamel Warrican, Ashmead Ned, Carrie Pear, Kavim Hodge, now Javel Royal.
And the funny thing about it is that you normally, when a left-hander is batting a left-arm spinner, that is when they're actually comfortable. Left-arm spinner to a left-arm batter, you normally would see them being a lot more comfortable at the crease.
Catch him! One ready, one ready. One.
It's like an off-spinner bowling to a right-hand batter. When you think of left-hand batters to left-arm spinner, you think about Chris Gayle. And left-arm spinners fear Chris Gayle.
Well, just keeping the ball dry, ensuring that he has the right grip. Continue to enjoy this young man batting. Joel Andrew, end of the over, successful one, 34 for 2. Two wickets down already. Kofi James didn't trouble the scorers. Chesney Hughes had a start. And once more he was dismissed by a left-arm spinner. The debutant Henry still at the crease. He's joined by Joel Andrew. Just 17 years of age, the young man will have the Jamaican Scorpions bowlers to contend with. Due evident tonight.
Good heat here, DG. Fast and straight. These are the kind of young players you want to see come into the game. See Skipper on the screen there, back in Cornwall. So Hamilton to the far right. But that's what you want to see, these youngsters. OJ Shields coming into List A cricket and perform so that he can progress. Not just keeping his talent at the List A or first class level, but taking it on the international scene. Over the years, West Indies have had their problems in terms of fast bowlers. Shamar Joseph came and he sort of changed that. Alzari continued to grow. Someone like OJ Shields now, if he can get better in terms of his line and length, being able to maintain that for a longer period of time, really think that should start to give him a little bit of an eye, because he do have pace, and it's always an asset when you have pace. It's just a matter of just adding a few things to his bowling. You don't want to change him too much. So if you can have a quick bowler like AJ Shields, good powerful action, just need to produce now. Then he bowls a wide, DJ.
Hurricanes need to get a move on with their scoring rate, that required rate jumping to over 7 now, so they can't allow that to go higher. Runs required. And the young man on strike, Joel Andrew, can definitely be the impetus to this run chase and to the innings. Made his debut in List A cricket for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in 2023. Of course, played for the West Indies under-19 team. Played in that under-19 World Cup in South Africa. Scored 130 against South Africa. Did mention that he was a part of that Antigua and Barbuda Falcons franchise for the CPL. And then he got called up for the West Indies one-day international team when they toured Sri Lanka a month ago. Was in that third one-day international in Pallekele that he debuted. Didn't get a chance to bat though. It was a rain-affected game. West Indies won by the Duckwood Lewis Stern method, so he's tasted international cricket, Joel Andrew, and he'll want to dominate at this level, one step down.
I want to ask a question though, DG, and I guess you can answer in the next over. On the up. It was in there for a while, but pass point easily. Joel Andrews picking up a boundary, so 4 to end the over. The score is 40 for 2.
Just opened the blade, whether it was intentional to find the gap. It was in the air, just to the right of that fielder in that backward point position. Might see a bowling change now. Dean Smith played an attacking innings in the first half of the game, being called upon now with the ball.
How aggressive was him? Was he in the first innings? But opening a bit here, Henry. And that's the first aggressive shot that we're seeing here from Henry. And I think that he was waiting on Smith for a while. Immediately he go at him.
Bounce on this short delivery from Dean Smith. If you're facing him for the first time, you're always setting yourself for something short. That's his stock length. You seldom find him pitching the ball up, and if he does go up with his length, he goes wide. It's on the leg side.
Question I wanted to ask. The last over digits, having a player like Joel Andrew, how would you keep his mind ready? Or how do you keep him as a young player to get better moving forward so that he can gain success? He's just 17. But how do you manage him as a player for him to gain success in the future?
A good question, Kesrick. Of course, the management of any player has to be on and off the field. If you're talking about on the field, of course, you want him to play high-intensity cricket, cricket that will challenge him, that will make him stronger both technically, tactically, mentally. At the moment, he's batting at number 4 in this Hurricanes team. I will give you an example. In my time playing, I had 2 very young, talented players playing for Trinidad and Tobago, the likes of Darren Bravo, Adrian Barrett. And at that time, I felt it was important to give these young players an opportunity to bat top 2, top 3, and let them train themselves and organize themselves to score centuries. And that's to score centuries despite the situation of the game. So they were still learning their trade as batters. You wanted them to not have the pressure of a situation, but at the same time, you wanted them to develop good batting habits. So great organization of the mind before they played, making them understand the importance of a foundation. Outside edge found. And he will get 4. So that's how you learn. You learn by trial and error. You learn as you play, and you expose yourself, and you try to minimize those errors. 50 comes up for the Hurricanes.
Finding the edges, Odin Smith. Really and truly in the favor of the batter. But I like all what you said, but I'm just wondering if you could add something to that as well, DG. Just wondering if you could get these younger players to travel and play in different places, different countries, exposed to different conditions. That in itself will help them to mature faster. So for example, if there's not a lot of cricket in the Caribbean, you can actually have him going to somewhere like a New Zealand or Australia or England to play cricket, to experience different conditions. Just thinking is something that we can add to these younger players.
Whacked wide of long on. Good looking stroke by Joel Andrew. Didn't take long for him to show that aggressive intent. After 12, 57 for 2. Nice class. Understands his game, Joel Andrew. Capable of putting away the bad deliveries. The Hurricanes getting the lift they needed to get that yellow worm coming close to the green one. Partnership of 25 with Henry and Andrew. Henry becoming more fluent with his run scoring. Andrew wanting to take control of this chase. There should be a couple more runs. And Kendrick, just to finish my response to your question about Joel Andrew. This was the last delivery of the last over. He's petite, but can hit a long ball, a short run. Not ideal for the Hurricanes.
We're actually speaking about adding things to make the young players in the Caribbean better. But you could actually add that 6 to the highlight package. Evidence of a short run. 2020 vision for that umpire. Umpire Crawford. Good on you, buddy. You spotted.
Hey, my final response to your question, of course, is how he self-manages off the field when he's away from home environment. The focus he places on his fitness, his strength and conditioning, the importance of his nutrition. All those are important elements of success as a batter and as a professional cricketer. So I want him to develop the right attitude, that winning attitude.
Always good to develop that right attitude that you mentioned, that hunger for success. And that's what we want to see being embedded inside of these youngsters that we have in the Caribbean. Because I find a lot of players at this level do enough to stay at this level to probably maintain a contract for the next year and not really looking to excel. And that is an issue that I've been seeing for some time now in the Caribbean.
There is a blemish. Jay Shields just overstepping. It will allow Joel Andrew to express himself a little bit more. Front foot fault. Going over the line. So what's Shields thinking? Is he thinking Yorker? Is he going to take pace off and go a little bit wide outside the off stump? Short delivery into the pitch with pace off. It doesn't stop Joel Andrew from securing another 6, so this is quite impressive from the young man.
Top stuff. Slower delivery, waited on it, and hit with some power. He's becoming a household name in regional cricket. He's not really living with the hype. He's actually making himself known with scoring runs. 21 already off 10 deliveries. You go, young man.
That's 21 from a partnership of 34. Crown jewel for the Hurricanes in this run chase. At the crease, well set.
And for a player like Joel, he should really be confident when he's at the crease, knowing that his name has been mentioned around the Caribbean as one for the future. So he should be able to, whenever he go at the crease, be positive.
Is it played? 10 runs from the over, 67 for 2. Nice little period here for the Hurricanes in this chase. 42 from the last 5 overs with just 1 wicket falling. And we'll take a Blue Waters drinks break.
This is my favorite time of the night, a time to get down on the ground and just give you guys a bit more information about what's happening in this year's CG United Super 50 competition. Let's start with the points table. It's very important. Those top four coming into this one, Jamaica Scorpions knew that they just needed a couple points to make sure they secure that semi-final spot based on the points that we have here right now. You just wonder if maybe they've done enough. In terms of the runs on the board, of course, you know, coming into this one, it was Justin Graves, large and in charge above all others with 401, but unfortunately he won't have a chance to add to those as he's gone across to be with the senior side to warm up for that test series. Let's now head across towards who has the most wickets in this one. We had a look at it a bit earlier. Of course, not Marquino Midley is on that leading wicket takers table. There are 2 seamers and 3 spinners on that table. Jedediah Blades, he's up top with 14 wickets. Raheem Cornwall out in the middle, he picked up 13. Jamal Warrican with 13 as well. And to round it out, it is Romario Graves, the off spinner, with 12. Of course, you know, action is happening across in St. Lucia. 2 final T20s to play versus England and West Indies. They're hoping that they can end things on a high note. Those games, the 16th and 17th of November. Tickets start at 7 US. Head across to tickets.windiescricket.com to grab those, to be a part of the action, to be a part of the atmosphere. Now, I cannot leave tonight without using the word of the day. It is perspicacious, and it comes from our audio guy, Wesley. What does that mean? It means keen and understands things quite quickly. And Wesley, yeah, that perfectly describes him. Now it's time to head back out to the middle.
Exceptional stuff there from Joel Manning. I learned a new word tonight thanks to him and Wesley. Jamaica Scorpions 264 for 9. The Hurricanes in reply 67 for 2. Still 198 away. So lots of work to be done. Yeah, that's the man with that word. I can't even pronounce it. Exceptional stuff there from Wesley. Right, back to the action. These two. Andrew, 22 from 12. So his strike rate of 183 suggests that he's batting on a different surface from Henry, who's 18 from 41. Strike rate of 44. So he needs to get a move on. And it will be Odin Smith after a very expensive opening over from the northern end. This guy's timing is just something to behold. Short and wide and hit with disdain.
They're loving it in the dugout. Short delivery, a bit of room, and was smacked in front of square on the offside. And the speedy Jermaine Blackwood tried, but in vain. Into the boundary ropes it went.
Yeah, our colleague Darren Ganga was mentioning that on the 19 match in the World Cup earlier this year when they took on South Africa in a Group B clash in Potchefstroom. I was fortunate enough to be there and to see that innings. 130 it was, of just 96 deliveries. They were chasing 285, and he almost single-handedly took the West Indies to victory. They were 73 for 5 when he put on a little bit of a partnership with Nathan Seeley and a couple others lower down the order and fell agonizingly short. Queen Parker, who's made his international senior debut, was part of that South African bowling attack, and that was a glimpse into what this young man can do. And since then we've heard of his story from the Young Masters Sports Club, where his older brothers were playing, and his mother, Veronique Hill, I'm sure she's looking on, took him to look at his older brothers play. Going down the leg side, and because he was only 4 years old at the time, he wasn't allowed to play with the older boys, the 6-year-old boys. But a ball happened to come to him secretly, and he took the ball and he threw it back to the coach. And the coach, seeing that throw, that powerful throw, said that even though you're four years old, you can join training the next day at the Young Masters Sports Club. And that's where it all started for him. He's a huge fan of Shea Hope. And as Darren so rightly mentioned, has tasted senior international experience. And he's so highly touted, part of your franchise circuitly in the CPL. We'll talk a little bit more about that in the next over, but I'll let you know, reading that article about him, his mom, Veronique, mentioned that you and Courtney Walsh were her two favorites. And surprisingly, not because of your bowling, but because of your batting. More so, Courtney. And that's the end of the over, 73 for 2. Good areas. Just looking to be a little bit too cheeky, perhaps. Sometimes when you're in that rhythm, that flow, you like to feel bat on ball. There's a lot of work to do. Yeah, just to follow up on that story, she just liked the way Courtney Walsh in particular, when he batted, all of the antics. You will be all too familiar with that circuitly, and that Young Masters Sports Club, and this young man in particular emanating from your country, your island, and of course, as I mentioned earlier, part of your team in the CPL. Brad Barnes for the first time tonight into the attack.
I also heard a story from his mother about Courtney and I, her favorites. But before I heard the end of it, I was saying to Courtney, man, she got good taste in men. Until I heard the last part of it.
Catch him now, Billy. Oh, yeah.
No, but she's an ardent cricket fanatic. Doesn't miss a game in Antigua, and she's a proud mother of her son, Joel Andrew. He's very, very close to her. And yes, he's a part of the Antigua Barbuda Falcons, that franchise. Started off with a bang, got half century in his first game for the Falcons. Wonderful talent, and certainly one for the future. But very early, I've cautioned everyone, 17 years of age, let him enjoy his youth. Don't expect him to set the world alight overnight. And I will continue to say that. Let him grow, understand batsmanship, understand cricket in general, and let us take it slow with him. Because, young Badger, you know, we in the Caribbean, soon as you got a little talent and you come on the scene, we expect you to set the world alight overnight.
None, buddy, none. Done, man.
You just need to enjoy his youth, enjoy his cricket without any added pressure.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. In the 2022 Under-19 World Cup circuit, there was one player by the name of Dewalt Brevis who broke the record for the most runs in a singular tournament, a record previously held by Shikhar Dhawan, and they were calling him Baby AB, as in young AB de Villiers. He had all of the, I suppose, mannerisms of AB de Villiers. That was a bad miss to end the over. 78 for 2. There is some moisture on the surface because of the dew, but he should have done much better than that. Brown, get something behind it. That's what coaches say. They are strategizing, thinking about where they are at and what they need to do. This is the last ball of the previous over. And the fielder in the deep should have helped his bowler out. Instead, he allows him to get an easy 4. Yeah, just to finish that story, that young man, Jewel Brevis, there was a lot of pressure placed on him, similar to what you're saying. They were hailing him as the next best thing to come from South Africa. And he hasn't really managed to push on as people had hoped. And perhaps it's because of that pressure of which you speak. Just let them be. Joel Andrew is the next Joel Andrew. He's no one else. Just let him enjoy his cricket, as you so rightly pointed out. I just want to end the story with his name. His mother said it was a troublesome pregnancy. He was a couple weeks overdue. But when he did come out, she saw that he was a precious little baby. And so she decided to give him that name, Jewel. And indeed, he has proven that prophecy so far to become a jewel, someone who we so far admire quite a lot, and who we are sure great things will come from in the future.
Such a wonderful talent, Joel Andrew. Comes from a cricketing family, obviously. That man on screen, Odin Smith, what an innings he played for his team. He was at his brutal best. Very, very severe on the bowlers, O'Shane Thomas in particular.
Yeah, no ball, so this will be a free hit. But the innings of Odin Smith, quite belligerent. 5 sixes in that innings. Brute force and power. Had a couple of chances, but he made those chances count. And scored healthily in that final power play. And the team achieved a batting point. That's the no ball, clear as daylight for his half century with a strike rate of over 125. So that's additional points for the Scorpions. Just want to make a point about the umpiring though, and those no balls secretly. The free hit continues, an additional run. In the international game, we have that auto no ball, where these umpires do not focus on that front crease whatsoever. They just look down the line, trying to get those decisions on the opposite end correct. But now, at this level, they revert to what we're used to. So they have to look at both ends, and it's never easy. You're looking down, and then almost instantaneously, you have to look up at the opposite end. In the air, remember it's a free hit, so they should come back for 2. So I know we mentioned the first point of contact, and if there's something behind the line, but we have to also understand that it's tough for the umpire to see that first point of contact. Sometimes it's just slides, and that's the point they see, and then they're trying to hustle to look down to the other end for a caught behind or an LBW. Not an easy job. Partnership now with 52. Slow ball, completely flummoxed, and that would be the end of the debutant. Good bowling from Odin Smith. Success finally for him. And another one falls for the Hurricanes.
Not a happy man. Kadeem Henry, the debutant, full toss, trying to hit it on the onside. Only succeeding in finding that fielder a short extra cover. Easy catch in the end. The debutant Henry is going for 22. The Hurricanes, 84 for 3.
Jamal Hamilton, the new batter out in the middle, scored a 96 unbeaten earlier this season. Remember the last wicket dismissal run out at the non-striker's end, which didn't allow him to register his first list A ton, but he has an opportunity here now. Odin Smith erred earlier in the over with a no ball, then a wide. But then he tried a slower ball. And despite being out there for a long time, Henry wasn't able to pick it. 48 deliveries he faced for his 22. Off the mark straight away. Successful over from Smith. 85 for 3. Yeah, that's the slow ball. Threw the shot way too early, leading edge. And Brad Barnes complete a simple catch. There were muted celebrations from everyone, really. Because perhaps Henry wasn't going anywhere from those 48 deliveries, just scoring 22. A lot of hopes rest on these two. Cornwall, Gore, Walsh, they can bat, but you just feel that they need a partnership now. And with Andrew well set, and yeah, we've spoken a lot about him. Barnes continues.
The required rate is creeping up to 7 and over. Not the direction the Hurricanes would like.
Catch him now, Clark. Run, man.
Hasn't been easy going for them.
Working balls, keep working ball. Catch him!
The last game played here, the team that batted first won that contest quite convincingly as well. Not even trying to predict what will happen here in this one. But if it does go the way of the team batting first, then the last two games would be in the favor of the team batting first. And I just wonder how that might affect the captains in the semi-final, because the next game to be played here would be semi-final 1 followed by semi-final 2. And does that changed the thinking of the captains if those previous 2 games went in favor of the teams batting first.
Catch him now.
87 for 3. Yeah, that's the playoffs matchup. Semi-final 1, team 1 versus team 4. And that's on Wednesday, 20th. And followed by semi-final 2 the day after. That's what we have carded for next week, folks. Semi-final 1 and 2, followed by the final right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Team 1 versus Team 4. We don't know what those eventual lineups would be. And then Team 2 versus Team 3. Wednesday and Thursday next week. Then the grand final. Where would these teams end up? Another misfield because of the slippery ball. So even though it's difficult, if you get enough runs batting first, you give yourself a very good chance. This is the points table. The Red Force comfortable at the top along with the Pride Scorpions in 3rd, Hurricanes 4th. Windward Islands Volcanoes, they can challenge for top 4 honors if they get enough bonus points in a win in their last game. What was that? Not at this level, certainly. We can blame the moisture, the dew. We can say all manner of things, but there aren't any excuses for that, Jermaine Blackwood. I'm sorry.
He's apologizing, but I don't think Odin Smith will be too happy about that. Oh, that was extremely sloppy. He's not a happy man. He's really arguing, Odin Smith, and quite rightly so. Probably was a little bit too casual at the time, Jeremy Blackwood, considering the wet ball.
Edged and taken. Well, it doesn't really matter now because Odin Smith does it by himself. A good take by the wicketkeeper. Good areas. And wicket again for Smith in consecutive overs. Another one falls for the Hurricanes.
Much better delivery than the one that took his first wicket. Hit the seam, left Hamilton a little bit. Good low catch by wicketkeeper Morris. Celebration for him. Jamal Hamilton's short stay has come to an end. He's gone for 6. Hurricanes in some trouble. 92 for 4.
So wickets falling quickly, a couple of them here now. Brings Kareem Gore, who's had ODI experience with the USA national team. He's a very busy player, likes to run hard between the wickets, rotate the strike. He'll need to bring all of his skills and experience to bear in this run chase. It's been a dominating performance from the Scorpions so far, though. With bats, the way they finished the innings, polished it off nicely with Odin Smith and his half century, and now with the ball. So a good all-around night.
This is the reason why Karim Magoy is here. Good delivery. Just did a little bit. Good catch by the keeper, Morris. He was dying on him, and he made no mistake. Getting much harder for the Hurricanes.
Must be something on that. No wide signal. 92 for 4. Yeah, good length, good line, good seam position. Little bit of a dance from Jamal Hamilton, who has generally a good average here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 38 he averages here, not tonight though. Makino Minley continues to take wickets and make early inroads for the Scorpions, adding to his tally. Royal with another, and 2 for Odin Smith. Barnes continues.
Oh yes, man.
Those 5 fielders in the ring cutting a single, heavy emphasis leg side because of the ball turning back into the right-hander.
If ever the Hurricanes need a partnership, is now. Joel Andrew is set. 35 from 30 deliveries. Karim Magoy, just the 2 deliveries face, yet to get off the mark. But they do need a good partnership now. Time is running out. It's very close to 7 runs required. Umpires are going to have a look at the ball. Probably it's a bit too wet. John Campbell on the right, Jamaican skipper, the Scorpions, the skipper. How often we've seen this, young Badri?
But there was a lot of sting in the Scorpions today. And I see the umpires looking at both balls, and I wonder if they're going to change both. Might as well, because one should be in a very similar condition to the other. 2 Guyanese on field today, Shannon Crawford and Nigel Duguid. Kelman Cowlesser is the 4th umpire. Yeah, that's the playoff 3. The semi-final 1, team 1 versus team 4, who will end in those positions, and then semi-final 2, 2 versus 3, 20th and 21st, and then the grand final on the 23rd. All live here from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 1 p.m. local time start. Will be on air a few minutes earlier for the build-up, so do join us. Yeah, England tour of the West Indies continues. T20I number 4 and number 5. England already sealed that series unassailable 3-0 lead. Tickets.windiescricket.com if you want to go and see the action live. Lots of entertainment. Wow, what did that miss? Beaten everyone. Batter, stumps, wicketkeeper. That was a top notch.
Well, you answered the question, young Badri. What did it miss? Look at that delivery. Spun a long way. Haven't seen that too often this game. That was a top delivery.
And it's a new ball. It's a dry ball. So that perhaps accounts for that. That's what he wanted, Brad Barnes. And the batters would want the ball to roll along the ground so it gets that moisture in the seam. But yes, that was really a good delivery. He has to smile. Beaten all ends up. You just look at that.
Required rate is gone past 7. Not looking good for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Catch him!
95 for 4, 19 gone.
Things evenly poised at this position of 95 for 4 after 19 overs. You just get the feeling though that just maybe that wickets column for the Hurricanes a small point of concern. This has been a problem that has plagued him, O'Dean Smith. Well, he can't believe it. We're going to see it here. Appears actually not a no ball because of the front foot, but a no ball because of the fielding restrictions. Had 5 outside. It's just those small things. Apologies, O'Dean, for saying plagued by a problem there. Problem wasn't with you. It was the captain on this occasion, the guilty party, but you must pay the price. Gets away with it. On the other end of things, Joel Andrews thinks maybe that should have been a wide. Your thoughts, Shakira?
Yeah, we have seen some tight calls. No, that's well inside. Good decision by umpire Nigel Duguid. Andrew perhaps just disappointed having not made connection. It is his pet shot over cover.
Could be a chance at the non-striker's end. Set off quite late. Andrews unaware of where that ball was, also on that back foot. Safe though.
Yeah, ball watching, Joel Andrew. It was the non-striker's call. Made it safely in the end. I just want to go back to that conversation about that no ball and whose fault it really is. The bowler has to take some blame for that as well. With the ball in your hand, you have to make sure the fielders are in the right position. So, yeah, John Campbell, the bowler, and also the wicketkeeper.
A lot of blame being passed around. Compliments of Shakir Selman. Just make sure you remember who said it. I didn't blame you, O'Dean. I didn't blame you. At the moment, feeling as if maybe they're doing quite a good job. Scorpions. It's always going to be an uphill task, and if they can win this middle phase here. pace off on that one from O'Dean. Smith going to his bag of tricks. You just get the feeling if they can remove Joel Andrew, and for me, I'm going to refer to him as the anchor now of this innings. If they can get rid of the anchor, yeah, confirmed pace off, just rolling the fingers on it. Kind of along the likes of what you might see from an off-break bowler. Catches the cry and just safe. Oh, a slip. Oh, he's got a smile because not too much comes of it. They're slipping and sliding out there. Must be a water festival.
Yeah, very casual by Javier Royal on the boundary. Allowed the batters to come for 2 runs, bringing up the 100 for the Hurricanes. Yeah, I'm not sure why he's surprised, though. It came off the edge. It always does spin. Just ran past the ball. Exaggerating the impact of the Jew on that occasion. 100 for 4 Hurricanes in 19.5. Second 50 coming a lot quicker than that first, just taking 52 deliveries. Compliments that man on screen, Joel Andrew. It's been going at a brisk rate, 39 from 36 deliveries.
Yeah, he's really added some impetus to the innings when you think about the innings of the debutant. Henry faced 48 balls for his 22. You think of Kofi James, didn't do much. Chesney Hughes, 24 deliveries he faced for his 16. So outside of Joel Andrew, no one above a run a ball in this innings. Even when you look at his innings at the moment, you saw his momentum going upwards. At some point, he was striking at just about maybe 120 or so. 20 bowled, 101 for 4. The anchor of the innings at the moment, Andrew, standing out with that 40 from 37. Just mentioning the fact that he got off to somewhat of a flying start, striking 120, 130 or so, dragged back to almost 100. So we say at the moment, Scorpions on top of this middle phase, but a platform is what the Hurricanes are looking for. Can Gore stay out there with Andrew? Because we always talk about the fact that teams that are able to take it deep here at the academy usually get over the line. Just CCC the only team to lose batting second here.
Still could require 162 runs, the Hurricanes, but that required rate is just above 7. Means it's not quite out of reach, not quite out of hand as yet. So they will want to increase the scoring rate to about 6 for the next few overs. With these 2 batters, Joe Andrews key.
Yeah, definitely is key because he has the potential to set up the innings similar to how we saw like a Justin Graves here in that chase that they won.
Catch him!
Similar to how we saw like a Dylan Douglas here in that chase that the Windwards won. Just somebody who was able to score above or on a ball, rotate strike, and then in that last 6 or so, really make use of the time spent at the crease.
And we have seen enough proof That batting gets easier the longer you stay at the crease. It's not a difficult surface to bat on. No real demons in it.
Get you!
105 for 4. On target, on pace, based on what we're seeing at the moment. That sharp spike though at the end is what they will have to contend with if they're to take this deep, the Hurricanes. Just think about that innings from O'Dean Smith and how valuable it was for the Scorpions. OJ Shields comes into the attack, and it's so interesting because it would have been another no ball for the field because the man at fine leg has now come into the circle. They caught themselves at the very last moment. Oh, cheeky, eh? So they've gotten it right now. Just the 4 outside in this second power play.
Second spell for OJ Shields. First time from this northern end. Ball with good pace in his first spell, but not enough control. We did hear head coach Robert Haynes speaking about the fact that that's something they're consciously working on. Very often it's something you have to work on with fast bowlers. You don't want them to stop bowling fast.
Good early calling from them. And good backing up as well by Javel Glenn. Capitalizing on these moments where boundaries aren't coming. They're still able to pick up those ones. They've been running well. It's been 24 deliveries since the last boundary. So that speaks to how the Scorpions have pulled things back. At one stage you just said, hey, okay, Andrews has bolted out of the gate. They're looking for one more here. They're looking for the wicket of Andrew. But we're looking at the umpire and he's going to signal now. Yep, no ball from Shields.
Tight again. Remember, it's the first point of contact. Maybe it was on the line, but there have been so many no balls today on both sides. 8 in total. 4 to Scorpions so far, 4 to Hurricanes. I'm sure the coaches aren't going to be happy. You can see there from the face of head coach Robert Haynes, head coach of the Scorpions side.
Well, it won't count, but they're going to have to chase that one down to the boundary. Oh, the stumps have done the trick. Yes, they have. Forget the bat. The stumps are good enough.
Yeah, they'll take it how it comes, Hurricanes. But that's an indication of just how quickly this man, OJ Shields, is bowling. Crashed into the stumps and then raced all the way to the boundary. I think head coach Robert Haynes said he bowls above 90 miles an hour. Beat him for pace, Kareem Agor into that off stump and all the way. Wicketkeeper fielder at short flying leg could not stop it. 4 runs added to the total. 4 byes.
I say a very good looking shot from that off stump. I would say he got in line with that one, worked it backward of fine leg. Purposely done. Well done off stump. 112 for 4. Now this time it's from the middle of the bat.
.21 extras so far in this innings. 10 wides. Did see a lot of wides when the Hurricanes were bowling as well.
Oh, that's a good looking shot. That's Gore, and add 4 more.
Quicker it comes, the quicker it goes. Well in control of that, Kareem Gore. Remember, he does have international experience. Yeah, just didn't get high enough. Pulls that one behind square quite easily.
Yeah, speaks to the control of that shot, because there's a man back on the boundary for that particularly. Got on top of it nicely, steered it away from him. That single means 12 runs in the over. 117 for 4. Starting to see a bit of life in that worm. It's finding its legs, it's finding that momentum. It's all about that consistency. How long can they do this for? That's where teams have struggled. The inability to carry it on.
No more.
Nearly left himself short of the barn. We've seen one stumping already for the day. Opting to use his feet, Kareem Gore. Two balls, 2 exciting moments.
Even in length and a bit of room, but he leans back on that and almost cuts it straight to Kurt McKenzie. Good effort. It does fall short though.
Catch him! One.
You just get the feeling that Gore is looking to up the ante slightly. Looking a bit busier at the crease. That first ball looking to use the feet. And that second one looking to force it past point. And then you look at the intention in the running of that one. Just wonder if maybe a message has come from that pavilion saying, okay, Gore, it's at you to put a bit of momentum to the innings.
Catch him!
Well, Andrews looking to pick back up from where he would have left off with his first 14 deliveries or so. Or maybe is it that they're targeting Barnes? I guess time will tell. My question is, Shakira, whether or not Barnes is that target. Looking at the bowlers used from a Leeward's perspective, and you'll probably have to answer it in the next over, but if you're looking at these bowlers, who you're telling yourself, okay, this is the person that I will go after at some stage to get these runs.
None, Johnny.
3 runs in the over, 23 gone, 1-2-0 for 4. Four can bowl 9 and 1 can bowl 8 in this adjusted innings. 3-9 to 8. I'm not going to blame myself for that one. I'm not going to tell you who's to blame for that information, but it's not me. You just wonder though who will bowl those 9 for the Scorpions. Here's that confirmation of the revised playing conditions. So 43 overs is what we've been reduced to. 3 bowlers can bowl 9, 2 can bowl 8. We're into the second phase of the power play. Those groundsmen, yep, they can take a break. They're playing some cards over there, having a laugh, a giggle, a beverage or two. Out in the middle, Warren Andrew are doing the work. You haven't gotten away, Shakira. I hope you've gathered your thoughts. You know, who are you looking at there and saying, this is who I am going to target?
Yeah, normally right-handed batters would try to go after the off spinner in Brad Burns. But you look at O.J. Shields and Odin Smith. Both of them have been expensive. They've been leaking runs. So I don't think they have to go after Burns. Perhaps keep going after Shields and Smith and milk Burns, not allow him to get wickets.
Well, they're going after Shields, and it's working for them. Badly lined and punished.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You know this is coming from Shields and Odin Smith. And both of them have lots of overs to go. 2 straight on that occasion. Just helped off the hip behind square by Kareem Agor.
It's not lost on me on the wordplay there, Shakira, where you said milk Barnes, you know, because obviously you think of farm scenario. Cows, barns, they go together. Well done, Shakira, well done. A bit of food being shared back there. I was back there for a little popcorn earlier. Shakira handled the salt, and because of that, the popcorn was too salty. Tell you this, I'm not going to catch cramp tonight.
You should be saying thank you, Joel. I'm sure Henry would have wanted some of that salt. We saw him catching cramp when he was batting.
Maybe you should leave commentary and become the physio, Shakira.
Been a good comeback for O.J. Shields this over though. He's just going for that force. It was just a 1 scoring shot in this over. If you're a Hurricanes batter, you're thinking you want to get the 7 required at the very least from a bowler like O.J. Shields. So then you're not forced to go after other bowlers. It's just bowled 4. Royal has bowled 5. You think those are 2 of the options that will bowl 9.
Can't get it past that offside ring. 1-2-4 for 4. You would say this match hangs in the balance at the moment. Well, Campbell won't be happy with that. Just small moments where a misfield or two to load the ease of pressure. Got his hands to it, got his body behind it. Simply couldn't hold on.
Careful pulling away.
Catch him!
He's playing that shot.
Good effort here from Marquino Minley. Yeah, just always going away from with a good left hand on it. And Barnes appreciates it. Ball was changed a couple overs ago, but definitely every time it goes out into that outfield, picks up a lot of moisture onto it. Good innings here building from Andrew. Well set.
Yeah, on the flip side, I think Burns has been very good. He's shown tremendous control, bowling a wet ball. It's not easy as a spinner.
Catch him, done.
I think we're approaching what would be the next water break in this inning. So one ball possibly before the next water break. Pick up one into the break.
Whoa!
Doesn't sneak it through. Takes us to 25. 127 for 4. And it's time for Blue Waters drinks break.
As we pause for a break in play, players hydrate themselves. Of course, we reflect on this match, the Hurricanes and the run chase. Well, the target 265, they won 27 for 4. Joel Andrew, well set on 46 from 45. Top scorer thus far, and progressing nicely alongside Gore. Kesrick Williams, he is a special player and he's proving such.
Some good shots from Joel Andrew. That one, he waited on that one, a slow ball from AJ Shields, but you like how he picked the gaps. He came in, just left the international scene, coming back to the list in cricket, and he's showing his class. Jamaica bowling there, mainly picking up one. Royal as well. And you would like to say the game is in balance right now. There's a lot of work to do here from Jamaica.
First wicket to go was that of Kofi James. He was LBW by Mindley. One that nipped back. And then once more left-arm spin accounting for Chesney Hughes. Playing across the line. A leading edge from Henry. Accounted for his wicket. And then the final wicket so far, that of Jamal Milton. So 138 runs adrift. Still a lot left in this game. The Scorpions will not want to relax in this situation. Required rate 7.6. There is a well-set batter in that of Andrew out in the middle. So as we move deeper into power play 2, target of course 265, it will require this man on screen to be there at the end. He's gone along scoring at over a run a ball quite nicely. Got a lot of fanfare, 2 6s, 4 4s.
Really good innings from him. The man on screen there, Joel Andrew. This is something good from him. This is what you want to see from a young players coming back from the international scene, showing some dominance here at the lower level. And this is good from him. Well controlled innings from him, understanding the situation, playing to the situation as well. He's joined with Karim Ago, who have some international experience. So both players at the crease have international experience. Karim Ago obviously played for the US. It's on. It's right from AJ, but he's also on that team playing for the Australia team that is coming down to play in that Global Super League in Guyana. Karim Ago. Also Jamal Hamilton is on that team. It's that Victoria team. So he's playing here now, and then he have cricket to go and play again, which is good. So he's continuing. So that would only help him to improve.
$22 extras so far conceded by the Scorpions. That's an area they will want to improve. 11 wides within those 22 extras. Last thing you want is to be bowling extra overs as a bowling unit when you're defending a score. Makes life easier for the batting team. Clipped away and timed properly for 6. So Gore picking up his first maximum and pushing things along in this run chase.
Usually a busy player. He likes to field ball and bat. Really good shot, weighted on it. Good timing, good connection as well. No intention of keeping it down. Really good shot, so he's putting the pressure on here. Fair enough, as we mentioned, the game is in balance, but we know the stat here in terms of batting second and what it's like. So Jamaica have to keep that in mind.
Fortuitous off the inside edge, not intended. He gets 4 more, so 10 runs off the last 2 balls. Pressure on Shields. Is it going to be over 8 now? That's a concern for John Campbell. Seamers, relatively expensive. Slow bowlers, more economical. But that wet ball, the dew factor, so significant, will also make it very hard for them to have a good economy, to get consistency with grip.
Scampering for a single, but down the leg side again. Losing his line here. Shields, he needs to get that right. Someone like a Makino Minley, you may see back with the ball soon. Their main wicket taker in this year's tournament. It's the man on screen, Minley. He will have a thing or two to say whenever he gets that ball in hand again. A lot will be dependent upon him.
That's the great thing about this Hurricanes team and this run chase. They still have Rakeem Cornwall. We know the type of batter he is. He's explosive. He is a boundary hitter. And then there's Hayden Walsh Jr. Don't underestimate his quality as a batter. So those two players will be at the back of the mind of John Campbell whilst he continues his defense. That wetness taking its toll on the white ball, being desurfaced. There's a second change being made to the balls. And once more, that yellow worm in this chase, staying beyond the green. For a while it was below, then it crossed, and even after the fall of 2 wickets, credit to Joel Andrew. He's managed to navigate that run chase to be very close to what we saw in terms of tempo to the innings from the Scorpions. Don't often find young batters striking at over 100 from the start of the innings all the way through. That is what he's accomplished. "13 from the over, 140 for 4. Friday night here in South Trinidad. Of course, many across the globe will be switched on looking at this contest, of course, trying to see which players might feature next for the West Indies men's international side across formats. There's definitely one for the future, maybe one for current as well. Joel Andrew. Henry spent a long time out in the middle. The debutant, Kadeem Henry from Antigua and Barbuda, will take a lot from his first innings in this format, 22 from 48.
Catch him, John! That's one!
It's might be close. The throw was off. Wasn't as accurate as expected. Now, Keswick, I'm interested in seeing is how these two now manage that required rate, the reducing runs, and not expose the rest of their batting. That should be the mindset.
And that's crunched. Crunched enough to get a boundary. Not enough work done there by Brown, but it was a good shot. And that's what these players need to do. They're settling nicely, to answer your question. They're settling nicely. They're getting the ones. We know what the situation is like here at Brian Lara. Better effort needed to be made there from Carlos Brown. They're getting the ones. They're getting the odd boundary, and a player like Gore who likes to get on with things. He's already on 32. They already have 54 runs. 55 now, partnership. So they just need to continue from there.
What they'll know is that when you strike the ball into the outfield, it skips across a little bit quicker because of the dew. So you get value for your strokes along the ground. No need to be thinking about taking the aerial route too often. Not the finish they wanted, the Hurricanes. Not the way they wanted to break this partnership and to see the end of Joel Andrews' innings. The shot was on, and he found the fielder, McKenzie, completing the catch.
The walk that he didn't want to see from the young man, Joel Andrew. The walk that spells disappointment. You can see Jamaica picking up another wicket, a key wicket as well. Someone that was settled. Joel Andrews is gone for 47. The score is now 147 for 5.
Still a concerned look on the face of John Campbell, the captain of the Scorpions. He's well aware that there's still a lot of batting left in this Hurricanes team. That's a lot of batting coming your way. Great pedigree, great quality and talent in Rakeem Cornwall. And great ability to score quickly. He can make light work of these remaining 118 runs.
As DG mentioned, a lot of runs in this guy. We know what he's capable of. We saw it in CPL. Saw a few glimpses of it here in this year's Super 50 tournament. And if he gets off, he can make it very easy.
Get him done!
He'll be disappointed with this shot. Joel Andrew wasn't thinking about placement. He was thinking about good contact. Not good contact from Rakeem Cornwall. There is a sloppy bit of fielding. So this might come back to hurt the Scorpions. 11 from the over, 151 for 5. Grimace from McKenzie. Last ball of the previous over, he conceded 4.
Finding the edge is Cornwall. Chased by McKenzie. Oh, well, DG, guess what? Jamaica had a bobsled team. Guessing he was a part of it? Sure.
Taken consideration the dew factor, the damp outfield. Not perfect and ideal, but something that players in the modern game has to contend with. Just missed it completely. That momentum taking him across. Picked up sweetly. That's a clean strike from Kareem Agor.
Welcome back to the ball in Makino Minley. Kareem Agor, the guy who likes to field the ball on the bat. Crunch down the ground for 6. Immediately going at Minley.
Evidence that the ball is sliding on nicely. You can hit through the line. Of course, the ball was changed recently. This will play into the hands of Rakeem Cornwall, although he's just arrived at the crease, the Hurricanes captain. He's another one that likes to hit through the line of the ball, hit the ball on the up. Powerful man he is. One of the things that the Hurricanes will not have is, of course, that ability to capitalize on quick singles within that 30-yard circle. Rakeem Cornwall not the fastest between the wickets. So that's an adjustment that Kareem Agor will have to make with his new partner. Pick up cleanly. Maybe there was a chance for a run out at the end that Rakeem Cornwall was going towards.
A lot of excitement in the field now, DG. What Jamaica don't want to happen is this man that's on strike start to feel a little bit of joy or a sense of excitement, because he can change things quickly.
Whipped leg side and catch taken, so Rakeem Cornwall stay at the crease, short-lived, and it is Mindley with the important wicket of the Hurricanes captain.
And that's a specky, Digi. Really good work. The last over, the misfield that gave Leeward 4 runs a while ago, but came back and take a specky. Makino Milne picking up another wicket. It's a lovely catch by Carlos Brown. Taking up another wicket here, Milne. That's his 13th wicket in this tournament. Rakeem, short stay, 4 runs. The score is now 158 for 6.
Hidden Walsh Jr. might not have expected to make his entry so early in this innings with the bat. .107 required from 92.
Skipper Cornwall just rehearsing that shot. Probably timed it too well, I guess.
Edge falling short of Glenn in that cover region.
Just getting a bit too straight, Midley. But it was a really good catch from Brown. Good connection from Cornwall, but it was too good, I guess. Straight to the guy at square leg. Minley picking up another wicket.
The Firmly struck wide of mid-on too. Most definitely. Decent work by Dean Smith. 9 from the over and a wicket. 160 for 6. Two batters into the 40s. Jolandrew dismissed for 47. Kareem Agor well set on 40 from 39. Here's Barnes.
Catch him! One. Back up.
Barnes is bowled like a finger spinner. He's maintained good control despite the ball being wet. His economy 4.3 at the moment. Will surely bowl the maximum quota of overs, 9 into his 8. Had the important wicket of Jolandrew.
Catch him! Well done, Chris. Well done, Chris.
All in all, you must say it's good returns from him. 7.2. Just 1 wicket, but just 31 runs, DG.
Catch him!
There's that little variation with his pace, his flight. Good support from Java Royal in his 5 overs, his economy 3. You know, Mindley with his 2 wickets for just 21 runs in 5 overs. That struck firmly leg side in the gap, all along the ground. First 4 for Hidden Walsh Jr.
It's a really good shot. Was really tugged. Just in front of mid-wicket. No one really moved apart from Royal fetching that one, throwing it back to the bowler.
Correction, last boundary, Kareem Agor, not in Walsh Jr. Still Walsh Jr. to secure a first boundary in his innings. He's 3 from 4.
Dot to finish. Scores 167 for 6.
Contest continues between the Hurricanes and the Scorpions. Scorpions needing a further 4 wickets to bowl the Hurricanes out. Remember, both teams will be desperate for a win tonight. Win will most definitely secure them with a semi-final spot. High value on this fixture. And look at the points table. Jamaica Scorpions 3rd, Hurricanes 4th. This was before the start of play in this fixture. But the Hurricanes played the final last year. Jamaica Scorpions finished bottom of the table. Didn't record a win. So contrast in performance for the Scorpion side this year. And whilst when you look at the overall play, you'd think that they're feeling a little bit indifferent tonight. There were bright spots, but generally speaking, they'll want to improve the standard. Must give them credit for the manner in which they've batted in this innings, setting a total of 265. They were a little bit slow in that first power play. But very good through that power play too. And the skipper himself, John Campbell, and Jermaine Blackwood stitched together a 4th-wicket partnership. Well, that was with 79 runs. And then the finish, ideal in the circumstances. Dean Smith doing the business with the bat, securing a half-century, picking up a batting point for his team. So I don't think John Campbell would worry too much about the batting. More energy now, focus on his bowlers, making the right decisions with bowling changes.
I think the energy as well changed when the skipper came to the crease. Him and Blackwood show their experience.
Bonham, that inward movement once more from Mindley. He's unstoppable. 3 wickets in this innings, and he might be in line for more.
Wicket 1-4-14 for Mindley. That little inward movement kept a little bit low. Mindley doing the job here for Jamaica. Carrie Magoy is gone for 47. The score is 169 for 7 now.
Jeremiah Louis strides to the crease. Best of 41 not out in his List A career. He'll need a half-century to support Eden Walls Jr. if they have to get this target. Some advice being shared.
Kept a little bit low. But that little inward movement. Success for maintaining that line and length that you should be bowling, especially in these middle overs. Hence the reason why he's the man for Jamaica with the ball. Mainly doing the job. The good thing about it is that they're cleared. They came into this game with 40 points and already picked up 3 points, which is bonus points in this game.
6 points for a win. And there is that opportunity for additional points.
They're cleared now to be in that top 4. To get at least 3 points in this game to secure themselves.
Still not off the mark. End of a successful over. 30 overs gone. 169 for 7.
Makino Minley, 14 wickets. Blades, 14. Those two at the top. Nice to see some fast bowlers leading. The other three are all spinners. Cornwall, Work and Graves. Will be spin continuing though from the southern end. Barnes for his last.
Oh yes, buddy. Oh yes, good.
96 from 77 balls, but just the 3 wickets in hand. So it seems likely that the team batting first will win again. Just as we saw in the previous game, Shakira Selman alongside me. Shakira, does that now give captain something to think about, something differently, that is, as we head into the semi-finals next week?
I still think captains winning the toss will choose to chase. What it does do is not have captains losing the toss, feeling so disappointed when they're asked to bat first. You can now have some belief that you can defend totals on the surface if you bowl well.
Catch him! One, Carlos.
And so much of that has to do with the total you set teams to chase. In the last game, for a long time we've been speaking about the fact that teams need to get closer to 300. The last game, that pressure, scoreboard pressure, the fact that they had to score at such a high rate throughout the innings put pressure on the chasing team. This game, Hurricanes only needed above 6, but of course they had the issue with the fact that they had 2 completely different batters at the top, lost their best batters.
Two runs from that one, tidy one. That's his spell for tonight. 1 for 39, 171 for 7. Captain John Campbell will be pleased with the way things have transpired here tonight. Lost the toss. He was inserted, batted in a different position. We haven't seen him in the middle order too frequently in his career. Minley continues. Good running on the move and just continued along. So last season, Shakira, a couple spinners who were eventually the leading wicket takers. Sunil Narayan, Hayden Walsh Jr. with 20 apiece. The graphic we saw earlier with the fast bowlers, Makino Minley at the top, Jediah Blades the other. You must be pleased to see a little bit of a change. We're used to spinners dominating. That's not to say the spinners wouldn't come back and end eventually with the most wickets, but for now anyway. Straight down his throat, is it? Yes, it is. Good connection from Hayden Walsh Jr. The only thing was that it was too close to Odin Smith, and add another to Makino Minley, so he's all by himself at the top now. Another wicket falls.
Yeah, back into this side after some time, Makino Minley, and he's made a statement. 4th wicket tonight. In the slot, perhaps. Unfortunately for Hurricanes, Walsh cannot lift it beyond Odin Smith. Walsh has to go for 5. Hurricanes staring down the barrel. 172 for 8.
tall spinner. Reminds me a little bit of Suleiman Ben, Daniel Durham. Next man in for the Hurricanes. And as you rightly said, Shakira staring down the barrel. Makino Minley all by himself on 15 wickets. What a season he's having. And at this stage, he's gotten a bonus point, a bowling point for his team. Quick single, bowler's end. I wonder what a direct hit would have meant there. This is the reason why Durham is here.
Yeah, taking on the fielder at long off, Hayden Walsh Jr. But you can see he never got good enough contact to beat Odin Smith. Easy catch for Smith at long off. Yeah, you're right. I'm so happy to see fast bowlers at the top of that chart. Bodes well for West Indies cricket as well. Hasn't been easy. It's been very hard work on these surfaces. A bit more even. Time's gone by. We've seen spinners dominating. Pitches here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy in particular have been good. Both spinners and pacers have been made to work very hard.
Slower ball, so good variations as well from Makino Minley. As I mentioned briefly, at this stage with the figures of 4 for 27, he's achieved a bowling point by virtue of getting 4 wickets and keeping his economy under 6 runs and over. If, however, he happens to go for a few runs and his economy goes over 6, that bowling point is taken away. If he gets another wicket, he's allowed a few more runs to play with. And those are the dynamics that we're working with. Only 2 bowlers this season have managed a 5-wicket haul, Mario Graves and Rakeem Cornwall. So he's looking to be number 3. But at the moment, he's number 1 leading wicket taker this season.
What's been so good is he's been good in all phases of the game. A loud appeal, not outside Duguid. Wicket and 4 runs from the 32nd. 175 for 8.
Makino Minley sits on his own on 15. Jadiah Blades, the other impressive seamer, left-hander. 14 wickets for him. And then the spinners, the familiar faces, Cornwall, Warrican. Graves also up there. Stellar season for the double M's, Makino Minley. And it's Royal back into the attack.
What's so impressive for me with those 2 pacers at the top of those charts, or that chart rather, is the economy rate as well. They're both below 5, so they haven't just taken wickets, and gone for runs. They've controlled the innings for their teams.
Hey, yes.
Yeah, that unwritten rule, left unorthodox against left unorthodox.
Catch him.
These bowlers don't ever like to get dismissed against someone of a similar type, so he'll be desperate to not let Royal get his wicket.
Catch him, Jen.
Outside edge should be a couple. They're so similar to Suleiman Ben, the former West Indies left unorthodox, tall man, very high release point, similar to Durham. Shakira, what's Suleiman Ben up to these days?
Coach at Barbados Cricket Association, sharing all that expertise, all that knowledge he gained over the years with the upcoming youngsters.
Nice to see that he's giving back. I think our colleague Kesrick Williams has so much knowledge and information that he can possibly go into coaching as well. Pass on that to the youngsters coming through. His body of work at the international level speaks for itself. Good delivery to end. 33 gone, 180 for 8. Right, we've spoken about the Tour England in the West Indies 2024 ODIs and T20Is, but right after, immediately after, we go into some red ball stuff. Bangladesh comes to the West Indies. Multi-format tour, Bangladesh here in the West Indies 2024. A couple test matches in Antigua, then Jamaica. 3 ODIs and 3 T20s, so lots of cricket during that Christmas period. In the air, this should be another, a fifer for Minley. Only the 3rd bowler this season to record a 5-wicket haul. And look at the reactions. That says it all. He earned that fifer. Brilliant from Minley.
Yeah, his teammates are so happy for him. They are absolutely enjoying this moment. He deserves this, Marquino Minley. Just the first seamer to pick up a fifer this season. Yeah, and it has to mean so much. Picking up a 5-wicket haul in Trinidad and Tobago. Surfaces don't often assist pacers, but he's been clever. Saw Jeremiah Louis advancing, pulled the length back, and got him caught easily by Glenn for just 4. Hurricanes 180 for 9.
Ocean Thomas, last man in, best of 13. Not altogether inspiring. Minley looking for 6. That was confidently played. Not off the mark though. And just to go back to to that tour. Hails from Jamaica, of course, Ocean Thomas. So very much friends with these Jamaicans. Raheem Cornwall with a 6-wicket haul this season. Minley looking to replicate that. What a slow delivery. Narrowly missed the stump. What did it miss? Almost, but not quite.
This is what I've enjoyed so much. He's been so clever. Didn't get it high, but the adjustment of length surprised Jeremiah Louis. Yeah, look at Javel Glenn. Yeah, he's pumped right up. Happy for his mate, Marquino Minley. Look at the smile on his face. Thoroughly deserves this.
I love to see the smiles on these players' faces when things are going their way. Minley thoroughly deserved this. Huge shout going down the leg. You're just going back to that Bangladesh tour of the West Indies. Cricket West Indies named the test squad. That test match starts next week, Friday in Antigua. Craig Brathwaite, captain. Joshua Da Silva, vice-captain. Alec Athanaze, Casey Carty. Justin Graves gets a call-up, 3 centuries in a row. Kavem Hodge, Tevin Imlach, the Guyana captain. Alzari Joseph, Shamar Joseph, Mikael Louis. He's across there. Anderson Phillip, Kemar Roach, Jaden Seals. Kevin Sinclair, he's in that squad along with Jomel Warrican. So those are the 15 selected for the test series. And then, of course, before that, there's a Cricket West Indies Select 11 against Bangladesh. A 2-day fixture. Craig Brathwaite is the captain. Justin Graves, vice-captain. Ryan Bandu, the left-hand wrist spinner. Daniel Beckford, Navin Bidesi. Joshua Dawn, Nathan Edward, Chaim Holder, Tevin Imlach. Quick single, direct hit, and he's gone. Missed, I wonder by how much, but it doesn't matter. He survives. And just to finish off those names, Tevin Imlach, Jordan Johnson, Jaya McAllister, Sharon Lewis, and Kimani Milius. 182 for 9. The best bowling figures. Can Makino Minley get up there with a 6 of his own? But for now, it's Royal from the southern end.
Catch him. Catch him now, John.
What's the plan? What's the plan between these two here, Shakira? Thomas and Durham, with overs remaining. Lots of them actually, but lots of runs needed. Is there a plan, or are they just trying to survive? Clean them up. Well, there is no surviving that. That's the end of the contest. And a little jig celebration from Javor Royal. The Scorpions have stung the Hurricanes, and it is a massive victory by 82 runs. They've dominated this contest. They were sent in, but it didn't matter. A wonderful all-round performance from the Scorpions.
Fitting that the bowlers who started it ended it for the Scorpions. It was Minley and Royal at the top with the new balls, and they have cleaned the Hurricanes right up. There's Minley on screen. fifer this season. First seamer to get 5 wickets in this year's CG United Super 50 Cup. Third bowler to get 5 wickets this season. Odin Smith was excellent with the bat. Finished the innings in a blitz for the Scorpions. Really put a commanding total on the board. And Scorpions, just the second team to defend a score here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy this season. That's the way it ended. Royal cleaning. Daniel Durham up. Left arm orthodox gets the other left arm orthodox. And there's the dance, the celebration.
4 in a row for the Jamaica Scorpions in completed matches. They didn't win any last season. So it's sort of a turnaround for them, led by John Campbell. And for all intents and purposes, I know that there's a mathematical chance that they don't, but for all intents and purposes, they have sealed a semi-final berth. And that's what they came here to do tonight, and that's what they did. 6 bonus points, 6 for the win, that's 12 points. And there you see it, 2 teams now have 1 batting first. 6 have 1 batting second. I just wonder if for the semi-finals, captains reconsider. Never know. But a wonderful, dominating overall performance. Yes, indeed. Fifer for Makino Minley. All alone at the top of the most wickets this season. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, a couple of 47s from Karima Gore and Jewel Andrew, but nothing else to support. And when they needed their batters to come to the fore, they didn't.
And the obvious standout, Marquino Minley, 5 for 28 from just 8 overs. He had lots of support from Javier Royal, 2 for 20. Barnes was good as well. He got 1 wicket, but Odin Smith also got 2.
Yeah, first time this season the Leeward Islands Hurricanes didn't register even a solitary bonus point. The Scorpions sent in truncated affair, 264 for 9. Blackwood led the way with 54. Odin Smith, a polished 52 from just 33. And the Hurricanes in reply shut out, bowled out for 182. Makino Minley, the chief destroyer, and the Scorpions winning by 82 runs. The coaching staff, the head coach will be very well pleased. They'll celebrate this one, another one for them this season, 4 in a row for the Scorpions. We'll take a short break, and on the other side, we'll have some more discussions. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. This is how this match panned out. The Scorpions got to 264 for 9 in a reduced affair, 43 overs aside, and the Hurricanes, they were shut out for 182. Makino Minley with a fifer, and the Scorpions winning by 82 runs. Let's have a look now at the CG United moment of the match. And it was Makino Minley, his 16th wicket this season, his 5th in the match. And you can see the reactions of everyone. A wonderful moment, quite memorable, and certainly will be indelibly etched for a long time. I suppose there is little doubt then who the player of the match is. He's pitch side with Joel Manning.
Welcome everyone to the post-match presentation for the CG United Super 50 Cup 2024. We would like to thank the official sponsors of the series who have made this possible. CG United title sponsor, Dafabet, Blue Waters, Macron and Visit Trinidad. Tonight, no surprise in terms of who the player of the match is. Figures of 5 for 28, it is Makino Minley. Tonight, his check is presented by Anmar Samaru, representative from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. Well, Makino, let's start on your emotions out there. They lifted you on high. Talk to me about that moment, your 5th wicket.
Well, actually, it's a good feeling. I'm actually the bowling captain for the Jamaica Scorpion this year. I take responsibility to lead the bowling unit. So actually, when I get the 5 wicket, everybody was just happy for me.
Yeah, talk to me a bit about that bowling captaincy role. Was that something that you guys have implemented for this season?
Yes, actually, I'm a senior bowler, so I just take responsibility to lead the bowling unit, bowl hard overs them, and it actually paying off.
Yeah, final question for you. How hard have you worked for moments like these?
Well, you work your entire career for a moment, and this 5 wicket is a treasure, so you're just grateful for the moment.
Well, Makino, congrats again on that 5. Go ahead, go home and enjoy it.
Thank you.
Now it's time to have a conversation with Rakeem Cornwall of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Rakeem, obviously coming into this one, not too much pressure in terms of points, but how do you sum up the performance for tonight?
I think we bowled well up to the last 4 or 5 overs, and then we started really slow with the bat, and once you're playing catch up in these games and then you're losing wickets in crucial time, we already put you on the back foot.
Yeah, obviously losing wickets is a big part of it, and you also lost some players as well, but Joel Andrew put his hand up tonight. Talk to me a bit about his innings.
I think he played well. A young guy that have a lot of talent, and he can only get strength from here, and we're looking forward to big things in the tournament from him.
Obviously, you're looking ahead to one more game in this group stage. What are you hoping to be able to work on in that final one?
We just have to come and play good cricket in the next game, do the things that we didn't right today, and come out, try and get a victory in the next game.
Well, Rakeem, thanks for your time and all the best in that last one. And now it's time to bring the winning captain for tonight in their final group game of the CG United Super 50. It is John Campbell. John, first off, congrats on tonight. I want to start with that 5-wicket haul out there. How special was that for your boys out there?
I mean, it was really special. The conditions weren't ideal. There was a lot of dew, but I think we bowled really well.
Obviously, you were put into bat first. What were your thoughts on the overall batting performance of your side?
I think we did really well. We had a decent platform, and then Blackwood and myself put on a decent partnership there, and then Odin, something special there in the end.
Yeah, something special indeed. Of course, I must ask you now about the fielding side of things. You know, you guys were slipping left, right, and center. Talk to me about how hard it was out there.
Yeah, it's very slippery out there. Boys were losing their footing, but thankfully we held it together and came out with a win.
Obviously, this being your final group stage game, how happy are you, I guess, overall with what your team has done?
I mean, for me, I think we've gotten better over each game, so I'm definitely happy about that. I can see improvement in all areas throughout the entire preliminary rounds.
Well, I believe that we probably should be seeing you in that semi-final in some position. So, John, if we do see you there, all the best in that.
All right, thank you.
An improvement indeed from the last season where they didn't win a solitary game. That's 4-4 now from completed matches. And look at what it means to the points table. The Jamaica Scorpions have ended their group stage at the top of the standings, level with the Red Force, who have a game in hand. Pride also has one, along with the Hurricanes, and then the 3 at the bottom. So still a lot to play for. Top 4 teams advance. Coming up next week then, those all-important fixtures. Semi-final 1, team 1 versus 4, and then semi-final 2, team 2 versus team 3. Wednesday and Thursday, and then the grand finale on the 23rd. Lots of cricket coming up, and once again we want to thank you for the pleasure of your company on behalf of the entire production crew, and from all of us here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's goodbye for now. Welcome to the highlights of this contest. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes up against the Scorpions. It was a good start from Morris and Brown for the opening partnership. They got to 59 when the first wicket fell. Raheem Cornwall never too far away from wicket. So too Hayden Walsh Jr. His googly has been exceptional in the last couple seasons or so. Blackwood showed all of his class and his experience, and this partnership of 79 with his captain John Campbell really gave them some impetus through the middle. Campbell eventually holed out in the deep, and then Blackwood got to his half century, another one in list A cricket, and looking to accelerate. He was cleaned up by Hayden Walsh Jr. Good catch from Kareem Agor, came back quickly at him from Glenn. And then, as you would expect in the back end, wickets started to fall, but there were a few lusty blows in between those wickets. Odin Smith was particularly brutal. He got a half century, registering a batting point in the process. Eventually holding out in the deep, but got to 52 from 33 on that batting point. And then with the ball, the Scorpions were all over the Hurricanes. Wickets early, Makino Minley and Javor Royal, but this young man, Joel Andrew, continues to impress. Slower delivery from Odin Smith got the better of Henry, and then it was sort of a procession. Hamilton followed soon thereafter, straight to the fielder. Joel Andrew picked him out to perfection, and so did Raheem Cornwall. A good catch in the deep. The feeling, the ground feeling was a little bit shady, but then another good catch from Odin Smith this time, and a 5-wicket haul for Makino Minley to seal the deal. The last wicket, Javor Royal cleaned things up. 182 is what they got to, a win for the Scorpions by 82 runs.
Get! Go! Get, Judy! Ball long. Ball long. Get! Go! Ball long. Ball long. Can't score it. Thank you. Thank you. Good catch, boy. Bolang. 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 Correct. Thank you. Good catch, boy. Come on! Come on! Come on!